Chapter 30 Hero Menagerie. Point 1. It was silent. Sitting down next to Naruto, his nephew, and seeing the teenager still unconscious, down on a bed with an oxygen mask over his mouth, and his arm in a sling, combined with the bandages on his head, it hurt Toshinori when he saw it. All he could do was hold Naruto's unbroken hand for support, not support for Naruto, support for himself. He had snapped when he saw Naruto being carried on a stretcher, and had gone into the USJ ready to destroy whatever villain had did this to him. Normally, all Naruto needed was Recovery Girl's healing kiss and he would be usually completely healed. Not this time. Before she could even use her powers, they needed to perform actual surgery on Naruto, to remove bone fragments from his lungs, set the bones in his crushed and twisted arm back into place. They needed to check his organs to make sure nothing else was vitally wounded, and thankfully, the most vital organ that had been injured had been his lungs. The rest of his organs didn't go undamaged though, and it was pure luck that the scan showed Naruto wouldn't suffer from any brain damage. He lost control? Shota spoke to Toshinori seriously. Thankfully, only 13 and I know he lost control. When I was asked by the police, I told them Naruto's desire to protect his classmates gave him temporary control over his quirk, and he passed out because of his injuries. Shota continued with a sigh. He had told the police a pretty big lie, but considering Naruto wasn't to blame for losing control, it wouldn't be good to punish Naruto. His quirk had acted on its own as a self-preservation mode. It had happened when Naruto had already been knocked out. If Naruto hadn't lost control, Noma could have continued to rampage, and he could have killed a lot of people before Toshinori arrived to fight him, and that would have been a horrible thing to deal with. Toshinori bowed. Thank you. Has there been any word from Tsuyu Azui? Toshinori tried to take his mind off of Naruto. He had to, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face himself when he went home. All of the students were accounted for and, other than Naruto, uninjured. The only student who was missing was Tsuyu, and the only injured was Naruto. They had been looking for Tsuyu for close to 8 hours now, and there was no sign of the girl. Even those with powerful noses said her scent just vanished completely, right in the middle of the school grounds, and the other scent with her wasn't like the scent of any of the villains who had attacked. It was frightening. Shota got a text, and he stood up when he looked at his phone. I just got a text from Midnight. She found a trace of Azui. You stay, if villains come back, you're the most suited to protect the school right now. Shota wrapped his scarf around his neck and prepared to go and get his student back. He looked at the location again, before he left the room, and he saw Mina was sitting outside of the room. He didn't say anything to her, as much as he would have liked to, but the tears in her eyes showed that she needed to speak with somebody. You can go in, I'm leaving now, Shota told her as he quickly passed by. All she did was nod and get up, heading into the room he just left. With Midnight? This is odd. The girl's quirk forms state that she can secrete a slime that is slightly poisonous, but what is it doing all this way from the school? Midnight was a little confused as she worked with her fellow teacher and pro-hero, Hound Dog. The one who had actually found the trail of slime, and he contacted her to make sure it was from the right student. The two of them had tracked down the traces all of the way down to a park, and considering it was so late at night now, it was doubtful that Tsuyu had been here to play around. Not a girl her age, and not at a park for little children like this. What do you think, Hound Dog? Midnight asked as she looked at the traces on the slide, bending over and examining carefully. She got no response as Hound Dog sniffed around, trying to find where the tracks went. They stayed in the park. Odd. I can smell her scent here at the park, but I don't smell it either entering or leaving. Hound Dog didn't know what to make of that. His nose had never lied to him before, but he didn't smell anyone else coming to the park or leaving it. Midnight went to the bushes and looked into them for anything else. I sent a message to Eraserhead, he should be here soon. Let's see what else we can find in the meantime, Hound Dog. Midnight stood up and turned around. She looked to her fellow teacher, only to blink and pull out her whip when she didn't see him standing. Her free arm went to her white bodysuit, preparing to rip it. Hound Dog, you better not be pissing on a tree. Midnight tried to make a dog joke to flush her ally out. She was greeted by silence. Something was off. A small ball dropped out of the air and landed on the ground in front of her. She ripped her suit, and pink gas started to fill the area, coming out of her skin. Her scent quickly surrounding her. In response to that, the small ball at her feet opened up, and all of her scent started to get sucked up into the ball. She ripped more of her suit off, and instantly her scent was sucked up into the ball again. The ball made a beeping sound, before it changed colors from pink to blue, and started to release a blue gas. She covered her mouth as quickly as she could, but her vision started to fade, before her body gave out on the ground. Hound Dog, Quirk, Dog, and Midnight, Quirk, Somnambulist. Pro heroes of quite a high standard, far exceeding the average hero for sure. Though, your original costume would make you far more suited to being in my collection. This scent, that little ball cancelled out my scent, and then released a scent that can knock me out. How? Midnight passed out. The next? Where am I? Naruto's eyes weakly opened as he winced, the morning sun shining right in them. He felt horrible, his entire body was in a ton of pain, and breathing was difficult for him. He felt like he had gone 10 rounds with his uncle in his prime, and had taken a good amount of hits. What was worse, was Naruto felt an uncomfortable weight right on his stomach, which didn't really hurt, but made it harder to breathe. Trying to move his body, he found himself unable to move very much, even moving his hand was a challenge for him. All he could do was lean his head, and see that Mina was sleeping with her arms and head on his stomach, her eyes red and puffy, showing that she had been crying. On his other side, he saw his uncle sitting there, awake with a cup of coffee in his hands. This was Recovery Girl's emergency treatment room? It's okay, you can go back to sleep. You did it, you saved your classmates, but next time, can you save them without worrying me so much? Toshinori wasn't going to yell or scream, or even trying to tell Naruto not to save people. He would be a hypocrite if he told Naruto to stop risking his life for others. He tried to smile down at Naruto, and Naruto tried to remember what had happened. Nomu, that thing that he fought, all he remembered was getting smashed into a crater, then everything went black. Naruto nodded a little. Morning Yagi-san? Naruto. You're awake. Thank God, Recovery Girl said it would be days before you would wake up. Mina screamed when she saw his open eyes. She jumped onto him, and wrapped her arms around his neck as weakly as she could. Tears of joy were streaming down her face. She rubbed her cheek against the side of his head, and Naruto gasped and winced in pain. Recovery Girl took her cane, and smacked Mina on the butt as she walked in. Down. Sorry. Mina apologized as quickly as she could, holding her hurting bum with both hands. The elderly woman stood up on a chair, and looked at Naruto's condition with a critical eye. Is he going to be okay? Mina asked quietly, like she was trying to keep her words a secret. Getting a good look at Naruto again, she could see that Naruto wasn't in great condition. Recovery Girl nodded. How stubborn you are, never cease to amaze me. I'm amazed you were able to survive with those injuries, and kept fighting despite of them. Now, you wake up days before you were scheduled to. You must have questions? Recovery Girl removed his breathing mask, and allowed Naruto to take a breath of fresh air. She kept it close by just in case Naruto wasn't ready to have it taken off just yet. Naruto's mouth moved, but he didn't have the strength to speak. Mina, and his uncle, looked like they wanted to cry when they saw him so weak. Gathering up as much strength as he could, and going beyond that, Naruto managed to sit up with a weak grunt. Toshinori helped him with a hand on his back, and Mina placed a hand on his chest. What? Where is it? He's unconscious again? Mina didn't know what to make of that question. She saw that Naruto was already asleep again, having used up all of the strength he had regained. She was pushed out of her chair, and Toshinori took, as the healing hero started to make them leave. Can't I stay with him longer? I'm his uncle. I'm going to start another healing for Naruto, and he's going to need more rest. With any luck, he should be able to move around again by tomorrow. Until then, you two are making him push himself too far to make you happy. Out. Recovery Girl lectured both of them as they were forcefully pushed out of the room. The door was closed, and locked, behind them. Mina and Toshinori didn't know how to react right away to that, but Toshinori let loose a sigh of relief. Naruto was going to be okay, physically speaking. Toshinori and Mina looked at each other, before they nodded. If anything, the fact Naruto was being so stubborn meant that he was going to be okay, and they just needed to give him time to rest. You head to class, I know you'll be late, but you might want to head to the locker room and use their showers, Toshinori told her with a smile. She had been in her hero costume since yesterday, and had worked up a sweat when the villains had appeared. She deserved a nice hot shower before going to class, but she had been so worried about Naruto making it, she had stayed by his side all night. He didn't want to say it out loud, but the girl was really good for his nephew. She had been nothing but loyal to him when he was in great need, even if he wasn't awake to realize it. She nodded her head, and stared to walk off just as Toshinori's phone started to ring. Strange, he didn't recognize this number. MT Lady Office, as you can see, we're still in the red with that last stunt. It might really be best if we move out of the city. No, I want to make it big, and to do that I have to be in the city. MT Lady complained as she listened to one of her very few workers explain to her how bad their financial situation was at the moment. With her gigantification quirk, even she knew she was best suited out of the city. That being said, she still set up her office in the city so that she could bask in the praise and glory that came with being a big city hero. There was a beep. MT Lady, there is an investor here to see you, Do you want me to send him in? Yes. MT Lady shouted into the mic, eyes dazzling. She had the brightest smile on her face, because in all of her short time as a pro hero, she had yet to have any investors come and visit her. The closest thing to that was when she had put out her line of hair care products to make extra money, and she met up with stores to decide which places could carry it and produce it. See, we're not bad off, investors means money. Now, scoot out, I want to see at the desk and look official. MT Lady started to rush the man out of his desk. If she was sitting behind a desk, she would look a lot more business-worthy. She was happy she was wearing her costume right now, it would send off the best impression. Her advisor exited the room, at the exact same time as a man in a black suit, with slicked-back black hair and black sunglasses came in. He had a completely neutral expression and face, everything about the man was very neutral actually. He had a briefcase though, and he sat down across from her. MT Lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Always a pleasure meeting an investor. So, are you the one investing or do you have a boss? And let me just say, I am open to negotiations. MT Lady acted as cool as she could. She could negotiate how much money she could accept, and if she was going to have to undergo small style changes, or start mentioning certain businesses and items for sale. She dropped her guard, and made herself look as naive and innocent to the business world as possible. She leaned forward and pressed her breasts together using her arms. He didn't even glance at her breast sadly. I come as a representative. My boss is quite the fan of heroes, and your rising popularity has attracted his attention, as well as your powerful quirk. There will be no need for negotiations. If you will be willing to meet my boss, he has prepared. The investor spoke to her, and opened up his briefcase. MT Lady saw the money in the case, and suddenly became very lightheaded. 1 billion yen in cash, with an additional 1 billion yen if he believes you have potential? The investor spoke calmly, and clearly. MT Lady felt like she was going to have a heart attack when she saw the amount of money, and heard that it was only half of what she could be getting out of this. That was enough to take her out of the red completely, and put her far into the green. Deal. MT Lady was drooling so much that when she shouted that, she accidentally spewed all over the investor's face. He paid it no mind. Very well, shall we? The investor stood up and reached into his pocket, putting out a small coin. He tossed it on the ground, and it opened up to create a portal above the coin. Well, let's not keep your boss waiting then. MT Lady walked briskly towards the portal, her greediest smile possible on her face. She slapped her cheeks as she walked through the portal, and though it was strange that portals existed, it just might be because of a quirk she didn't know about. She put on a pleasant smile, before she blinked. She was looking at Eraserhead, Midnight, and Hound Dog, 3 pro heroes from UA, and they were standing across from her with blank looks on their faces. She noticed she was standing in the middle of what looked like a cathedral, with a painted ceiling. Lined on the walls were large pods, with heroes' names below each pod. In the middle of the room, behind the heroes, was a large pillar that went up into a hole in the massive ceiling. Heck, the walls were also lined with windows, revealing nothing but white outside of the windows. Odd. Holy crap, that's your original costume. MT Lady looked shocked when she saw Midnight wearing her original, even more super revealing costume that lacked the bodysuit underneath it. One slip, and her breasts would become super exposed. This type of suit had been banned, thanks in part to Midnight herself. She blinked when the investor walked up behind the heroes. MT Lady, I'm pleased you could join us. The investor pulled out a phone, and a voice came out of it. She thought she was meeting the guy in person? Wow, this is a pretty nice place you have. If you weren't investing in me, I would say this was a competent villain hideout. MT Lady joked, seriously, as she glanced at the expressionless heroes. Add her to the collection. Damn it. MT Lady saw the ceiling was tall enough to use her quirk. Grinning, she was shocked when instantly, her quirk was erased and she was unable to use it. She covered her mouth when pink gas filled the area from Midnight, and even though it was better against men, MT Lady covered her mouth and nose, preparing to fight them off without her quirk if needed. They're under some kind of mind dash. Hound Dog slammed a fist into her stomach, knocking arms away from her mouth as she gasped, breathing in a large amount of scent. She suddenly felt woozy, but maintained consciousness for a bit longer. One of the pods in the room opened up, before she was captured by Eraserhead's scarf, and thrown into the pod. Erasing quirks, a fast and powerful dog, and portable knockout gas. I knew adding you 3 to my collection first would be a boon. Now, return to your pods, I want to keep you preserved. The pro heroes all obeyed the commands as more pods in the room, with their names, opened up. Just as MT Lady's pod closed, and her body was placed in status. With Class 1? Man, Aizawa-sensei is sure late. Achiko spoke with a wide smile. This was giving her the chance to finish up the homework she forgot to do with all the excitement from yesterday. She had a wide smile on her face, because she was almost done and the teacher was 15 minutes late for class. Several other students were just hanging around, talking with each other in small groups, while Tenya and Izuku were with her. It's inappropriate for a teacher? Tenya spoke with a frown, adjusting his glasses just to show his annoyance. Izuku waved his hands. He must just be exhausted from yesterday. Izuku mentioned as the doors opened up, and Mina tried to silently enter. He's not here, Izuku told her with a good morning wave. Mina sighed in relief. Mina. How's Naruto doing? Kirishima screamed as he ran towards her. She yelped when he grabbed onto her and started to try and physically shake the answers out of her body. She was soon crowded by other students that were curious about the answer and trying to get it from her. Speaking of late, Momo whispered with a furrowed brow. Where was Tsuyu? He's going to be okay, he just needs some more healing, and some rest. Mina saw everyone who was friends with Naruto at this point sigh in relief. Kirishima even rubbed the joyful tears out of his eyes, hiccuping in a dramatic way at the safety of his friend. She was rubbed by Kirishima and Toru, both of whom seemed to be bawling, glad at the news. Shut up. That bastard is too strong, he beat a guy made to kill All Might, as if he would die that easily. Bakugo snapped at them for their crying. He had the most unpleasant look they had ever seen on his face, as if it had physically hurt him to say those words out loud. Yet, even he had to give credit where it was due, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to challenge himself and push his own limits further. Fucking bastard, hiding so much power. I'll beat him, I'll beat all of them, Bakugo thought with a clenched fist. Mina hugged Toru and Kirishima, before she quickly let go of them. An enemy made to defeat All Might? Izuku thought about that for a moment, before he blinked. That seemed impossible to him. He would have to ask Naruto about that when he saw him next, and get his opinion. Okay class, everyone to your seats. Everyone was surprised when a different teacher came into the room. Cementos, their modern literature teacher, came into the room instead of Shota. It was odd for them to see the man outside of his own class actually. Sir, where is Aizawa-sensei? Kyoka asked with a raised hand, the first among them who was willing to voice her thoughts on it. Cementos looked at her. He's resting right now, but he'll be back as soon as he's ready to teach again. Don't worry, we're sure he's in no danger. Cementos then proceeded to start giving out the lessons. With Ryuko? Seriously? Can't I enjoy my day off without some villains deciding to attack me? Ryuko wasn't exactly dressed for a fight, wearing a swimsuit for starters since she was at the beach. She just wanted to relax, and suddenly she was met with several masked men surrounding her. All of them with slicked back hair, black suits, and briefcases. They had white masks covering their faces, and were standing politely, with guns pointed at her. The life of a hero was a difficult one. Thankfully, her swimsuits were made of the same material as her clothes, so she could transform without worrying about destroying them. Going up to her dragon form, she looked down at the men and gave them a glare. Guns wouldn't hurt her in this form. She's using her quirk, open fire, go for her wings first like the boss said. The men opened their briefcases and pulled out ammo for their guns. Switching to the preferred ammo, Ryuko swiped at one of them. The one she swiped at shot her elbow, and a small blue ball impacted her scales, exploding and covering her elbow in a thick case of extremely cold ice. The men started to fire at her wings, weighing them down heavily with thick ice that started to form on her. They iced down her legs to the ground, freezing her in place. She wasn't even given a fair chance to struggle before her neck was completely covered in ice. The cold quickly started to sap her strength, as her eyes started to close. She transformed back into human form, and slipped out of the ice, hitting the ground as a shivering mess. The men fired at her again, and froze the lower half of her body. Two men changed ammo, while she laid on the ground helplessly. She was shot in the neck by two small darts. She was out cold moments later. Pro hero, Ryukyu captured. Transporting to base. The man's cold, neutral voice spoke as they captured the woman. With Endeavor. Oh, so you bastards think you'll be able to fight me? Endeavor shouted as he summoned forth flames, and threw them at one of the men. He was surprised when the man's suit wasn't even burned as he walked through the flames. A light green force field flickered around the man, all of the men around. They walked and formed a circle around Endeavor, as quickly as they could, before they opened up their briefcases and dropped thick metal plates on the ground. Endeavor had just been in his office, when these men had broke in and interrupted him. When he told them to leave or be fried, they simply told him his resistance was useless. We know all about your hellflame, and without oxygen, flames cannot live. Without heat, they have trouble starting. The seeming leader spoke, they all looked the same. Endeavor suddenly found he couldn't breathe. All of the air in the room was quickly sucked into the plates. He formed a quick flame, but the room's heat was drained as well. Without heat or oxygen, his flames quickly died into nothing. He ran at one of the men, hoping to beat him and break his machine. He hit a barrier preventing him from going a step further, as all of the men drew closer to him. Your popularity, status as a hero, and strength are all remarkable. The master wishes to add you to his collection. The leading suit spoke as Endeavor was shot with darts, his strength even more quickly fading away as he was grabbed. They created a plan unique to capture me. They analyzed my fighting style and my quirk. Who are these, Bast? With those as his last weak thoughts, Endeavor passed out. The men grabbed him and packed away their capture tools. Endeavor, captured? With Gang Orca? We don't wish for violence, a peaceful surrender is the best course of action. Underwater. Gang Orca was underwater, looking all around him as men in black suits surrounded him, surprisingly agile underwater like him. They were holding briefcases that they were opening to reveal strangely shaped guns. A hero never surrenders. That the go for them to attack, and Gang Orca felt like his head was splitting open the second they pointed their weapons at him. He writhed and shouted in pain as extremely powerful sonic waves assaulted his head harder than he had ever experienced before. He couldn't see straight as they attacked, all of his senses went haywire, before his eyes rolled up into the back of his head. Two of the men swam over to him. His eyes rolled back to where they were supposed to be, and he punched at the men. He was then assaulted by more sonic waves, only this time, the men near him switched their ammo and shot capturing ropes at him. His legs and arms were tied up, and he was forced to bear the mind-rending pain. He struggled for several minutes, but even he needed air. He passed out, and a man placed an oxygen mask on his face, before injecting him with a knockout drug. Gang Orca, captured. In the mountains? Don't worry, the wild pussycats are here to save you. We'll get you out of there in a jiffy. The team of 4 heroes all went towards the collapsed cave. They had been called and sent to rescue several people who had called for him with a cave-in, and being a mountain rescue team, they had been the first team that been chosen for this job. Tiger started to use his body to grab tree trunks and move them out of the way. Pixie Bob reporting for duty, let's clear away this earth. Pixie Bob shouted as she placed her hands on the ground, and the collapsed cave started to fix itself, boulders crawling out of the cave and into the open. It moved slowly so that no more cave-ins would happen. Don't worry, we'll save you soon, Mandalay thought as she sent out thought waves into the cave. She would reassure the victims until they were saved. They were a well-oiled team, and Ragdoll looked around everywhere excitedly, but she was blinking in confusion. Weird, I don't see anyone in the cave, no living or dead people anyway. Ragdoll didn't know what to make of that. With her quirk, she could see 100 people at a time, even if she didn't have her eyes on them directly. Yet, she couldn't see any people in that cave. Tiger started to squeeze through the cave-in, before he was gone from their view. Okay, be careful in there, Tiger. Pixie Bob, try and build up support structures, make them a good exit. Mandalay gave out instructions to her teammates. As the leader of the team, she had to make sure everything was good to go. Ragdoll furrowed her brow. She still couldn't see any people. I found them. Tiger's voice was heard loud and clear, which only caused Ragdoll to furrow her brow even more in confusion. People her quirk couldn't see? Perfect, and Pixie Bob is nearly done making an exit, are they injured at all? Mandalay called out her question. Seeing that there was enough space for her to go in as well, she traveled into the cave after Tiger. I'm coming in. Mandalay vanished into the cave after. Pixie Bob sent Ragdoll a thumbs up. We're Neanderthal. Pixie Bob made a joke, and Ragdoll nodded with a wide smile. Pixie Bob finished clearing out the cave-in, and with sunlight, Thai looked in and saw that there was nobody there. Not even Mandalay or Tiger were there. I don't see any people, Ragdoll stated, before a coin dropped on the ground in front of them. A portal opened up, and a small horde of men in suits came out of the portal before it closed, and the coin destroyed itself. I still don't see them with my quirk, Ragdoll pointed out with more confusion. Pixie Bob jumped next to her. Get ready to call for help, we don't know what their quirks are. Pixie Bob was pretty sure she had a good idea what happened to their teammates. She prepared to use her quirk, and the earth under them stirred to her call. The men all opened up their briefcases, before they pulled out rods and stabbed them into the ground. Pressing a button on top of each rod, her control over the earth around her was instantly ruined. Electricity ran through the ground, and as she gained control over it, the electricity ruined her control. They had negated her quirk. We need to get out of here, and Ragdoll started, but didn't get far into her statement. The men shot them with tranq darts, with the 2 women going down. The men surrounded them and tied them up, getting them ready for transport. Wild, pussycats have been captured. After school, class 1? Man, those villains must have taken a lot out of the teachers. Aizawa-sensei and Midnight were both missing today. I hope Tsuyu is feeling well, Sato commented as he sat down with Shiro. School had just ended, and everyone was getting ready to go home. Ojiro nodded. It's certainly odd, but with the villain attack yesterday, things must be pretty hectic for them. Ojiro commented in a normal way. He tried to be understanding of the teacher's situation. They were all lucky they didn't end up like Naruto, or worse, dead with the villain attack. It was hard to imagine what it was like for the teachers to have to balance pro-hero work with teaching right now, not to mention they could have been injured as well. It was a lot to take in. So, Jiro, want to get a latte or something? My treat? Denki offered Kyoko with a grin on his face. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, not seeing why he was offering this to her. She shook her head. I just want to go home and relax, I'm still a little shaken from yesterday. Kyoko denied him swiftly. She wanted that latte, but she wanted to spend time with her family winding down as well. He pouted and nodded. Why did that never work? Mina, want to hang out with me? Toru asked with a upbeat jump. Mina waved her off with a smile. I'm going to go home and change clothes, then I'm coming back here to visit Naruto. I want to be there for him when he's recovering. So see you guys later? Mina used that as her time to leave, finishing packing up all of her stuff. Sue her, she wanted to be there for her injured boyfriend, instead of just hanging out. As much as she wanted to spend time with Toru, some things had to come first. Tenya stood in front of Izuku. Midoriya, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I wish to ask for your assistance with something. Most of the class was doing whatever they could to try and not think about what happened yesterday, though some of them didn't seem the least bit affected either. Strangely enough, Todoroki was actually smiling a little, which never happened in class. I feel like something good happened. Todoroki thought to himself with a smile. He didn't know what happened, but something good happened. Mina, can I visit Naruto with you? I have something I need to ask him about. Momo asked Mina with a concerned expression. Something weird about yesterday, a question she really wanted to ask Naruto, and she was sure that Naruto wouldn't answer it if he was able to walk away from her. Now was her only chance to ask the question. Sorry Ida, but I actually wanted to speak with Naruto about something too. Ashido, Yororozu, can I join you too? Izuku kindly denied Tenya, and he walked over to the two girls. Mina didn't really have a problem with it, and Momo wasn't in a position to judge him for asking, seeing as she asked the question too. Surely, Naruto would be willing to answer their questions. With Naruto? Gotta get stronger? Naruto grit his teeth in pain as he did push-ups with a single finger, his broken arm still in a sling. After his healing, which he didn't know how many times she had to heal him while he was out, he had been able to move his body once more. I'm not going to lose like that again. Naruto honestly didn't remember anything but his own defeat. Defeat. Not being beaten while training with Ryuko or his uncle, no, a real defeat against a villain. It wasn't a non-serious issue, he had actually lost a fight. A fight with the lives of others on the line, and it was just amazing that nobody else had gotten hurt. Child, you're trying my patience. I leave for 5 minutes, and I come back to see you exerting yourself. Recovery Girl stated as she lectured Naruto the second she came back into her office. She knew this much was going to happen as soon as Naruto could move his body. Naruto moved too much. Gah! Naruto let out a pained shout, and he fell to the ground. Your body is still incredibly injured right now, just because you can move, doesn't mean you should. As soon as you recover more stamina, I'm going to heal you again. Get in that bed, and stay there until I tell you to. Recovery Girl told him as she sat a bowl of ramen at the table next to his bed. It was a food that was great for restoring stamina, a food Naruto loved, so she would give him this. The quicker his stamina was restored, the quicker he could be healed to a better condition. She frowned to herself as she looked at her computer, and saw she was getting a flood of emails again. Naruto stared down into the ramen's broth, seeing his own reflection. I can't hear that voice anymore either, and I feel like I'm forgetting something. Damn, these drugs are making it hard to think. Naruto rubbed the side of his head. He was on so many painkillers, and he could still feel pain, that it was extremely hard for him to form most complex thoughts. He felt like he was forgetting something important though. Bastard. What? Naruto asked when he heard somebody walk up next to him. He was surprised when he saw Bakugo, but he didn't make anything of it. He saw Bakugo glaring, normal, and he saw the boy look like he had swallowed a lemon, also normal for him. He was a generally unpleasant person to be around, but it was surprising that the boy who seemed to hate him was visiting him. Tell me something? A hidden location. Ah, look at this collection. I have Midnight in her debut costume. Eraserhead, a hero who stays out of the spotlight. Then there is Hound Dog, a popular hero with animal quirk users. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and Ryukyu, the number 9. Not to downplay Gang Orca, or the Wild Pussycats, and I have the complete collection for them. All these powerful quirks, added to his collection, and to be used as he saw fit. He had spent such a long time building up his massive fortune, using his own quirk to allow him to control others. With it, he was able to subdue a young man with a quirk that gave him near unrivaled intelligence. He had then spent years, quietly observing the pro-heroes with interesting or powerful quirks, taking apart their battle styles, and trying to locate any weaknesses in their quirks. Do you see, Tsuyu? I can change the world, change it how I see fit. I don't want to have to hurt you. With the Hoshi no Tama that I got from you, I've been able to do great things. When the boy's mother died, I had thought I would never lay my hands on one of these, but alas, I couldn't have been more pleased when my sensors picked up one moving around, in the open so freely. The man draped by shadows, wearing a cloak over his body so that Tsuyu didn't see his face, spoke as he held the white ball in his hand. Tsuyu was free from his control, but her hands were tied behind her back, and she was being dragged around on a leash like an animal. What use is that to you? It belongs to Naruto? All will be revealed in time. Until then, be a good pet and just follow your master around like an obedient creature. The man yanked on her leash and pulled her behind him, as she was forced to gaze at the growing collection of heroes the man was amassing. Tsuyu made sure to memorize everything she saw. The interior of this place was massive, and it was filled with such high-tech machines that she didn't know where to begin. She had also seen the man's robot army, the men in the suits, coming and going through those portal coins. They would leave to capture a hero, after getting suited up with the appropriate gear for their target, before they could leave. The heroes were almost always brought in with little to no injury, which was terrifying to the girl. This man wasn't a villain. He was a supervillain. Why keep me around? Tsuyu asked, and the man glanced back at her. When my final machine is ready, I'll use this Hoshi no Tama to cleanse this world, and then I'll use my collection to create the perfect world. If I want to enjoy the perfect world, I'll need a lowly creature like you, to remind me how far I've come. Since you practically handed world domination to me on a silver platter, you will be the lowly creature I keep as a pet. The man coldly spoke to her, all of the niceties before were gone as he looked down at her. Despite what was thought, he had no interest in her body. She wasn't going to be used as a breeding tool for his new world, and she wasn't going to be abused either. She would just exist to remind him just how he had succeeded in creating the perfect world. A portal opened up. 2 more portals opened up. Ah, Best Jeanist, Ms. Joke, and Mirko, what amazing additions, please, quickly place them in stasis. Good work. The man was excited to see 2 more of the top 10 had been so quickly captured, while another excellent pro-hero had been brought along with them. His plans were going as smoothly as possible, and none of the heroes had caught onto his plans just yet. Even if they did, it was impossible for them to track him down. He was using portals to make sure nobody could find the location of his base. Then again, his base was always moving, so not that they would ever find it, until it was too late. My friends will stop you, even if the pros can't. Tsuyu tried to sound calm, but it was hard. Seeing so many captured pros was horrifying. Why should I worry about some worthless, no-name students? I've created plans on how to capture every pro hero that is worth anything. Some children are nothing to me. The man dragged her along with him as they went back to his throne, and as she was forced to sit on the ground, he took the throne. A platform started to raise his throne up high into the air, taking them to the control deck. Tsuyu looked out into the blue sky. This wasn't good. Later, reports say that several pro heroes, including those of the top 10, are currently missing and unable to be reached. If you have any information on the whereabouts of these heroes, please contact the police with haste. Nizu turned off the TV, with all of the teachers on his pro-hero teaching side, in his office with him. All of them had watched the news report the missing heroes. All of the heroes had vanished without a trace, which was odd on its own, and none of them were answering their phones, or responding to texts. It had become practically impossible to track them down, and the fact that their teaching staff was included in the missing heroes was frightening for them. It started when Shota went to check up on a lead for the missing Tsuyu, and it continued to spiral from there. What do you mean we can't help look for them? Vlad shouted as he slammed his fist into the table. They were being told not to do anything. Until we know more about this, we need to tread with caution. Every hero that went missing has gone missing without so much as a trace. For heroes like Midnight and Eraserhead it makes sense, but even Mirko and Endeavor were caught without signs of a fight. We're dealing with something we haven't dealt with before. Nizu placed his paws up to calm down the unruly teacher. As it stood, everyone was on edge. Midnight, Hound Dog, and Eraserhead weren't the only ones who had gone missing, even from their teaching staff. Ectoplasm, who had heard the report earlier than others, had gone to investigate, and he had already turned up missing as well. They were done by almost half of their pro heroes in their teaching staff. If I go, I can make quick work of this. Toshinori explained, but Nizu glanced at him. If they took Endeavor down without a fight, it makes sense they also know your weaknesses as well, and have created plans against you. If we lose you, we lose hope as well. This isn't the time to go rushing, we need a plan of action. As it stands, I doubt the villain has murdered them. Nizu tried to explain, but the teachers didn't like it. They didn't have to like it, what he said made sense. Toshinori cupped his hands together, and frowned to himself. The only teachers they had left were Power Loader, Snipe, Cementos, Vlad, and himself. 13 was out on an assignment elsewhere, and the others higher up weren't fit for battle. As it stood, they wouldn't be able to protect the students. Are the students in any danger? Vlad calmed down a little and asked. He had been wondering about it too. This entity seems to be targeting only pro-heroes who hold a reputation, are well known, or have a strong quirk. The student's status as students seem to protect them from this, but I wonder if Tsuyu Azui going missing has any relation to this. Nizu remained upbeat as he analyzed all of the data they had so far. He didn't stay upbeat though, and frowned. So many heroes have been captured in such a short time, and we have no information other than guesses. If we make any unwise moves, it could spell the end for us. Nizu didn't like saying it, but it was rather simple. They were fighting an uphill battle right now. They all went silent as they digested those words. This wasn't good. With Gran Torine? The elderly man stood with an unimpressed look on his face when a group of men surrounded him in his own apartment. He glanced around at them all, before he smirked and prepared for a fight. My boss wishes for you to come peacefully. Peacefully is for villains and the dead. I'll go down with a fight. Gran Torino moved too quickly for any of them to see and kicked one of them in the head, knocking him into a wall, before he moved around and kicked 2 more. As he was kicking them around, 5 more of them placed small square devices with holes in them around the room. He kicked down 3 more of them in under a second, half of the villains knocked out with ease. He went for several more, but his quirk stopped working, and he could feel his airs popping. The room's air pressure, it's too low for me to use my quirk, so they came prepared, and they aren't human. Gran Torino saw the men standing up, the skin on their faces having peeled off to reveal robot faces underneath. They replaced their masks and covered their robot features, before they got guns out and aimed at him. They didn't look like normal guns. It seemed these people were very prepared to fight him. You're a relic of a golden age of heroes, our boss will value you greatly. You will be unharmed if you surrender peacefully. Gran Torino raised his hands up in surrender. Very well, but I'm hungry, I want something to eat before I go. Wait for just a second. Gran Torino's mind thought quickly as he was allowed to walk over to his fridge and microwave. Placing frozen food in the microwave, he accidentally spilled the ketchup. Ah dang it. I can't leave this place a mess, or I'll never be able to surrender peacefully. Gran Torino was allowed to clean up the spilled ketchup, just as the microwave went off. Smiling to himself, he placed his ketchup-stained fingers in the microwave, and after a few moments, he pulled out his food. He was allowed a few minutes to eat, before they opened up a portal, expecting him to walk in. Gran Torino, captured. Secret message, sent, you better be as good at tracking people down as your grandmother was Naruto. Gran Torino thought as he finished secretly typing a small messaging on the phone, hidden inside of his glove. Sending what he hoped was a decent text to Naruto, he willingly walked through the portal. He couldn't win this fight without his quirk, so he would entrust it to somebody he believed in, somebody with a quirk that was nearly impossible to plan against. The unpredictable idiot. With Naruto? What the hell is this? Naruto looked at the text he had gotten from Gran Torino, with a confused expression. He was still sitting in his bed, but he had been given his phone by Mina, as she, Momo, and Izuku all stood around him. NRRD Jelp. What the hell? Mina looked at his phone. So you're okay? Momo asked him, glancing at Mina and Izuku, unsure if she could ask her question with the others around him. She saw Naruto nod, and she sighed in relief. You seem to be recovering well? Momo looked at him, and though his arm was in a sling, he was doing much better than she pictured him. Mina nodded. She was happy that Naruto was already able to move this much again. Getting multiple healings from Recovery Girl was having amazing results. Recovery Girl walked back into her office, and though she was a little surprised to see the other students, she made no comment on it. Thanks for healing Naruto, Recovery Girl. Mina thanked the elderly woman. Recovery Girl wasn't paying attention to her. Well, I can walk again, so I'm going to go and find my thing, Naruto said in the most confusing way he could have. Since he was sure the only ones in the room who knew what a Hoshi no Tama were him and Mina, it would be smart not to make that super public knowledge. Recovery Girl didn't even pay Naruto any attention when he got up and started to walk out of the room. Naruto locked eyes with Izuku. Your thing? Mina asked with a tilt-led head. A thing? I can make a thing. Momo then proceeded to make a small doll. She was sure that she could make a copy of whatever Naruto was missing. Mina grabbed Naruto and pushed him back into the bed, before she proceeded to jump up and sit down on his stomach. He wasn't moving. I'm not letting you leave until you're all healed. With your luck, the second you leave here, a super villain will start raining fire from the sky from a flying fortress. Mina said the most strange thing she could think of. With Naruto's luck the last week, it made sense for something even more weird to happen. Then, you'll be right back here. So my butt is staying right here, and your butt is staying right there. Mina made herself comfortable on Naruto until he got the hint and stayed in the bed. She was sure that this would keep Naruto in bed. He's going to dash. Izuku knew Naruto a little, and knew this wouldn't keep him in the bed. Naruto laid back and grabbed Mina, pulling her into the bed with him. I need my Hoshi no Tama, it's on the move, I can feel it. Naruto whispered gently into her ear so neither Momo or Izuku could hear them. Mina's eyes widened when she realized that Tsuyu was the last person to have it, and right now, Naruto's life was still in danger if anything happened to that little ball. Not to mention, if they found it, they could find Tsuyu as well. I totally forgot, we had that date thing planned, ahahaha. Mina laughed nervously as she jumped up off of Naruto. Naruto nodded. Yeah, so we better go, and get ready. We'll see you guys later. Izuku, I don't know what you need to ask me, but if you have questions, try and answer them yourself. Naruto told his classmate, and he wasn't the only one that took the answer. Momo nodded her head, since she had a question too. She would go and think about it herself now. Izuku just nodded with a downtrodden look, and though Naruto wanted to help, Izuku had to learn to help himself improve too. You could be trained by 100 skilled trainers, but if you weren't able to improve yourself, then you were placing limits on your growth from the beginning. What was that about? Mina asked Naruto as they walked by. Naruto would tell her later. It's on the move, that thing is too much trouble. The second I get that thing back, I'm going to lock it up again. Naruto frowned as he thought on it. It was his key to unlocking the secret powers of his quirk, but at the same time, it was his biggest weakness. He had never intended for Tsuyu to get her hands on it. He would have preferred if Mina or Kirishima were holding onto it for him while he was knocked out. Actually, he would have much preferred his uncle over everyone else. Sadly, only a few people knew what it was, so he doubted that Shota knew how dangerous it was to leave with Tsuyu. He couldn't afford to leave his weakness exposed, even if it meant he was sacrificing a large amount of his potential. Let's hurry and find that, and find Tsuyu with it. Mina didn't like how much danger her friends were in. They weren't in a good position. Secret base? Almost complete. Soon, my precious army will finish constructing my cleansing machine. The man looked up at an incomplete machine with a smile. He had locked Tsuyu up in her cage, since this part of the base wasn't something she could see. He could just imagine placing the Hoshi no Tama into the machine, and finally powering it. He had already created his 15 core controllers for the machine, and he had them strategically scattered across his base. The machine was 55% complete, and he had begun constructing the second the location of a Hoshi no Tama was located and seen moving around. He had almost lost hope that he would never be able to go through with his plan, but everything was falling into place. After waiting for years, the wait was almost impossible to take. Not only would he have to wait for his machine to finish, but he needed to wait for the Hoshi no Tama to finish charging up the machine. He could have done this all years ago, but it had become impossible to use Kushina's Hoshi no Tama, or even her mother's Hoshi no Tama before her. Both of those had been shattered long ago, and even if he put them back together, it wouldn't restore their power. Boss, the machine's completion will be ready in an estimated 31 hours. Very well, and the charging time? The man asked his robot. 15 minutes. Then that is how long this world has, before the cleansing will start. Be sure to collect all of the heroes that are on my list before then. My new world will only accept the best, and the genetics of heroes can't get any better. I want a diverse gene pool at my disposal for cloning. The man gave his orders. He wanted all of those pods filled, and he wanted to begin the process of creating the next, perfect, generation of humanity. Using his hero collection as a genetic base for his experiments. The world had less than 2 days before he started to purge it. Understood. The man smiled. I have a dash. With Naruto. Bad feeling about this. First Tsuyu went missing, and now everyone seems worried about something, and Ryuko won't answer her phone, neither will Rumi, and she never rejects my calls, Naruto said as he tried to call anyone he could. Something was weird, civilians seemed like they were in a state of unrest at the moment, and nobody was willing to say why. Did something happen while he was out cold, something that freaked everyone out so much that people were getting off of the streets as quickly as possible? Why were people so freaked out? Who is Rumi? Mina asked as she pinched his cheek. Also, where are we going? Mina questioned further. Seeing Super Gramps, his text message is weird. I should check up on him. Considering how people are acting, and the weird feeling I have, something bad is going on. This is like the feeling I got yesterday, Naruto mentioned with a frown. It was like the feeling, but there was no voice in his head this time. The feeling of imminent danger was bad enough. Mina was silent at the reminder of yesterday. Think a big villain is going to show up again? She wasn't sure she could handle that right now. They got to a small house, and Naruto walked inside using his copy of the key. Frowning when he right away saw signs of a fight, Naruto looked around. Super Gramps, you here? I smell burnt ketchup. The microwave? Naruto walked over towards the microwave and looked at the ketchup stain on the ground in front of it. The smell wouldn't be burnt though if it was just a stain on the ground. He opened the microwave, and he didn't see any ketchup there either. Mina looked into it, and because she was shorter than Naruto, she was able to see the top of the microwave. Ah, a message, what does I've been taken mean? Mina asked, and she spoke that I've been taken in English, a language she wasn't super familiar with. A language Naruto was familiar with. I'm calling my uncle, Naruto stated with a frown. With Toshinori? All Might, captured. Toshinori laid on the ground, clutching his side as his body was covered from neck to foot in a highly dense material that was so heavy, even he had trouble moving in it. The material kept growing tighter and tighter around him, and when he tried to use his strength to get out, all it did was loosen up and jump off of his body, before it would get right back on it. His phone started to go off, and one of the men destroyed it the second he noticed it. They surrounded him and placed him inside of a mobile pod. Not yet, I'm not. Going into his muscle form again, having been forced out of it, he broke free for a second. He managed to break out of the pod, and though he was free, it didn't last long. His quirk was erased. A portal opened up, and Eraserhead came through with an emotionless face. His quirk active, and forcing Toshinori to stop using his own quirk. Before he could escape, he was shot with the capturing gel that got him before, and a second pod was placed around him. All Might, captured again. The number 1 hero, was captured. Chapter 31 Heroes Menagerie. Point 2. Now, normally we don't do these things, but if they will help All Might investigate a missing girl, this is her address. Mina had a dull face when she saw Naruto lie to a police officer, using All Might's name of all things, to get information from, again, the police. What was more surprising was that they didn't even check to see if Naruto was telling the truth, by trying to contact All Might himself. They just looked up the personal information of a citizen, and were giving it away to Naruto like it was nothing. More heroes had gone missing, and it was getting worrying. Thank you, I'll tell All Might how much help you've been. Naruto nodded his head, keeping a straight face through the entire lie. He didn't allow a single bit of his fib get through his voice, which was surprising considering he was normally a shitty liar, to those who knew him well enough at least. Please, keep this a secret. All Might is undergoing this investigation under the radar right now. Naruto forced a smile and put a finger to his lips. His uncle was one of the kidnapped heroes, he just knew it, and it would be bad if people assumed that All Might had been captured. No doubt, this news would leak, and people wouldn't assume their symbol of peace had gotten kidnapped. In times like this, the people would crumble without hope, and All Might being captured was the same as losing hope. The officer nodded with a wide, hopeful smile. It hurt Naruto to lie to this man. With All Might, now this won't do. I knew he was injured, and I figured out how his quirk works and the methods around it, but in this condition he has no worth. Fix him. The man spoke as he looked at All Might's smaller, skeleton-like form. He saw the heavy wounds, and while he never knew what caused them, he knew that this was All Might's new true form. Of course, that wouldn't do, he needed a fully healthy All Might. Replace the damaged organs, and place him in the restoration chamber for 4 or 7 cycles. Then place him back in stasis. The man waved off the robots to go and do his bidding. Funny, his sensor said that All Might was quirkless right now, which was impossible considering he was using his quirk earlier. His machines couldn't give him back a quirk, but the damage done to his body could be repaired at least. The greatest hero deserved that much. He wanted heroes as they were when they first debuted, and while he had a costume replica from All Might's debut, it would do no good if All Might was in a lesser condition. He had made sure to make Midnight wear her debut costume, and all of the heroes were in their debut costumes as well. It wasn't really worth anything to be honest, other than collection purposes. Shall we start the cloning process for the other heroes, sir? No, we'll clone them to repopulate the planet once we have cleansed this world of lesser humans. The man didn't want to do things out of order. First, the world needed cleansing, then he would clone the best heroes, not to mention he was still adding to his collection. Who was to say he would be fine with just capturing the top 10, and the popular heroes? He was going to capture every hero who had caught his eye before ending the world, those with good quirks, good reputations, and most of all, those who had cemented themselves as legends. Tsuyu's home? We're really doing this? Mina asked with a slightly down expression. They were doing something wrong. We need clues to find Tsuyu. At the least, I need something that has her scent on it. If I transform, my nose should be able to track her scent for miles. Naruto stated with an equally upset face. They were going to be invading the girl's privacy, and the girl had saved his life too. This was to find her though, because Naruto had the sinking suspicion that she was related in some way to the disappearance of the heroes. After she vanished, multiple heroes started vanishing as well, including his uncle and Super Gramps. If they could track her down, then maybe that would be what they needed to help them find the pros. So, when Mina knocked on the door, she was surprised when it wasn't a parent who answered the door, but a young boy. Hello Samidare, I'm your sister's friend from school, and I don't like asking this, but can we come in and check her room out? Mina placed her hands together in a begging position. The boy looked between them with a straight face for a second, before he closed the door in their faces. Naruto twitched. That was a normal thing to do, sadly, it didn't help them. Naruto knocked again with a little more harshness to it, and the boy opened the door once more. Go away, Tsuyu isn't here dash. We're not here to hang out kid. Your sister is missing, right? We're here to try and find her. Your sister saved my life, and she might be in danger. I know we're strangers to you, but heroes are vanishing, and right now, the two of us are the only ones looking for her. Naruto was a lot less nice as he glared down at the child. If the boy slammed the door in their face one more time, then he was going to break down the damn door, and pay for it later of course. Samidare looked a little put off at first, before he nodded. Okay, her room is upstairs, first on the right, take your shoes off. Samidare told them as he welcomed them in. Thanks. Mina passed the boy and smiled, taking her shoes off along the way. Naruto went in after her, did the same, before he pat the boy's head. Sorry I was mean there kid. We're really going to try and find your sister though. Naruto told the boy as he passed him. He followed Mina as the girl went up the stairs and into Tsuyu's room. When Naruto followed her, he was a little surprised to see her room looking very normal for the most part. He closed the door behind them, before he started to glance around. First, we should get a piece of her clothing, something she wore recently that has her scent on it. Naruto stated, and Mina already had that one taken care of. She opened Tsuyu's closet and pulled the skirt she had been wearing a few days ago out of the hamper. Unlike a shirt, this would be easy to carry around for them, they could fold it up and fit in their pocket easy. Not to mention a shirt was too bulky, and bras and panties were too, well Mina wasn't comfortable with her boyfriend sniffing that. It doesn't look like she was taken from home, no signs of a struggle at least. Everything is pretty clean. Mina looked around the room. Books, DVDs, CDs, yaoi manga, seems like none of this stuff is out of place. Mina looked at Tsuyu's well-organized bookshelf. Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash. We can agree to disagree on that last one, but you're right, everything seems to be normal here for the most part. Naruto stated as he grabbed the skirt from Mina, and closed his eyes. Transforming, Naruto smelled the skirt and started to memorize her scent. The smell was sweet, she used a very nice body soap. It was a little bitter because of the very small amount of poisonous mucus on her skin. It had the female scent on it as well, hormone-wise at least, and he could smell the sour of sweat on it. The unique blend was easy for him to memorize, and with it done, he tossed her skirt on her bed. Let's go, once we walk around, I can get a better read on her scent, Naruto told Mina, and she nodded. Naruto powered down, and she followed after him as they were walked out of the house by the younger brother, and when they left, they could see the boy sending them a slightly suspicious look. He didn't fully believe them, but gave them a chance. I think this is the first time we've ever gone out actually looking for hero work before, usually it just finds us, Mina commented as they started their walk away from the house. Whenever they fought villains, before joining UA, it had always been where they were out doing something else. This was the first time that they were actually purposely doing illegal hero work. Naruto frowned. We don't have a choice. Pro heroes are vanishing, the top 10 are gone. See the road, no cars, no people. Everyone is scared shitless, and the heroes are all busy trying to find the other heroes. They aren't going to care about one missing girl at a time like this. We need to find her, and with her, we might find the others, and Naruto trailed off. He didn't want to make it sound like he was only tracking her down to save his own life. He would track her down if she had his ball or not, but right now, her disappearance didn't seem like a coincidence with the heroes vanishing. Mina held his hand, and smiled up at him. They would find her together. He would do anything for his friends, that's a reason I love him so much. Mina didn't say her words out loud. She just smiled, using her love as a way to get her pumped up to find their friend. She was happy that Naruto was so brave in the face of these trying times, because she might not have been if he wasn't there by her side. I didn't know you could track Naruto. Mina realized moments later that Naruto was literally tracking Tsuyu down like she was an animal. Naruto furrowed his brow, before his eyes widened. He got a scent. Come on, I got a scent. Naruto took his lowest form and started to run towards the biggest source of the scent. Mina chased after him, able to somewhat keep up with him with her athletic build. They might just have a lead yet. Healing chamber? What do you mean he can't be healed? All Might's injuries couldn't be healed through his medical science, and it was frustrating for him. Even with what they could do, they couldn't heal the greatest hero and return him back to his prime. To hear that news was absolutely frustrating, so frustrating that he thought about cloning All Might, a better one, and throwing the original away. He forced himself to calm down though, and took a deep breath. He hated that he couldn't have the original in mint condition, sure, but slightly used would be fine as well. The rest of the top 10 were in prime condition, and All Might, the symbol of peace, was an achievement to get on its own. He would have to make do with what he was being given, and that might be a disfigured All Might, but he would live with it. He hated getting second best anything. Not being able to heal All Might to his strongest was like getting a husk of the original. He wouldn't think on it anymore though, because then he would anger himself. All Might's DNA wouldn't have his physical flaws, so the clones he would make would be fine, so all was good. His perfect world could still happen. Back with Narumina. A park, a children's park? Mina corrected herself when they started to run into the park. It was the middle of the day, but there were no children at the park. With the disappearance of heroes, parents were no doubt keeping their children inside right now. Naruto leaned down closer to the ground, and he looked around. He could see quite a few sets of adult footsteps, but the high heels in the dirt seemed familiar to him. Smelling the air, he smelled a very sweet perfume, the smell of a slightly wet dog, and Shota, all in the same area, but with Shota's scent appearing to be the freshest. Naruto saw slime on the ground as well, though it was nearly dried up completely. The slime gave off the same smell as Tsuyu gave off, so it had to be from her body, but a far more concentrated dose of her. The smells led into the park, but they didn't leave. Eraserhead, Midnight, and Hound Dog were here, but their scents vanish here, Naruto commented as he looked around. He wanted to find any tracks that could be a hint to what kind of assailant had attacked them and taken them. So far, he wasn't finding anything of great importance to note. Mina, help me search the ground, anything that looks weird or out of place. Naruto told her, and she saluted him. Aye, Captain. With that, she got down on her hands and knees and started to look around in the dirt. She would need a shower after all of this, but it would be worth it if they could find a clue to where Tsuyu was. Nothing was standing out to her though, not the children's footprints, not the small, broken coin that had mechanical wire inside of it. Not that long black hair on the ground. Is a small broken coin, with mechanical stuff in it weird? Mina asked as she picked up the broken remains of a strange coin. Naruto looked at her like she was stupid, and she gave it to him. I have no clue what to make of this, but I don't recognize it. I doubt anyone in our class will recognize this level of tech either. We should check with the support class and see if they have any geniuses who know what this is. Naruto was pretty sure the smartest girl in the class, Momo, wouldn't know what this was either. His best guess was that it was a GPS tracker of some sorts, but he didn't want to put money on his guess. He could be very wrong, and it could be something completely different entirely, so it was best to see if somebody else had a clue. To the support class. I think this might be Midnight's hair too, but I'm not sure about it. I'm going to bring it with us. Mina pocketed the long black hair, just in case it did belong to Midnight. Then they would know for sure if the woman had been here, and not just go off of her scent being there. It was possible to fake a scent, there were quirks that could disguise scents after all. They needed to hurry, the longer they took, the more heroes that were going to disappear. U.A support workshop, later. Boom. Oh shit. Naruto pulled Mina back when the door to the workshop exploded, shooting off its hinges. Smoke came out of the room, and was quickly sucked up by the vents. Naruto sighed in relief when he saw that the girl that was knocked through the door, he just noticed her, was unhurt, other than being covered in a large amount of dirt, ash, and oil. The girl was a mess, didn't look like she had left the workshop in a while, and was very sleep-deprived. Holy crap, her boobs, this girl is stacked. Mina, with a slightly above-average rack, felt inadequate when she looked at the amount of cleavage this girl showed off. At her old school, she had been the biggest around, but at UA, she was finding girls left and right who destroyed her. She glanced at the girl, and noticed she wore no bra, and she glanced at Naruto. Then, she slapped her cheeks when she saw Naruto only quickly glanced at her cleavage. Mina elbowed Naruto in the side, she didn't like being jealous, so she only lightly elbowed him. Naruto rubbed where she got him. You're with the support class, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I need to speak with Power Loader about something, can you tell me where he is? Nope, haven't seen him in hours. He was called out to help somebody, I'm all here alone with my babies, which I need to get back to. Inventing my beautiful babies is more important than anything that takes up my time anyway. The girl walked right by Naruto. Naruto glanced in the workshop, and saw it was filled with a lot of inventions. The way this girl talked, she was the one who invented a lot of them, and a good number of them were pretty complicated. Mina frowned. Rude? Then you'll do. I have a machine that I need to question, and have it rebuilt, but mostly, it's an extremely complicated machine I've never. Naruto suddenly had the girl right in his face. She grabbed his shoulders and pushed her boobs up against him, face to face to the point she was practically kissing him. Her eyes bulged in interest, and she had a wide grin. Should have started with that then. I'm May Hatsum, if it's an invention you need looked at, I'm more than happy to help. Come on in, come on in. May grabbed Naruto's hand and started to pull him in. She grabbed Mina by the front of her shirt and pulled her as well, the two of them being practically dragged into the workshop by the girl. That was a newfound interest in what they had. This girl has no personal space priorities, Mina complained in her mind, and Naruto thanked her on the head for it. Ow. Stop being jealous, Mina, even if I think she's attractive, I'll never cheat on you. Also, you're pretty quirky too, anyway, May. I found this coin here, can you tell me what it is? Naruto started when they stopped, and the girl crossed to the other side of a table. He took the coin out of his pocket, and placed it on the table in front of her. She grabbed the parts of the broken coin, and slid them over to her, before she looked at them. The crosshairs she had for pupils seemed to zoom in on the coin, and she looked a little confused. Then she grinned. Ahaha. I have no clue what this is. May admitted proudly, as Naruto and Mina's heads hit the table at that. Why was she happy about that? Not a clue at all. Mina questioned her, and she was ignored. May didn't seem to notice her. Not a clue at all. Naruto asked for Mina, and May looked at him and lifted the coin up. Went over towards her gear, and she grabbed several very small tools, before she came over to the table again. She leaned down closely, before she started to quickly and carefully put the pieces, all of them, back together. She melded the wires together without ruining anything first, and from there she started to repair the coin. She grinned. I have no clue, but with my quirk, Zoom, I will repair this no problem. Once I repair it, I can run it through my computer and see the data this thing has. This is such a high-spec piece of tech, somebody has to be proud of this baby. Oh, this makes me excited, super excited, whatever this is, I'll make something even better, May muttered to herself as she continued her work. Mina leaned over and whispered. If she gets aroused over this, I'm out. Going to be honest, still like her more than Himiko. Naruto whispered back. Even if this girl was freaky, she was the good kind of freaky. She was the freaky that was using their freak aura for good, and not evil. May heard them, but only grinned and ignored them. She finished the coin in 15 minutes and 13 seconds. She placed it next to a scanner on her computer, before she started to run a program that would copy the coin's programming into her computer, so that she could see how it was programmed. From where, she could try and see what it was programmed to do. Wow, this is the most complicated programming I've ever seen. Whoever made this is a complete genius, an inventor worthy to be my rival. May spoke as she started to grin to herself. She couldn't even begin to see what everything on the coin was made to do. She got it up and operational again, for sure, but she didn't know anything else. All of the data was super encrypted, several levels of it, and what she could understand dealt with programming that was beyond modern science. She grinned. Do you know what it is though? Naruto asked her with a curious look at her programming. She ignored him for 5 minutes, 5 full minutes, and then she spoke. She got it. It's a teleporter, you rub your finger along the edge to activate it, and then throw it on the ground. It breaks after one use though, and I have no clue where this coin is programmed to lead to. Where was it? May asked with a non-blinking gaze. It could be a clue, where it was found. A park? Then this one might lead back to the base of the maker, but I can't be sure. It does have a GPS tracker in it, but the tracker doesn't track the coin. Instead, it seems to track the location of something else. Odd. I like it. It will take me hours to understand all of this. May liked the challenge that was brought to her. This would keep her busy for hours understanding it, and it might keep her busy for weeks trying to replicate and surpass this technological masterpiece. A portal teleporter with a built-in tracking core, the one-use limit was kind of horrible, but it prevented anyone else from getting their hands on the tech, which was smart as well. It was clearly made to be mass-produced. Hours. Here, this is my cell number. When you have it figured out, call me. I want to hear the results as soon as you can. Naruto told her, grabbed a piece of paper on her desk, and wrote down his number. She didn't have her phone on her, otherwise she would have already modified it no doubt. May nodded and put the number in her pocket. Skipping, around the table she grabbed Naruto's face, before she surprised everyone in the room by planting a kiss flat on his lips. It was wet, and lasted for only a moment. Hey, thank you for this, you've given me a wonderful present. You helped too, so don't think I forgot you. May walked towards Mina as the girl prepared to take a swing at her. Grabbing her face as well, May planted a wet kiss on her lips as well. Mina was surprised and blushing in shock when she was kissed like her boyfriend. Then, the two of them were quickly pushed out of the room. What the hell? Naruto muttered as he stood in shock, with Mina. Now go, and next time you find anything this interesting, bring it to me again. What the hell? Mina looked at Naruto and blinked in shock. She pointed behind her into the workshop, right back at May. She didn't know what to make of that either. The girl had just planted kisses on both of their lips, and it was weird to say the least. She was never talking to that girl again if she could help it, and only when she was sure that she wasn't going to have her lips violated again. The hair? Naruto reminded her. Damn it. May, do you have anything that can track a person by their DNA? Mina ran back into the workshop. May looked at her with dull eyes. Yeah, but I took it apart to improve it. I'll work on that after this coin, so give me a few hours. It shouldn't take me more than a few minutes, and this is way more interesting. May started ignoring her again with a smile, in favor of looking at the rows and rows of data in front of her. Oh, the sweet programming fountains of knowledge she was to learn from. Naruto frowned and walked back in after Mina. May seemed very self-centered by nature it would seem. If you can work on the tracker first, then I can give you tickets to go to Island. If you ever break up with this man, he is mine. Well, my deeply connected friend, give me 15. 10, give me 5 minutes and you'll have a DNA tracker. May turned and looked at Mina with a hardcore look. One that Mina wasn't comfortable with, for reasons, and then the girl was all smiled as she went into her pile of inventions, and pulled out a small radar-looking device. This can track anyone who possesses DNA with a 100% genetic match within a 10-mile radius. I took it apart because I learned that it thinks twins are the same people, and tries to track both at the same time. Kind of useless when chasing criminals with twins. May meant to have her invention fixed up so that it didn't do that, but it was harder to program a machine to tell twins apart, and only track one of them. Darn those twins, and their perfectly identical genetic codes, making her machines have fatal flaws to them. Mina stood next to Naruto, holding his hand to calm herself down. This girl was very upfront with her desires. -30 minutes later. This thing has another flaw the girl forgot to mention. Mina was a little angry when they started to follow Midnight's DNA signal, and it took them to her apartment. Well, we can't get in there dash. Naruto leaned down and looked at the lock, before he transformed, and put the tip of his claw into the lock. After some careful work, Mina was surprised when she heard the click, and Naruto turned the handle of the door, opening it up. Midnight's been kidnapped, we might find clues dash. I'll go in alone this time. Midnight is the 18+ rated hero. I don't want you seeing anything in there. Mina went in alone and closed the door behind her. She had the radar in her hands, and she followed it. Walking into the bathroom, she saw Midnight's hairbrush, and the radar was telling her the hairbrush was Midnight, because of all of her hair on it. It didn't just sense twins, it also sensed any large amount of DNA of the person it was tracking, which was less than helpful. Mina went towards Midnight's room, and she looked around, not seeing anything. Mina covered her mouth when she saw how many of those types of books she saw on the shelf. She felt a little pity towards Midnight in that instance, when she saw close to 100 or more books detailing that, and several about marriage. Well, she was getting to be that age after all. What is this? Mina questioned when she saw a costume doll. The doll was shaped like Midnight herself, and it was currently naked. She looked at it curiously, and saw that it seemed to have been moved out of its spot and thrown aside. Looking down at the ground, she saw a second one of those broken coins. Whoever kidnapped her, broke into her apartment and stole something too. Mina guessed as she put the broken coin in her pocket. That was a pretty big clue. Wait, did they steal her hero costume, or an older version of it? That kind of made sense, but at the same time, it really didn't. Find anything? Aya! Mina screamed and threw acid behind her. Naruto jumped out of the way the second that she threw it, and the acid burned through almost 35 of Midnight's books down to the last pages. Naruto looked at them, before he sighed. I'll pay for it, and apologize to Midnight for you. Naruto palmed his face, before he looked at his blushing girl. She better have found something. Okay. I found another coin, and this mannequin looks like it's been stripped and tossed aside. Mina pointed out the only two strange things she found, other than Midnight's large porno collection. She didn't make a point of mentioning it naturally, as much as she wanted to. Some things didn't need to be said. Naruto frowned. So, we know the maker of this coin did something to Midnight now. Let's get out of here, Naruto said as he turned to leave. He had gotten worried when Mina had taken her time, but now they were going to have to try and track down Midnight through another method. Mina nodded and followed after him. They were getting closer to finding the truth. With Tsui? They just brought me lunch, so maybe I can sneak out and check this place out. If I try and escape, they'll catch me. These bars? I might be able to slip out. Tsuyu had a small body, not counting her boobs and hips, but small enough that if she was lubed up, she might be able to squeeze through the bars. She finished off the lunch they brought her. Right now nutrients were nutrients, and she needed them if she was to try and get information to her friends. She couldn't rely on pro heroes right now, since this man seemed to have intimate knowledge and a method to defeat almost every pro hero. The man had captured the entire top 10 and dozens of pro heroes now. That included All Might. She needed to rely on her friends, who this man was underestimating. His quirk, he hasn't used it on me since it was broken the first time. It let him control me, but how does it trigger? Tsuyu tried to think about it as she started to strip herself down to her underwear. A sports bra and regular, non-sexy, panties. She started to build up as much mucus on her skin as she could, the slime spreading over her body. She didn't know how long she would have, but she would need to get back to her cage quickly if she couldn't escape. She squeezed her body towards the bars of her cage, and she was actually able to force her body through it with extreme trouble. Popping out of the other side of the cage, she hopped towards the wall and started to crawl on the wall towards a window. She crawled out of the window. Rib bit. She couldn't escape, not without help. She wasn't just in a fortress of a villain, no, this man went above and beyond, with extra points towards the above. This man had created something that was to be expected of a man that had captured so many pro heroes in so little time. She would fall to her death if she tried to escape on her own. Chapter 32 Heroes Menagerie. Point 3. This is another of those core chambers, but what do these cores control? Tsuyu crawled on the ceiling and looked down at the machine that was surrounded by a cage of thick glass, with a small crystal being placed in the middle of the machine, a small broken crystal. There was a powerful electrical charge that, just by being in the same room as the machine, made her hair try to stand on end. She mentally marked this place down, and noticed that there was a hero pod inside of here as well. The hero pod that was inside of this room seemed to belong to the hero, Ms. Joke, and there was the woman in her pod. Frozen in stasis until she was ready to be used, it would seem her power and popularity wasn't high enough to be placed with all of the rest of the best heroes in the main chamber. She had visited 5 of the 15 core chambers already, in the few hours that she had managed to slip through the bars, and she had noticed that so far, there was a hero pod in each chamber. Were they guardians for the core chambers? So far, the only hero pods she had seen in the chambers contained Ms. Joke, Snipe, Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and Ingenium, all of which she noted down as having been captured heroes. Knowing she didn't have much time left, she started to crawl back into the direction of where her cage was. It was soon going to be dinner, and while she was in the cage, she was being treated moderately well. She was being given 3 meals a day, all of which came at the exact same time, and soon it would be dinner. He had told her this much himself, since she was supposed to survive the end of the world in order to be a reminder for the man. The fact the machines weren't looking for her was enough to prove that they didn't know she was gone yet. This place was massive. How had the man managed to do all of this without anyone noticing over the years, and moreover, she had yet to see another living human being as well. The only humans were in pods, and all of the workers were robots disguised to look like humans. All of them looked exactly the same, and dressed the same though. She had yet to see the man's face either, even though he had taken to dragging her around on a leash. I was the first to disappear, so somebody in my class might have put a connection there. If they can track me down, we might be able to destroy these cores, that might power this place down. Tsuyu didn't know how the man planned on cleansing the world. If she could find where that machine was, then maybe she would be able to try and break it, or at least make notes on it. As it soon, she was crawling as quickly as she could to get back to her cage. She didn't have long now, and thankfully she was close to her cage. There are only 2 pro heroes on your list left uncaptured boss. Good dash. Tsuyu froze and looked down at the room she had crawled in, and saw the man walking with a robot following him. She held her breath, and she stuck herself to the wall, and closed her eyes. Praying that she could do this, she changed her body heat and the color of her skin. Using her frog quirk, she forced herself to camouflage herself to match the ceiling that she was on. It wasn't perfect, and her underwear would give her away if anyone paid real attention to her. And my machine, how much closer to completion? The man asked, and he sounded almost like an excited child. The machine, she needed to hear this. Our earlier calculations were off. The machine will be ready by 4:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, but right now, it is slightly operational. Good. Capture the last 2 good pro heroes, and prepare for a test fire. I'm going to announce to the world the end of days, and provide them with a little preview of what's to come. It will give them time to make peace with their end. There is a small abandoned island nearby has always been a stain to me. The man spoke, and with that knowledge, Tsuyu started to quickly and quietly crawl into the next room. She dropped down from the ceiling, and ran towards her cage, squeezing herself between the bars. She didn't have long, maybe a minute or two, but she had to get dressed again so she didn't look suspicious. How was she going to relay this to her friends? As it stood, it looked like the world, family, her friends, everything she loved was going to come to an end. Tsuyu couldn't help as tears tried to escape the edges of her eyes. Calm-headed she was, but she had emotions like anyone. She squeezed her eyes shut and closed the tears out of them, wiping them from her face. Part of her wanted to give up hope, because if the world was destroyed, her hope would be destroyed with it. The rest of her was trying to deny that part of her, because she wanted to be a pro-hero, and dealing with hopeless situations came with the job. He needs Naruto's Hoshi no Tama thing to power that thing. If I get it, and break it. No, he mentioned something about a connection. I can't risk Naruto's life for a plan that might not work. If he releases the pro-heroes on me, I won't get close anyway. Tsuyu wasn't going to get close to the ball, and she knew it. She was starting to get an idea on how the man's quirk worked though, after seeing him use it on several pro-heroes, and she had seen several flaws in it. She didn't know just how he was able to control so many pro-heroes at the same time, but the man never stood in front of a person he wanted to control for starters. He never let anyone see his face either, so one of those things had to be connected with a quirk trigger. A Hero Workshop? Still don't like her a lot. Didn't matter that Mei was currently their biggest lead to finding the pro-heroes and Tsuyu, and it didn't matter that the girl was being so compliant with their demands, considering that Naruto had promised the girl a trip to Island and had given her some super high tech. It didn't even matter that, even Mina knew this, that both she and this girl had similar levels of enthusiasm about the stuff they liked to do. The fact this girl was so attractive, plus with how open she was with what she wanted and what she liked, finally combined with the fact she was kissed by this girl cemented her dislike. After this girl had kissed her boyfriend as well, and threatened to steal him if she ever broke up with Naruto. What do you have? Well, I was able to trace the tracker in this coin, which I will dub the TPC, and I know where it will teleport things to. Also, with what I had in the lab, I was able to make 20 copies of the coin. Mei spoke as she showed the stacks of coins. She had been able to remake them, without improving them like she wanted. It was easy now that she had taken the coding in it, and been able to replicate that. Mina smiled. We can take the entire class to save Tsuyu. Wrong. 5 of these coins will teleport you to the enemy base, and 15 of them will teleport you back here. You have 21 usable coins though, and my copy coins can only open portals for maybe 2 seconds. After 1 to 3 people crosses the portal, my coins will break. Mei corrected her with some frustration. The coins she had made were inferior in quality to the originals. She had tested them by opening portals in her own lab, and broken quite a number of different coins doing it. Her TPCs were vastly inferior to the originals, and that angered her. Even with several hours of hard work, she hadn't surpassed this person's invention. If the pro-heroes were captured, then only about 10 people can use the portal coins to get here, and maybe 45 will be able to come back through my portal coins. Mei didn't like the limits of her own copy inventions when compared to the damn originals. Whoever made these was a frustrating super genius, with a level of tech savvy that she couldn't even begin to compete with. She loved the feeling of competition, and hated these feelings of losing. 21? The sound we started with, it can teleport there or back, I take it. Mina, let's split up and get some people we can trust to join us, or we think will help. Naruto told her with a nod in thought. They were going to need to build a small team, at least 3 fighters, and 2 people more geared towards rescuing. Can you get Achiko? Her zero gravity is the best thing for safely transporting people. Naruto's first thought was her. With her ability to negate gravity, their mobility would vastly improve, and if everything went south, she could be a good method of escape. Who? Classmate of ours? So, her, and Bakugo and Todoroki? Mina asked, since she figured those 2 would be better for battle roles than most of their other classmates, herself included. With her acid though, she was a good fighter with both long and short range. Not to mention she was good for a variety of situation. Naruto thought about it for a second too, which gave her confidence in her idea. He shook his head. They dash. The TV in the room turned on by itself, and it was completely static at first. Mei blinked in confusion, as did Naruto and Mina, when she reached for the remote and tried to turn it off, but it kept itself on. The static slowly started to vanish though, and instead of static, it revealed a man in a black suit with a white mask, standing on a boat with a view of an island behind him. The man's arms were crossed behind his back, and sitting next to him was a briefcase. "Hello world, my master wishes to relay a message to the world. Don't bother trying to turn the TV off, the signals are all being interrupted. My master wishes all of you have been having a good day." The minion bowed to the camera slowly, and politely. His robotic-like voice lacked any emotion, showing on sincerity in his words. "What the hell?" Naruto asked quietly, and he wasn't the only one. "Total robot." Mei pointed at the guy on the screen, and guessed. She was sure that man was a robot made to look like a person, his movements completely gave him away in her eyes. If the man had built a coin capable of bending space and time, then he was capable of building a robot that could seriously pass for a human in looks. "What is that in the sky above that island?" Mei asked with some curiosity in her voice. It was massive, visible from a distance, maybe the size of a western castle. It started to fly down out of the clouds into frame, and it looked like a high-tech flying castle, with several flying rings around it. It had a massive cannon coming out of the bottom of the fortress, and it was unknown what was keeping this giant metal masterpiece in the air. If Mei had to guess, it would be some kind of anti-gravity device that was holding it up, with some kind of flight control built into those rings. "As you've all noticed, your heroes." The minion spoke, and the screen switched to what looked like a view of the inside of a beautiful cathedral. Yet, letting the walls of the cathedral were display pods showing some of the heroes that had gone missing, and in view were several of the top 10 as well. That's Midnight, in her original costume. These guys were the ones who broke into her apart, and might have taken Tsuyu. Mina shouted when she saw a brief glance at Midnight in a pod. The screen switched over back to the view of the minion that was overlooking the island, and the massive mechanical fortress. With that one look at Midnight, it was easy to guess what had happened to her apartment. Those people had grabbed her original costume for some reason, which didn't make a ton of sense to her from an evil standpoint. Mei grinned. "Bring me back some of their tech. Have been captured. Any pro-hero that could have had any hope to stop us is gone, having been easily captured with my master's genius planning. Now, before first sunlight tomorrow morning, this world will be cleansed." The minion spoke as the cannon on the fortress, the one hanging from the bottom, started to charge itself up. A blue glow started to escape the bottom of it, and the sky started to darken around the fortress. Lightning bolts tried to zap the fortress, but they were absorbed by the rings outside of the fortress. "Now my master wishes you to see a taste of what awaits." What the Naruto started. The island was a beautiful island. It was an old abandoned island with a city on it that had long since lost human contact, but nature had blended with it well. Suddenly though, a massive torrent of blue flames shot out of the cannon, and liberally coated the entire island in seconds. Plumes of smoke rose up high into the air, and large amounts of hot steam rose from the ocean as the flames made contact with that as well. For 10 seconds, the island was bathed in flames of blue, and for those 10 seconds everyone could only watch, across the globe, in shock as the flames were cleared away, to reveal nothing. Everything that had been covering the island was gone, melted to the ground, or turned to ash and glass. The city on the island, gone, reduced to nothing in the wake of the flames. Mina's eyes widened, and she felt a sudden fear echo through her entire brain, and even Mei, the excitable girl, dropped to her knees when she suddenly realized what was going to happen to all of them. "We're going to die." Mei was going to die without achieving any of her dreams. Naruto grinned. Now it all made sense. Those weren't just flames, those were the flames that were produced by his quirk. Tsuyu's disappearance, since she was the last person in possession of his Hoshi no Tama, made sense now. She had refused to give it up, and had been taken with it to that sky castle. The heroes all vanishing, those who were worth anything or could stop this villain, this supervillain, it made sense to. The guy didn't seem to want to kill them, and was collecting them for some reason. The reason why he could feel his Hoshi no Tama always on the move, and why the GPS on the coins were saying their portal location was always moving. The flying fortress was in the air, above the clouds, so naturally it would always be on the move. "Everything we've done, it's for nothing." Mina had tears form in her eyes. "By the time the sun rises tomorrow, this world's cleansing will begin." The screen went black, and then a doomsday clock appeared on the screen, counting down until the start of the end. "You're grinning?" Mei asked with a shocked look on her face. Mina's head spun and looked at Naruto in shock, before he placed his hand on top of their heads. Mina didn't know why, but she could feel as if some of his confidence was flowing through her. Naruto pointed at the clock. "Now, our enemy has revealed himself. We know what he plans to do, we know where the pros are. After all, now we can focus on a single goal. Mina, go get everyone in Class 1A. If he thinks there isn't anyone left to stop him since he has the pros, let's show him what students can do. Naruto grinned wide and proud. With the final boss in front of them, they had a goal and a target finally. They weren't just searching around for clues anymore, and they had a time limit for when they would lose. Everything had fallen into place. Mina looked at him with wide eyes. You have a plan? You think we can win? Mei asked over Mina, and Naruto slammed his hand on the table. The two of them both jumped in shock, the fear they had been feeling was gone. They could only look in his blue eyes, and see nothing but confidence. Mei, I need you to track where that fortress is going to start, what part of Japan he's going to start his cleansing. Right now, I'm sure the Air Force and Navy are going to try their best to fight, and the pro heroes that weren't captured will be helping them. I have no doubt in my mind they won't be able to do anything. You want to go to Island, right, Mei? Then you better hurry. Naruto pointed at her. Her eyes widened in shock, before she nodded and opened up her computer. She plugged some wires into a coin, and she started to look over the GPS coordinates that were constantly changing. She could track the fortress, it was possible, meaning that Naruto might have a plan. The fortress will reach land at this spot. I'll send the coordinates to your phone. Mei typed away as fast as she could. Naruto heard his phone go off, showing she sent them to him. She worked as fast as she could, and slowly a smile worked its way back on her face. You're not going to use the coins? Mei asked with a confused look when she saw Naruto preparing to head out. He grabbed a single coin from her, the original coin. Mina started to text all of the people from their class that she had the numbers for. Naruto tossed her his phone as well once he had the location memorized, and looked it up on his phone. She and Naruto had different numbers saved into their phones. Naruto transformed into his two-tail form and leaned down so that Mina could get on his back and ride him. The beach, 3 hours later. Are you sure anyone is going to come? Mina stood with Naruto as the two of them looked at the fortress in the distance, and it was a distance away from them now. They were watching as jet fighters tried to fight against it, only to be shot down out of the sky. Naruto saluted the fallen men in the sky, since their sacrifice was a noble one. Trying to defend the lives on not only their own nation, but also the world. Sadly, this wasn't going to happen without a loss of life this time, and Naruto wanted to make sure these brave men were honored for their sacrifice, honored by victory. Of course they are? Naruto spoke. The first arrived in the form of a limo, and Momo opened the door and slammed it shut as she ran towards them. She was in her hero costume, just like Mina and Naruto were. If they were going to play the part of the pros, then they needed to look the part. Naruto grinned when he saw one of the most important parts of the plan show up right on time. Mina smiled wide when she saw not only Momo show up, but she saw Tenya running down the street towards them as well, jumping off the railing and landing in the sand nearby them. I came as fast as I could. Are we really going to fight against that? Momo asked as she ran up after Tenya. She had originally just planned on spending her last moments with her family, but she had gotten a text from Naruto's phone saying that there was a chance that they could do something about this. She wasn't sure about it, so she had taken the family limo without permission, and decided that she would trust Naruto. Tenya looked at the giant fortress as it came closer. It's massive, can we really take it down? He asked curiously, and Naruto looked at Momo, ignoring him for the moment. Yes, and Momo, I need you to make a boat that can fit about 5 people, make it as lightweight as you can. Naruto told her his orders for her. Her creation ability was key for them not needing the coins to get onto the fortress. Tenya, you're important for this plan, so you should go and fuel up. Naruto told Tenya, who actually came prepared, and showed that he brought several cans of orange juice with him. On it. He started to drink it. She uses a limo, think on that later. Mina thought with a shiver, but her eyes almost sparkled when she saw more and more of their classmates coming towards them, in whatever mode of transportation they had to them. She saw Kyoka coming with Denki, running with Siro right behind them. Momo opened the front of her leotard, and it took a lot visibly out of her, but a small boat shot out of her body and onto the sandy beach. Good. Momo asked with a look that wanted to know why she was doing that. Hey, got the text, we really doing this? Denki shouted to Mina, who he had gotten the text from. Kyoka ran up to Naruto, before she looked at the boat, and then back to Naruto, before at the fortress. That's not getting us to that. She pointed out plainly, seeing as this small boat wasn't going to fit 20 of them, and the boat wasn't going to fly. You got a better plan in your head? Kyoka had to ask him. Naruto just grinned wider. It'll work. Not long after they arrived, while Momo was eating snacks from a nearby vending machine, Izuku arrived with Achiko and Yuga. The 3 of them came from different directions, but they had gotten there with a pretty good time. Izuku ran up to Naruto the quickest, and looked up towards him, with a downright shocked look on his face for the most part. 100%, really? Izuku asked that question alone, because Naruto had sent him a very different text after everyone else had been texted to meet up at this beach. Izuku looked around, and saw it was the very same beach that he had used for his one-for-all training. I brought what you asked, Izuku said as he took out a small rag and handed it over to Naruto, which Naruto pocketed. Good. Where are all the others? Achiko asked, since so far, a little less than half of their class had shown up. She asked Mina, who had sent her the text to start with. She had come as fast as she could, because if there was a chance she could save her parents, she would gladly take it. You would have to be completely selfish to not answer the text this time. Even Bakugo came running in angry minutes later. Achiko, Bakugo. Once Todoroki gets here, I need the two of you and Tenya to come talk with me. Screw you. Bakugo, if you don't want me to kick your damn ass before you die, then you're going to do it. Naruto threatened Bakugo flat out when he got that response. Unable to really answer that, Bakugo just nodded with an angrier face. Slowly but surely, everyone else in the class other than Tsuyu started to arrive and gather in behind Naruto at the beach. Momo finished what she was eating and restored her power, while Tenya finished filling up his stomach with juice, promising that he would have enough fuel to do whatever it was he needed to do. Naruto turned around and faced all of them. So many of them seemed scared of what was happening, and that was normal. Only a few days previously, they had come face to face with real villains for the first time, but this was something on a different level. Some were confident like Naruto, and all were confused at what they could possibly do for this. Naruto didn't grin at them, instead he gave them his confident smile. Tenya, Momo, Kyoka, and Tokoyama? I need the four of you to get into the boat. I'm not going to give you all a speech to tell you we're going to make it. I'm just going to say, if we fail then the world ends. If we want to win, then put your faith. Naruto spoke and pointed to the boat. The four students that he pointed out actually followed his instructions and got into the boat. Tenya saw that there was holes in the back of it that looked like his thrusters, so he sat there and put them through the holes. He could guess that was where they were going to go. Achiko stood next to Naruto. You needed me? She asked, and Naruto pointed at the boat. You're going to get in the boat with me too, you're vital to the success of this as well. I need you to make the boat, and everyone in it other than you, weightless, think you can do that? Naruto asked the girl. She blinked in surprise at the request, before she nodded her head with a smile. She could do that. What about the rest of us? Shiro asked with a grin. Anyone who isn't going up there, is going to be defending the city down here. If those of us going up there fail, it's up to all of you to try your hardest to protect the people of the city. Naruto's words hit hard for those in the boat. Naruto grinned again moments later, before he turned around and pointed at the fortress in the sky. We're not going to fail though. Come on everyone, let's do it. 5 minutes later. Play, you say run. Everyone ready? Come on, it's time to go above and beyond. Bakugo, hit me with your most powerful explosion. Naruto stood at the back of the boat, holding onto it with his bare hands, and the boat only on the ground because of Achiko's weight. Bakugo grinned and a small explosion came out of his hands as he prepared himself for something that was going to feel extremely good. Everyone prepared for the shockwave that would come. Todoroki got ready, and the right half of his body started to freeze, lowering his stance. He created the largest, most powerful ice wall that he could, a ramp that was pointed right at the flying fortress. In a second, his part was done, and he looked back towards the others. Go! Boom! Die! Naruto took Bakugo's explosion straight to the chest, and like a rocket, the boat was pushed forward right up the ice wall. Naruto powered down from his two-tail form with moderate burns on his chest, nothing serious. Everyone on the boat had been pushed back by the speed they were going, and suddenly Achiko looked extremely dizzy. She held herself towards, and dark shadow came out of Tokoyama and started to steer the boat as it approached the end of the ice wall, taking careful aim towards the fortress in the sky. Quickly, they had less than a second, they approached the end of the ice wall and soared through the sky. I've got it. Ida, now. Momo shouted as she used her quirk to create more orange juice canes for him. Activating his quirk, and using its fullest power, flames shot out of the engines on his calves. Any speed they might have lost in the air was regained instantly, and they started to fly through the sky in their boat. Dark Shadow used his wind-like arms to guide the boat in the air. Kyoka pointed her earjacks towards the fortress, and acted as a sonar for any enemy attacks incoming. Attacks came. Missiles. Momo, brains and brawn time. Naruto called out to her, and she created several spears from her arms. As fast as she was creating them, Naruto grabbed them from the air and threw them towards the incoming missiles. Hitting them dead on, they exploded in the air, and their boat sailed right through the flames, with Dark Shadow shouting a whimper as he protected them from the fires and continued to steer them. Tenya started to sweat at the force it was taking for him to keep up his max speeds, shooting the boat forward, even if the boat only weighed as much as Achiko did thanks to her being the only one with any weight. If it weren't for that fact, his engines would have already stalled. Naruto reached into his pocket, before he placed something in his mouth, and gave it a quick swallow. Frowning to himself, and hating what he had just done, Naruto looked towards the fortress with determined eyes. "I'm about to stall," Tenya called out as his engine started to sputter. "Achiko, Momo, do it," Naruto shouted out to the two girls. Dark shadow wrapped around everyone in the boat as Naruto transformed into his one-tail form, and wrapped his arms around everyone. Momo created a bomb, while Achiko touched her cheeks with her hands. Suddenly, she too was weightless. Tenya only saw darkness as dark shadow surrounded all of them. The bomb that Momo created landed in the boat underneath them as Naruto gave one last push forward. The boat exploded, and the 5 of them were sent flying even faster towards the fortress. Inside the fortress, "Master, sensors indicate the object approaching us has exploded." "Fitting," the man spoke simply as he looked at the footage of the explosion with a small smirk on his face. The children in that boat weren't even worth his attention, and now they were dead. It was a fitting end for those so low on the hero totem pole, that they weren't even worth him researching them or their quirks. Good riddance. With the rescue squad? Blaeawa. Achiko threw up over the side of the fortress, as they stood on the bottom layer of it all, right next to an open window. She had pushed herself too far with her quirk, and now she was going to have to deal with the side effects. Tokoyama looked at the burnt blue blanket that was over their bodies, which had surrounded Dark Shadow just before the explosion. It had been a last-second camouflage, to make them look like the ocean underneath them, so if they were being recorded, nobody would see them flying through the air if they only watched the footage for a second. All of them stood up and looked towards the inside of the fortress with determined looks. Other than Achiko. She was still throwing up. Chapter 33 Heroes Menagerie. Point 4. Crunch. "Thank God these are robots, or that would be downright terrifying," Kyoka commented when she saw Naruto bite the head off of the robot, and then proceed to spit it out. She herself unplugged her earphone jacks into the backs of the robots' heads when she fought them, and blasted a super-amplified heartbeat through them. It destroyed them pretty quickly as easily, but she was a little surprised at the ways her comrades were fighting, or not actually. Achiko just made the robots float in the air, and pushed them out of the window. Tenya fought using almost only kicks, Tokoyama was maining Dark Shadow, and Momo wasn't fighting, since Naruto told her to save her quirk up. Also, how did these robots capture any heroes? Kyoka asked with some surprise as they took down the horde of robots that had been in the room, without so much as a real problem. These robots seemed to not even know how to fight them. Most of the robots looked at them, and were unable to identify who they were. Some of them would pull out a weird weapon from their briefcase, but the weapons were usually useless against them. One of them pulled out a weapon that dropped the air pressure, and another used a weapon that made the air around them cold. It was like these robots didn't know how to fight people with their quirks, and were just trying to use weird methods that wouldn't work against them. "Don't throw up when you're on my shoulders," Naruto threatened Achiko as the girl pushed more robots out of the window. Heavily overusing her quirk caused her to puke, but thankfully, or regretfully, her stomach was now fully empty. She had literally nothing in it anymore to throw up, but the horrible feeling of having to throw up was making it too hard for her to walk and fight. Meaning, somebody was carrying her, so she was sitting on Naruto's shoulders until she had the strength to stand and run on her own again. "Tsuyu was in this room recently. I can smell several heroes coming through here, but they are in those pods." "Achiko, do it." Naruto walked over to several hero pods, and the girl placed her hands on each one they passed by. They started to float. "I'm on it," Momo said as she rushed over to the floating pods, and she formed several parachutes out of her body, and attached them to the pods themselves. Forming large rocks out of her body, she tied them to the pods as well. Pushing the hero pods out of the window, she leaned over the edge of the window and watched the pods falling out of the sky at a much slower rate than they would have if they had all of their weight. There? Momo pressed a button she had attached to her belt, and the parachutes opened up, falling safely now down towards the beach, the wind blowing them right back onto land. The combination of Momo and Achiko was the reason why Naruto wanted the two girls to come into the air with them, because they would be able to much more smoothly rescue people in the Sky Fortress than any other combination in the class. Kyoka plugged her jacks into the wall. "Anything?" Tenya questioned her, and she glanced at him. "This room is silent, other than the sounds of machinery in the walls." Kyoka described it the best she could. The reason why she was brought along, not only her moderately good fighting potential, but her ability to act as a radar and a scout. Her small body and radar-like powers made her great for the boat they used to fly, and her quirk would allow her to go off on her own and still be somewhat comfortable fighting. Tenya nodded and activated his quirk, with Kyoka jumping onto his back, rushing out of sight down the nearest hallway, the two of them quickly turning a corner and vanishing from sight. With Tenya's speed and Kyoka's quirk, they would be able to locate as many heroes as possible, and Achiko and Momo would be able to provide the rescue support for them. I think I can stand again. Achiko slid down Naruto's back and onto her feet again. Everyone stayed as alert as they could, with Tokoyama keeping Dark Shadow out at all times to make sure they never had an enemy get the drop on them. Naruto had thought about all of their quirks, and had decided to pick them for this mission based on that. Tenya's engine was good with Kyoka's earphone jack, Momo's creation was great with Achiko's zero gravity, and having only pure one fighter was bad, so Naruto picked a powerful fighter in the form of Tokoyama, who had a very versatile fighting quirk that could provide a range of support in other areas. If they ever got separate, then Tokoyama would be able to provide support to the others rather easily. It was the perfect team for rescuing people in an unknown place, speedy area mapping and locating, combined with fast and safe rescue, while having two fighters to cover the rescuers as they did their job. In this kind of situation, this was the team that was needed. Naruto blinked when he heard movement, and he wasn't the only one who heard the sound of something squishy against the walls. "Guys? Tsuyu?" Achiko asked as she looked up towards the sound of the voice. Surprised, Achiko let out a gasp and pointed at Tsuyu when she realized it was the frog girl that was crawling on the ceiling towards them. In an instant, Tokoyama averted his eyes from the half-dressed frog girl, and covered his eyes with his hands to avoid the temptation to look. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he saw her sports bra and panties, but didn't make a comment about it as he looked away from her, with much less of a reaction of urgency than Tokoyama did. Seriously, they were just underwear, it wasn't like the girl was but naked, so he didn't see why Tokoyama was making such a big deal out of it. "Your clothes!" Momo shouted as she ran over towards the girl. "I had to take them off to escape." Tsuyu spoke like it was normal, though with red cheeks. Naruto reached into his pocket, and he took out the skirt that he had been using to track Tsuyu. Tossing it on the girl's head, she looked down at it when she grabbed it. "This is mine. I went to your house to get something with your smell on it, to try and track you. I kept it, because I didn't know what condition I would find you in. Here, take this to cover up." Naruto draped his cape around her shoulders. She used it as cover to slit her skirt up her legs and zip it, before she gave him back his cape. "Momo, don't even think about using your quirk for this. Save your quirk as much as possible, you're okay in just a skirt?" Naruto asked the smallest girl in the class, and she nodded her head. "I mean, she's wearing a sports bra, people go jogging in those all the time." Even Achiko nodded her head at that. It was a widely accepted practice for a girl to not wear a shirt, if she was at least wearing a sports bra. Tsuyu had red cheeks, and was no doubt not one of the girls that did that, but she was decent at the moment. "So, we have Tsuyu, we just going to save the heroes and leave?" Achiko asked as she pointed to said girl. "They got their classmate, they should get the heroes, and wake them up to let them take care of everything now. Right, now we can let the pros dash. They're being controlled by that man's quirk, somehow, he can put people under a mind control spell. I don't know how he does it, but since he used it on me, he hasn't used it on me since, but it seems to pros haven't been able to break out of it like me." Tsuyu informed them of the state that the pro heroes were in. She didn't know how the man was keeping them all in a state of mind control, and she didn't even know how she was able to break free of his control. She had guesses, but none of them had any real supporting evidence behind them. Achiko fell silent. "Anything else?" Tokoyama spoke up, asking the girl. She nodded. "There are these 15 weird machines. 5 of them are guarded by pro heroes, and in the middle of the machines are small, broken crystal fragments. I don't know what they do, but they seem important. If we break the machines, it could destroy the base." "What are you doing?" Tsuyu asked when she saw Naruto go behind her, and look at the back of her head in his fox form. He used his hands and stared to feel around at the back of her head for something, looking around for anything that might prove her as a robot, or a fake. Nothing to prove she was fake. "I'm pretty sure robots don't stick to ceilings," Achiko pointed out, before Naruto pulled a small tick out of her head. It was a black tick, with a small red antenna on it, and the antenna was flashing red. It was clearly not a real tick, but Naruto took his phone out and snapped a picture of it. Opening the doors to the next room, Naruto looked and saw a hero pod. Glancing inside of it, Naruto saw that there was a tick just like it on the back of the pro hero's head as well. "Holy crap, that's gross!" Achiko shouted out, and Naruto gave it to Momo. She was smart and stuff. Transmitter of some kind. If the guy uses a hypnosis-like quirk, this must be something to help him use his quirk. Momo started to think about it, and everyone entered the next room. Momo started to look at the heroes who were all in their pods, and while she continued to make parachutes for all of them, she looked into the pods. She could see the ticks are all in the same spot on the heroes. It looks like the ticks are all positioned right against the cortex and cerebellum. Did he put this on you when he first took control of you? Momo asked Tsuyu, who shook her head. She didn't even know the man had placed one of those on her, and if it was still on her, then why was she not under the man's control to this moment? It made no sense for her to not be under control. How did you break out? Tokoyama questioned her. I don't know. You didn't break out, my guys, as these ticks are transmitters. The man must use his quirk to send waves into the back of the head that lets him control people's bodies, not their minds. Since Tsuyu's brain is still developing, after a while, she became immune to his control. For the pro heroes, they are adults. Their brains have finished developing, and they can't become immune. Since he has to target the back of the head, he needs these ticks to transmit his wavelength. Momo theorized the best that she could under the stressful situation they were in. In her studies, she had read a bunch about the human brain. She knew which parts of the brain controlled what. That is, provided that you could still think for yourself. Momo admitted the biggest flaw in her theory. If Tsuyu lost control of her mind, then her theory was done. I could still think for myself, but my body moved on its own, Tsuyu admitted, and Naruto looked around. Momo, make us all headbands. Line the inside of them with something that blocks out waves. Naruto told her, even if they could become immune, it would be best if they could avoid being controlled to begin with. Very quickly, Momo made them 6 headbands. Tsuyu was immune, and didn't need one, and gave them out. When Tenya and Kyoka got back from their mapping, they would be given some as well. Tokoyama, you and Tsuyu should go and destroy the machines she saw. When Tenya and Kyoka get back, Momo and Achiko, you two go with them and free all of the heroes. Naruto gave them the plan, what they were going to do. He's taken the spot of leader very well. He's not scary like I thought. Tsuyu looked at Naruto with a twinkle of admiration. She had always thought he was kind of scary, an intense sort of guy, but she could see the hero in him. He was putting everyone with somebody that would be able to help them the most. He was clearly trusting all of them to be able to do their part. What are you going to do? Tsuyu asked him out of concern. Naruto lifted his arm up, still in a sling, and he slammed it into the wall. He broke the cast right off of his arm, and grinned to himself when he didn't feel any pain. I had Izuku get me some super heavy painkillers, so I'm going to play distraction. I can sense my Tama here somewhere. He's using my Tama to power his cannon. If I can get to that, then he can't clease the world. Naruto stated, taking on the most dangerous task for himself. What he was doing was going to attract the most danger, and put him at the most risk. He would no doubt have to fight actual pro heroes, or even maybe fight against the supervillain himself. Kyoka's earphone jack should be helpful. She might be able to break the control on pro heroes for a moment. If you come across any pros out of these pods, hit them really hard in the back of the head. Naruto pointed to the back of his own head for imagery. If they could destroy the transmitters, then they would be able to steal control of the heroes away from the villain, and it would make all of their lives that much easier. Tenya and Kyoka came back at that moment. Are you okay? Achiko shouted out in concern when she saw Kyoka's arm. She had blood dripping down her hand, which was hanging limply at her side. She also had a stained hole in the arm of her jacket. I apologize, it was my fault. As we were scouting, I didn't see a robot with a gun, and Jiro-san protect dash. Shut up already, you told me sorry way too many times. Yeah, it hurts, but I'll be fine. It really hurts actually, but I'll be fine. Thankfully, we were able to locate where all of the pros are. We also saw about 13 or 15 weird machines around the place. Kyoka explained as she covered up her bleeding arm with her hand. She had been shot by an actual god, right in the forearm. Her life wasn't in any danger at the moment, and it wouldn't be if she kept the bleeding slow. Tsuyu. Kyoka looked at the girl, and she smiled in relief. Good, she was safe. Ah. I'm sorry, I won't look at you if it makes you uncomfortable. Small change of plans. Tenya, carry Momo and Achiko and free all of the hero pods. Kyoka, go with Tsuyu and Tokoyama to those machines you saw, and break them. If you see any pro heroes, hit them in the back of the head as hard as you can without killing them. Naruto mentioned as he showed them just the spot to hit at. They didn't need all of the details, but as long as they knew what they would have to do, that would be fine. Texas Dash, get going. Naruto shouted as he shoved all of his classmates to the ground. Naruto powered up and pulled his fist back on his good arm. Naruto saw All Might rushing towards them with a pulled back fist. Smash! Naruto punched his uncle's wrist and redirected the attack towards the side of the room, with the shockwave easily blasting a hole right through it to the outside. Knowing that they couldn't hope to fight All Might, the other students retreated and left this task to Naruto. Naruto looked at his uncle, and he grinned to himself when he had to deflect another punch. Naruto used his tails and smashed them into his uncle's left side, and blood spewed out from his mouth. Looking at All Might in the eyes, Naruto grinned. "You sent the worst possible opponent to try and stop me, villain. I know every weakness this man has, and I know exactly how to counter his fighting style. Looks like you're getting pretty scared if you're going to send the big guns after us?" Naruto stated with a dark grin. Knowing he had the bad guy scared was a great feeling. It meant that they truly did have a hope of succeeding now. 9 more figures started to walk into the room, with one of them transforming into a large dragon the second she got into the room. All of their quirks activating in preparation for a fight that was to come. Nobody can beat the top 10 dash. "Oh, shut up with your monologue, I'm not here to hear you go on and on about how you're unstoppable, and blah blah blah. I don't care, the world is in danger, and I'm going to save it. Anyway, I'm not fighting the top 10. I'm fighting you, and there is no way that you can control the top 10 and have them fight at their full strength at the same time. Let's see what you got." Naruto raised his fists up as he got ready for a fight. If this guy was controlling their movements, not their minds, then it stood to reason that the man wouldn't be able to make them fight at their full skill level. That took a conscious thought to do, and these people were smart and knew how to use their unique quirks to their ultimate potential. This man wouldn't be able to bring out that potential. He was just bringing out an imitation. With the man, damn him, damn him, damn him, damn him. That is the boy. If I kill him, then the flames in his Hoshi no Tama will die out. Damn it. He's here, ruining my plans. He's freeing my collection, and he didn't even let me finish my monologue. The man shouted as he slammed his fists into his throne. He was controlling each and every one of the top 10, and even now he was making them all fight Naruto. Yet, somehow Naruto was able to hold his own against them, and had even powered down so that he was fighting without his quirk. He was being mocked. This child was mocking him, telling him that he couldn't make the top 10 fight at their full strength. How dare this boy make fun of him like this, and insult the top 10 while he was at it? With Naruto? "That's 6 down," Naruto said as he dodged a punch and kicked one of the top 10 in the back of the head, shattering the tick. Out of the control of the villain, the top hero collapsed to the ground, knocked out. If he was facing the actual top 10, and they were in control of their own bodies, then the fight would be going very differently. As it stood though, right now he was fighting mere imitations of what they should be. Hollow shells of them, controlled by a crazed villain. That said, with his uncle's speed and strength, and Ryuko in her dragon form, and Endeavor's flames, it would still be hard to take them down, simply because shattering the ticks on their heads would be a feat to do. Then there was Mirko, one of the fastest of the top 10, and perhaps the third physically strongest after Ryukyu and All Might, and she was just hard to hit enough as it was. Robots with guns also started to come into the room and surround Naruto. They were careful to not shoot the pro heroes as they fired, and Naruto had to transform again to gain strong enough muscles to ignore the bullets for the most part. Naruto was kicked right in the stomach by both of Mirko's powerful legs when he was busy dodging All Might's punch and Endeavor's flames. Naruto hit the wall and landed on his back on the ground, coughing up blood. He felt the heat of strong flames lick his skin as Endeavor put his foot on Naruto's chest, and Naruto looked up at him. He summoned forth flames, and prepared to burn Naruto to a near-death state. "This is what you get for mock dash. I've always wanted to do this dash," Naruto stated as he pulled his fist back, and he slammed it as hard as he could right between Endeavor's legs. Nailing him with a powerful punch, right to that nads. Naruto's punch was strong enough to lift the man off of his feet, into the air, and Naruto used his tails to wrap around Endeavor's legs, before slamming him into the ground, shattering the tick on the head of his head. "And it makes me dash? With Todoroki? How are you smiling right now?" Everyone in Class 1A was extremely busy, catching all of the hero pods that were falling out of the sky, and placing them down safely on the beach. Todoroki didn't know why he was smiling, but something very enjoyable just happened. With Naruto? Seriously, I enjoyed that way too much. Fuck you, Endeavor, come on, it's still 3-on-1. Let's see how your top 10 wannabes can hold up against me. Naruto stated, and he noticed that the longer he fought, the better the villain was getting at controlling the heroes. Not to mention, since he was controlling less heroes, it was easier for him to maintain a firm control over these heroes. Their movements are getting sharper, this is getting a little bad, also. Mirko broke my ribs for sure, thankfully, I feel very little pain right now. Naruto really was going to thank Izuku for bringing him that pain medicine. It was helping him keep his mind free of pain, which was very good for him right now. Boom. All Might tried to rush out of the room when an explosion was heard, and Naruto ran in front of him and kicked him across the face, sending him flying into the wall as well. You're not stopping my friends. Just like I can't leave this room, I'm not letting any of you leave the room. Naruto transformed to his three-tail form and rushed at Ryuko, tackling her against the wall. Mirko rushed him and slammed her legs into him, and he grabbed her with his hand. Naruto snapped his teeth around Ryuko's neck, and the two of them began to grapple. Come on, hero basics, grappling the villain. Naruto repeated with her flesh between his teeth, her scales protecting her from major damage. Naruto slammed the back of her head into the wall, and he did it over and over until she stopped trying to grapple him. He jumped and slammed her head into the ceiling when All Might rushed him, and he barely avoided getting a powerful punch, just as Ryuko transformed back into her human form, knocked out cold with the tick broken. Naruto slammed Mirko into the ground head first. She was super tough, and he shattered the tick on her head. Naruto transformed to a smaller size, and placed the women down gently, before he turned to look at his uncle. I'll just swarm you with every hero I have then. More heroes started to get released from their hero pods, and Naruto saw dozens of heroes with their quirks active coming at him. Naruto raised his fists up, and prepared for the fight of his life against dozens of quirks. With Tsui? Boom. Got the crystal? Tsuyu said as she picked up the crystal, after Kyoka and Tokoyama destroyed the machine that it was inside of. She didn't know why she was picking it up, but if the villain was using them for something, then it clearly wasn't anything good. The hero pod in the room opened up, and they were soon face to face with MT Lady as the woman started to run towards them. Tsuyu jumped up high into the air, and as MT Lady used her quirk, Tsuyu landed on her head. Her tongue stretched out, and she grabbed Kyoka and brought the girl up to their level. Kyoka's earphone jack stretched out and entered MT Lady's ears, before blood came out of them when she took the heartbeat amp at point-blank range. Tokoyama used this as his chance to break the tick on the back of her head, by stretching Dark Shadow up and shattering it. Thank God the guy controlling them seems to be distracted by something. Achiko, Momo, Ida? Kyoka asked when she and Tsuyu landed on the ground, seeing Tenya with the other girls running into the room. They had a few crystals in their hands. The hero pods opened, and the heroes are going to where Naruto is. We're going to join you in this. In the basement? Cough cough. An extremely elderly man, laying in a machine with tubes running in and out of his body, coughed up blood. Most of his body was covered up by machines, including the top half of his head. His body was sickly and pale, and he had almost no muscle. He was practically, or literally, skin and bones. The machines connected to him had their tubes running up into the walls around him, 15 tubes connected to the walls, and several of them were no longer functioning. With the man, those brats, they're ruining it all. The man spoke as he felt an amazing amount of pain run through his mind. This isn't how this is supposed to go, they're just children. I can't be defeated by mere children. The man shouted as he took off his cloak and revealed his face. He had long, slicked-back black hair, and sharp yellow eyes with slit pupils. He wore a black suit like his minion robots, but his had golden lining to it. Several parts of his body were clearly mechanical, including his hands and his neck. He stormed off of his throne, and prepared to go deal with it himself if he had to. He was going to have to put an end to all of these children with this body. He stopped and growled in anger when he sat back down on his throne, hating what he had to do, but if he left his throne then it would become far too hard to control so many heroes at the same time. The back of his neck reconnected with his throne, and he frowned when he realized that the majority of the heroes had been defeated. With Naruto? Ha, 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 fuck, this is hard. Naruto stood on the body of the latest defeated hero, with the only hero still fighting him being All Might himself. Naruto's body was bloody and bruised, with his broken arm snapped in the wrong direction once more. Even on pain medication, Naruto was in a metric ton of pain. Naruto took a coin out of his pocket, and he palmed it in his hand. Naruto ran at All Might, and jumped over a punch, before he threw the coin into the doorway. Opening up a portal, right into the UA workshop, all of the heroes in the room were blasted into the portal one after another, thanks to the shockwave from All Might's punch. Naruto slammed his hands into the back of All Might's head as his eyes widened upon seeing all of the heroes pushing through the portal. All Might passed out when the tick on his head was crushed, and Naruto grabbed him, before he threw him into the portal by the cape as well. No doubt, Mei was super pissed off right now, considering Naruto just dumped dozens and dozens of pro heroes right into the workshop. Oh well, the heroes were off of the fortress, which was good enough. Naruto was going to have to trust his friends were saving the other heroes on the fortress, meaning this was his chance to go and retrieve his Hoshi no Tama. Naruto took a shaky step, and looked down at his legs. Both of them were broken. Recovery Girl was going to love healing him again, when she learned that he had destroyed his body. Boom. Child, you're become a though dash. Save the monologue, I don't want to hear it. Seriously, talk, is that all you villains do when you're pushed into a corner? Oh great, another robot, at least this one looks different, so what should I call this robot? Minion 1. Minion 2? Naruto asked as he raised his fists up. A throne started to descend from the ceiling, and a man sitting on it looked down at Naruto with disdain. Clearly, he hated Naruto at this point, for taking most of his collection from him. That much was obvious, and the man's throne landed in the room with a loud thud. The man stood out of his throne. I'm not going to kill you, but you're going to dash. Monologue. Naruto grinned when the man looked furious at being interrupted again. He wasn't going to let this villain enjoy this, not even a little. You're in no position to smile, brat. I captured all of the best pro heroes. What are you? A child? I can crush you. Yeah, and how many years of planning did it take to capture these pros? Yeah, I'm a kid, but I'm a kid you never planned on. You don't know how I work, you don't know how I fight, you don't have a plan on capturing or fighting me. Just because I'm a student, I bet you didn't bother researching any of my classmates either. Well, your arrogance is going to cost you. My friends are destroying your machines as we speak. Naruto spoke as transformed. Naruto tapped the side of his head as well. The man seemed angrier for some reason. Also, can't control me, can you? Should I turn around? Naruto turned around and showed the back of his head to the man. Nothing. How? The man asked, and Naruto grinned. My classmates are pretty damn smart, we figured out your quirk. Now, what's the name of the villain I'm going to beat up? Naruto asked again as he returned to a fighting position. This robot is more than likely a lot stronger than the rest of them. I better be careful. I'm too injured to take this lightly, Naruto thought as he observed the man in front of him. Just because he was making himself sound cocky, didn't mean he was going to underestimate this man for even a second. Orochimaru. Chapter 34 Heroes Menagerie. Point 5. Releasing yet another pro hero to fall out of the fortress, with a parachute on, as Momo worked with the others to free the 5 pro heroes that were guarding 5 of the 15 strange machines that were surrounding the outside edges of the fortress. They had cleared 14 rooms of machines at this point, and had stolen 14 of the crystals in the machines, while also breaking the machines just for good measure. At the same time, they had actually come across only 4 of the 5 pro heroes that were being used to guard the chambers. So, is anyone else surprised they were picked to storm the fortress? Kyoka asked as she ran behind everyone as they tried to make their way to the last room they would have to go towards. She, personally, had no expected to be picked for this part of the mission, period. She had been expecting to be told to stay behind, and catch the pro heroes that were falling out of the sky. Instead, she was right on the front lines, kind of. Naruto was still doing the hardest part himself. Even then, she had a bullet wound for her trouble, so she had her own hero scar from this event. Hopefully, this won't scar. Kyoka hoped as she looked down at her wounded arm. She wanted to be a hero, and if pain came with it, she would accept it. Yet, she was still a woman, and she didn't want to have any scars if she could help it. If it scarred, she would be just fine, and would get a tattoo or something to cover the scar with. More than likely she'd just learn to deal with it. She expected Momo for sure, since Naruto and Momo's teamwork and their skills together were phenomenal, to the point that they had been banned from working together in class just to make it fair for other students. That girl was to be expected, and Tokoyama was on the higher end of the combat scale in their class. His dark shadow was perhaps one of the more powerful and unique quirks in class, though not as powerful as Naruto's own Todoroki's quirks. I thought Kirishima or Deku would be picked. Achiko looked out, and saw the moon up high in the sky. Doesn't dark shadow get stronger in the dark? Achiko asked Tokoyama, since his quirk was shadow-related. It would make sense for it to get stronger in the dark, and weaker in the light. Of course, the rooms they were in were brightly lit, so it wasn't like they were just in the dark. It just so happened to be nighttime, and it would be morning rather soon. They had been working for what felt like hours, trying to take down all of the machines they could get. Yet, the machines were far away from each other, and the ones guarded by heroes were a lot tougher, harder to destroy in general. Not to mention every time they saw a hero pod, they took the time to free the hero inside. That just means Naruto selected each of us as the best for the job, Tenya stated with a nod. That was Naruto saying he acknowledged their skills and abilities, and not only were they the best for the job, but they could be trusted to do it. It also means Bakugo is going to hate all of us, since he wasn't picked, Achiko pointed out as well. The rest of the class would be fine not getting picked for this, but Bakugo would be absolutely pissed off that he wasn't picked for his battle skills. Though, maybe explosions on a flying fortress aren't smart. It would suck if he hit whatever it was keeping this place flying, and we all went crashing down. Achiko realized with a shiver at how quickly everything could have turned to crap if Bakugo was up here, with all of them. A lot of people could die, yet, the world might be saved, but she was pretty sure everyone on the fortress would be dead if it crashed. Tokoyama was silent, but he made Dark Shadow go in front of everyone as the door slammed in their faces. Not only did the door slam in front of the last room they needed to go to, but extra doors appeared over this room. Massive, iron doors that were thick enough that even all of them together might not be enough to break it down. He had gotten a quick glance into the room, and inside was a crystal that was bigger than the others they had taken. I'll blast it open. Momo was about to form a cannon. No, Naruto said, save your quirk. You've about reached your limit, right? Tsuyu looked at the girl, and she had visibly lost some weight. Her body was thinner than it had been when she first arrived on the fortress. Any more, and her ribs would be visible, and forming a cannon with explosive power would have taken a lot out of her. It would take far too much, all things considered. Momo formed the cannon, and she started to pant as she blasted a home through the iron doors with one booming blast. She was breathing heavily, and like Tsuyu said, her body was getting visibly thin. Her leotard was looser than before, and her belt was hanging further down her legs. She lost a little stamina too, and dropped to her knees and took deep breaths. I'm fine, if I'm not ready to put my body on the line, then I'm not cut out for this line of work. Naruto's facing far more danger than any of us, to allow us to get this done, and the world is counting on us now. We have too many people depending on us for me to think about myself. Momo spoke as she stood back up. She actually got some smiles, Tenya rubbing the tears from his eyes and gesturing to her. Well spoken, like a hero. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, as Momo was shot in the shoulder, and two more as she was got in her thighs. She shouted in pain as she was knocked off of her feet, and Dark Shadow covered all of them. Momo landed her back, cradling her bullet wounds with a pained expression on her face. Dark Shadow. Tokoyama shouted as he sent his Dark Shadow into the hole in the wall, to make it fight against the pro-hero and teacher, Snipe. Azui. Tokoyama shouted and looked back at Momo. Tsuyu rushed to her side, so did Kyoka and Achiko, while Tenya jumped through the hole in the wall and started to try and fight Snipe as well. It was a lot harder than fighting any of the other pro-heroes instantly, as Snipe was able to use his gun against them. He even had robots supplying him with more ammo, and more guns, so Tenya was forced to run around the room and use anything for cover that he could. Snipe dropped a smoke grenade on the ground, and filled the room with smoke, making it even harder for Tenya to try and find the right cover. It's like the villain controlling Snipe is a lot more focused. Naruto must have defeated other heroes. Tenya could see how this could happen. The more heroes this villain was controlling, the harder it was to make all those heroes fight with any level of skill. The more heroes controlled, the more they needed to rely on using numbers. The opposite being true as well, the less heroes being controlled, the stronger the control, and the more skillful the fighters being controlled were. Tenya rushed towards the glass protecting the machine, and for his trouble, he was actually shot in the side. The bullet not piercing anything vital thankfully, and going through cleanly. Still, Tenya's foot rammed into the glass, and put a crack in it. This was the part where Kyoka would have used her earphone jack to shatter the glass. Tenya's engines were out of juice. Thankfully, Dark Shadow covered for him, rushing in front of him to block bullets, and grab him to pull him behind cover. In the smoke-filled room, Dark Shadow grew bigger and more powerful, and more vicious. Rushing towards Snipe when Tenya was behind cover, he used a quick claw swipe, before he tried to tackle the man. It didn't go well for the quirk though. Snipe dropped a flash grenade in front of himself. Ah, sorry, Dark Shadow is weakened by super bright light. How is she doing? Tenya, can you manage alone for a minute? Tokoyama shouted into the room, taking cover behind the mostly intact doors. How do they fight with these injuries? Tenya didn't say anything to give himself away. He looked at his bleeding side, and undid his armor, tightening his shirt around the area. He looked to his side, and saw a gun pointed at his face. Click. It was empty, and as Snipe was refilling his ammo, Tenya used his chance to escape. He rushed to the doors and jumped through the hole, and Dark Shadow blocked the hole once more. Is Yororozu okay? Tenya asked as he limped towards them. He looked at the girl, cradling her wounded body, but she forced herself to try and sit up when that question was asked. She created bandages, and gave them to Kyoka, to tie around her wounded parts. She grunted and yelped when she had her wounds covered up, but she nodded her head and forced herself to stand up. I'm out of juice. Yororozu. Can you make one more can of orange juice? Tenya asked the girl, purely for the reason of allowing him to keep fighting. She nodded her head. Kyoka frowned. No, I'll do it, call Dark Shadow back, and make me light Achiko. Kyoka extended her hand to the girl. Achiko looked concerned, but nodded her head and did it for her. Dark Shadow came back towards them, and Kyoka floated towards him. Grabbing onto her, Dark Shadow rushed into the room through the hole. Let go of me. Kyoka whispered to Dark Shadow, and the second he did, she started to float up into the air. Attention on Dark Shadow, Snipe started to shoot towards the hole to try and get at the kids behind the doors, ignoring Dark Shadow. Shatter. He couldn't ignore the glass case shattering, or the girl falling out of the air. Shooting at Kyoka, and hitting her in the same arm, inches away from her other wound, as she landed on top of him and pushed him to the ground. She stretched her earphone jacks down at him, and stabbed them next to his head. Playing the most intense heartbeat she could manage, she shattered the ground around his head, and when Snipe stopped moving, she guessed the tick with it. She heard the sounds of guns though, shifting their aim to her, and saw the small robot army preparing to open fire. Sorry, gotta use this. Kyoka rolled across the ground and grabbed Snipe's gun, and she fired it at the robots. She missed every single shot. It took more than just holding a gun to use it, it took more skill than she had expected it. Thankfully for her life, Dark Shadow rushed around and destroyed the robots with ease once she had missed, and quickly after, the smoke in the room cleared away. Dark Shadow opened up the doors with some serious effort, but soon enough all of her teammates were in the same room with her again. You did it. This is the last one. Achiko ran over and hugged Kyoka. She was so glad that the girl didn't die. I'll use the last of my strength to make parachutes. Momo spoke as she formed enough parachutes for everyone in the room. She attached one to Snipe first, and with help, threw their teacher out of the window. Watching him fall, she pressed the button to open the parachute from a distance, and smiled to herself as the teacher safely fell down towards where their fellow students were, to catch him. Let's grab the crystal, destroy the machine, and jump. Momo strapped her parachute on herself. Everyone noticed she seemed to be forgetting something. What about Naruto? How will he escape? Tsuyu asked what they were all thinking, and Momo turned and looked at her with a smile. He's Naruto, I'm sure he has a plan to escape. I have full faith in him. Momo answered rather simply. If anyone was a pro when it came to not dying from things that should kill him, it was their strongest classmate. The guy should have long been dead from the things he had suffered from, but he was still alive and well. Kyoka nodded in agreement, and plugged herself into the machine, blasting it to pieces with internal sound waves in one quick blast. Tsuyu hopped up into the machine and grabbed the crystal, ripping it from its spot. In the basement? Splat. Orochimaru spewed more blood from his mouth, his elderly, weak form unable to manage anymore without his connections to the flying fortress around him. Trapped in his machines, he was unable to get up and escape as red lights started to go off all in the room around him. The last of the tubes connecting to his body snapped, and the color of his skin started to drastically grow paler. With Naruto? Fuck. What is that robot body made of? Naruto rubbed his sore fist as he jumped back. He ducked underneath a laser, and rolled out of the way as Orochimaru tried to kick him. The robot fell to the ground on his knees for a moment, and Naruto panted, before he grinned in relief. What? Robot body can't keep up with, what? Naruto stood up straight as the red lights in the room started to go off. Orochimaru's face twisted into a scowl. My life support. Those fools, they destroyed my life support, and the only thing keeping the weapon stable, this entire place could blow at any moment now. Your friends have doomed us all. Orochimaru shouted as his robot body started to fade. Unable to control it very well anymore, with his real body dying. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment, before he sighed and sat down. Well damn. If this place could blow at any minute, and in his condition, then there was no way he was escaping the explosion. Naruto took out his phone, and looked at his contacts, before he smiled to himself. Well, my friends should have escaped by now. If my life is what it takes to save the world, that seems like a fair trade. Naruto looked at his broken legs, and sighed to himself. He wasn't in a great condition at the moment, and transforming wouldn't fix his broken legs. There was no way he was going to escape in time to outrun the place blowing up for sure. Orochimaru looked shocked. Do you not fear death, boy? Of course, this is terrifying. This is the life I signed up for, so I really can't complain, about dying at least. You being the last person I see, now that is something to complain about? Naruto leaned up against the wall and sighed to himself. Naruto felt the pain medication wearing off, and the pain his body was going through was getting much more intense. Orochimaru barely managed to stand up, his control over his false body becoming more and more unstable. This place might have 5 minutes before it explodes, and my real body no longer has the Hoshi no Tama fragments acting as life support. To think, my 129 years of life ends today, even my immortality didn't last. Orochimaru fell down, unable to control his body anymore. Naruto looked at him with a frown on his face, before he sighed to himself. He hated the way that sounded. You seem to have accepted it pretty not. Don't think you've won just yet. Orochimaru shouted with a dark, insane grin on his face. Naruto really didn't like the sound of that. On the B? Guys, all of the pros are safe, Mina shouted as she rushed over towards their friends as they fell out of the sky. The countdown clock that was displayed everywhere had actually stopped. The world was safe once more, in comparison to being burned to ashes at least. There were still villains all around the world of course, but this big baddie was gone now. That medication should be wearing off by now. I hope. Where is he? Izuku ran towards everyone as well. His eyes widened a little when he did a head count, and while he counted Tsuyu, he didn't count Naruto among the people who had escaped. The fortress was flying out of the sky. The world is safe. The bad guy was beaten, and everyone is, mostly unharmed. Denki shouted out, before he saw the blood that was staining their bodies. Half of them were covered in their own blood, but not enough to warrant their lives being in immediate danger. Where is Foxy? Denki looked around for their Vulpine classmate as everyone touched down on the ground. Nobody could see him everywhere. Where is my bro? Kirishima asked as he walked up to Tokoyama, the least injured person present among the rescue party. Tokoyama slid his parachute off his shoulders, before he nodded at Kirishima. He was playing distraction. With his strength, he should escape any moment now. Tokoyama showed his confidence. Seeing as Naruto put faith in him, he would in turn put faith in Naruto to survive. Ding! Mina ignored everyone else as she looked down at her phone, and she saw that she got a text from Naruto. I love you, thank you for being in my life. Mina didn't know why, but tears rolled down her cheeks moments after reading his message. Naruto isn't here yet? I'm sure he would have been done by now, but that means he is still. Achiko turned her head and looked towards the falling fortress as well. Everyone started to look that way. 19 pairs of eyes watched as the base started to come apart. Eyes started to widen. Then, it happened, the base exploded with enough force that even where they were, they could all feel the explosive power of the boom. The heat from the explosion, the blue flames filling the sky itself. Giant parts of the fortress fell into the ocean, the sky clearing and revealing the moon above. Some pieces even rained down on the beach around them. Bakugo even blasted a piece out of the air and into the ocean in front of them. Naruto! Naruto! Mina shouted, screamed, at the top of her lungs as she tried to run towards the ocean. She was stopped when she was grabbed by the wrist, just as a giant piece of metal nearly crushed her. There was silence in the class. Even Bakugo had his head bowed in respect at their fallen comrade. Mina broke down in the sand and stated to cry then and there. His last words to her. She didn't even have the chance to respond to them before Naruto died. His last words were so heartfelt, and even over a text, she could tell they were sincere. His last thoughts before he died, they were of her. She was crying so hard, it physically hurt her body. They had been dating for nearly a full year at this point. They may not always show it, but she had strong feelings for him as well. Most of those in the class were actually crying. He died to give us a chance to save everyone. He was a true hero to the end. Tenya thought, clenching his eyes shut, tears in them at the last act of a real hero. Can somebody please help me? I can't move my body, and I'm in a lot of pain. Seriously dude, what does it take to kill you? Kirishima shouted as Naruto started to float in the water towards them, a shark carrying Naruto towards the land. Everyone watched as the shark dropped Naruto off at the shore, before the shark grew wings and flew away. Dude, I thought that shark was dead. Kirishima remembered that shark as the one that had tried to eat him. Yet here it was again, alive and well, carrying Naruto back to the shore on its back. What is dash? Naruto. Mina pushed Kirishima out of the way roughly as she grabbed Naruto. I love you too. I love you so much, don't ever scare me like that again. I thought you were dead. Mina pulled the limp Naruto into a powerful hug. It hurt him, a lot. Almost every inch of his body was covered in damage and bruises, with massive cuts along his body. Thankfully, he was immune to his own foxfire, so the fire from the explosion actually didn't hurt him at all. It was the powerful explosions from the other fires in the explosion that had done some damage to him, not to mention getting thrown into the ocean hurt like a bitch. Is he too stupid to die? It was a common thought in the class. Got it, got my tama back. Naruto let go of the tama that was in his hand, letting it fall into the sand. He had gotten it back right as the explosion went off. He had a weak grin on his face. Mina flipped him over, before she grabbed his face, and she didn't care that they were surrounded by everyone, and that everyone was watching them. Mina kissed him, and though they had shared many kisses in private with nobody watching, this kiss was perhaps the most passionate one that Naruto had ever gotten from Mina. Tears turned into smiles. Why was he not chosen for this power? Why was it given to me? How could All Might not see that Naruto was suited for this power? Izuku looked down at his fist, and he couldn't help but feel the weight of the power he was given. Seeing somebody who should have gotten the power instead of him, it gave him an empty feeling inside. He had always thought, since All Might chose him, he had been the one most worthy of the power in All Might's eyes, but here was somebody who had fully prepared to die today. Mina was crying on Naruto's face, but they were happy tears. Now this was a happy ending. Okay, now can I go to a hospital or recovery, girl? Everyone laughed when Naruto made that joke, until he coughed up blood. Okay, not a joke. Chapter 35 Rewards and Punishments. Checks. For their work in doing the jobs of pro-heroes, when there were no pro-heroes capable of saving the world, all of the students of Class 1A were given rather decently sized checks for their efforts. Checks from the government that were worth 1 million yen each, about $10,000, for their efforts in saving the world. Sadly, most of the students weren't going to be getting credit for what they did, only the ones who had a direct role in taking down the fortress were being credited in the news as the ones who did anything. That was only because the news had been able to see the kids who were parachuting down from the sky, and had assumed they were the only ones who did that part, while Naruto was the one who destroyed the fortress. For some, the checks were amazing, Achiko, and others didn't really care about the money, Momo. Sadly, the fact that students had to save the teachers had not really gone over well with the parents, which was why the teachers that had to be saved, All Might included, were currently speeding up their plans and visiting all of the parents. It was now more important than ever to get the students to move into the dorms to try and regain as much trust from the parents as possible. It always amazes me how fast he heals. Girl, your arms aren't moving as fast as your mouth is. Midnight spoke down to Mina with crossed arms. The woman was enjoying lounging in a chair, in a swimsuit, while Mina used a fan on her face to cool her down. When Midnight had gotten into her home, she had pretty quickly noticed when she saw her bookshelf, and how her favorite BL books had been melted to nothing. It had been very easy for her to assume that Mina had been the culprit, and even though her reason for being in her apartment was okay, the fact her books, all limited edition, by the way, that she used the most were gone. You two are going to be spending your days off of school working for me until I've had enough? Midnight pointed out as some water splashed on her legs. She wiped the drool from her lips moments later when she looked back to the sight before her. In her other hand was a video camera that was recording Naruto's part of the punishment. I should have stayed injured. I really should have. Naruto lamented the fact he wasn't dying right now. No, he just had to have enough stamina to let Recovery Girl heal all of his injuries in a few days. No, he had to have a sturdy body, a body that Midnight was currently filming. Here he was, being put on display in a fucking Speedo, with nothing else on him. Washing cars for free, this wasn't even to pay for the books. Midnight told them she would forgive them if Naruto did this, and Mina acted as the woman's butler. Even right now, Mina was wearing a butler suit with fitted shoulders, while also taping her chest flat. She had her hair slicked back, and was wearing sunglasses to hide the feminine shape of her eyes. Midnight had turned the girl into a crossdresser for the very purpose of making her look more boyish, and enjoy this situation as much as she could. She's got very questionable hobbies. This woman is a dash. Mina didn't even get to finish the sentence, before Midnight picked up her empty glass, and motioned for it to be filled again. Mina was forced to refill her glass with more tea, as the woman enjoyed watching her boyfriend wash cars. She wasn't the only one. Mina was forced to watch as women of all ages with cars drove into Midnight's free car washes to get the view of the boy who was appearing in the news. Even some men, which disturbed Mina a little to have other men looking at her boyfriend, were coming in for the view. I guess it's not so bad though, Mina thought to herself as she glanced at Naruto. She wasn't going to complain about the view she was getting for sure. Made her a little hot under the collar to look at him with so much of his body revealed, and not bloody this time. Recovery Girl had done amazing work healing Naruto up to full health again. I should have made him wear a smaller Speedo. Midnight let loose a sigh as she looked at only half of the young man's butt being exposed. She should have also gotten one with a design on it, something on the crotch, like the word big or youth. Something along those lines, instead of the simple red Speedo he was wearing. Keep working until you're dripping with sweat, Naruto. I want all of the cars that come through here to shine. Midnight called out to him, before she turned her attention back to Mina. Fan harder, I want him to sweat, not me. I can appreciate how your efforts were to save the world, but ruining my porn dash. Don't you mean romantic novel? Mina tried to help Midnight's image a little. It was porn and we both know it. I'm not ashamed of my hobbies. Midnight denied the help. She was the 18+ only hero. She had an image as a rather naughty woman to uphold, though she was still a rather modest woman as well. She was not ashamed of her hobbies. Her love for youthful and manly men, and her more lustful side, were not things she ever denied. As long as her hobbies didn't hurt others, there was no reason for her to take shame in them. Anyway, you should be thanking me. I can smell a virgin from a mile away, and you reek of it? Midnight winked at the girl. Mina appreciated that, and she smiled and nodded at Midnight. Maybe this wasn't so bad. You know, I can understand why guys look at girls a little, seeing this is kind of hot, Mina whispered to herself. After telling him I loved him, Mina thought to herself, before her cheeks flushed deeply. She looked at Naruto's body, before she looked away and fanned Midnight harder than before. After a while in her relationship with Naruto, about 6 months or so, she had actually been willing to have sex with Naruto if he ever asked her. She would have never gone out of her way to do it, but she was willing if Naruto ever pushed the issue. Now after admitting to Naruto and herself that she was in love with him, now she wanted it. She wanted to make a move, she wanted him to make a move. It was no longer an issue about her being willing or unwilling, this was something she flat out wanted. She wanted to take her relationship deeper. It wasn't just because she was attracted to his body, but they had been dating for nearly a year, and other than the occasional butt slap, they hadn't gone beyond kissing. Even then, the butt slapping was mostly her messing with Naruto, and him giving her dirty looks for doing it at bad times. Oh come on. Oh look at the dirty on that car, he's going to get so dirty covered in all of that. Midnight zoomed in with her camera, her own cheeks flushing. She was so going to use this the second she was alone. Mina glanced down at her. You know that is my boyfriend you're objectifying, right? Mina deadpanned as she made sure that she continued to fan Midnight, really not generally liking this part of it. If it was your boyfriend, Mina's nose started to bleed a little. It's really dry outside, Mina said, ignoring the water and steam that were around them. She didn't give the smirking Midnight the satisfaction of knowing that she was enjoying this right now. Midnight passed her a cold glass of tea. If it's so dry, you must be feeling really thirsty then. Midnight enjoyed teasing Mina, and watching Naruto. She was going to have so much fun with their punishment for breaking into her home, good reasons or not. So much good porn of hers had been lost, and just paying for it wasn't going to be enough for her. This girl was so hot for her boyfriend, and teasing her was so much fun. With Ochik money, what do I even do with this much? Ochiko looked at the 3 checks that she had received. Momo and Naruto, seeing her totally shocked reaction at the amount on the checks, had actually both given her their checks. Since her quirk had been the entire reason they were able to save so many lives in the first place, they had decided to forego their rewards for their work done, and give her their money rewards. So here she was, sitting with enough money to not have to worry about money for a good while, and she didn't know what to do with it. She was pretty sure even her parents had never seen this much money, and they weren't going to accept the money if she tried to give it to them. 3 million yen, it was a lot of money, to not know what to do with. Ochiko lay down on her bed, before she rolled around, hands on her face. She kicked her legs out and screamed into her hands, unsure about what she wanted to buy. Screw it, not going to use it, just going to put it in the bank. Ochiko shouted as she jumped up. She would save it up, and use it when she graduated from UA, so that when it was time for her to start up her own hero agency, she would have the money for it. With Naruto? I hate this so much. I should be training for the sports festival next week, but no, I have to do this. Naruto hated this so much. The Speedo was super uncomfortable for him downstairs, and he was wasting his time with this. He didn't care if people looked at him sexually in general, he was used to it from Mina when she thought he wasn't paying attention. He just hated wasting time he could spend doing something like this that served absolutely no purpose. He was pretty sure he saw a woman purposely drive her car through a muddy water puddle just to bring her car back through the wash. How haven't I gotten written up for indecent exposure yet? Naruto asked with a frown. Right now, he would really appreciate a police officer coming by and writing him a ticket for this, that way he could put on regular swim trunks. Speaking of the police. Damn, check on the bulge on that kid. Damn it. Naruto whispered when a female officer passed by on her patrol, and she didn't even do her job. She just eyed him, before she nodded to Midnight with a wink. The 2 women seemed to know each other. His only hope was the male officer with the woman officer. What a body. Damn it. What the hell is wrong with my luck? Why can't a villain attack right now? Just attack right now so I have an excuse to not be here. Why does a villain never attack me when a pro hero is nearby? Naruto looked at Midnight in the area. What was wrong with his luck? If he had just been out with Mina, a villain would have certainly attacked. Yet, Midnight was here, and no villains to be seen. Thankfully, nobody else he knew was here. Naruto? What are you wearing? Ryuko asked as she walked by in her hero costume. She had her arms crossed as she looked at Naruto, not so much as a blush on her face. He's certainly grown from the little kid I remember. Ryuko glanced at his body. She didn't really show any other reaction though, she was just more curious why Naruto was doing this. Naruto slammed his forehead into the concrete. Fuck his life. Chapter 36 Haunting Dreams. Movie, check. Popcorn, check. Toothbrush, check. 5 intense showers, check. Perfume, check. Almost done with my checklist. Mina was excited as she looked at the list for everything she was going to need. It was after, and the movers were transporting her things to UA's dorms. Her parents had agreed to her moving into the dorms, so she had some time to kill before she had to get back. She would sort her room out after school the next day. She didn't mind living in a mess for a while, not when she had something so important that she was going to do. She had checked her calendar for this day, and marked down that this was the best possible day for everything she wanted. She had finally decided, after seeing Midnight's Punishment, what she finally wanted. She literally just finished having her period, so it was the best and safest time for what she was going to try and get Naruto to do. Aren't you a little too young to be buying condoms? Just shut up and take my money, Mina stated with narrowed eyes. She had grabbed a box in each of the sizes, other than small, since after seeing Naruto's bulge, she got a pretty good idea of what his size was not. Now, these are quirk-proof, right? Mina asked as she looked at the different boxes. Her cheeks were burning red, but the woman in front of her simply picked up the boxes and looked at the backs of them. She had done some research, and learned that condoms came with different anti-quirk measures for a great number of brands. These are fire, ice, electricity, and made with enhanced durability. Do they protect against acid though? Mina asked with a serious face. She knew she didn't have the best control over her quirk in the world. The fact that she had melted through her own clothes enough times going through school proved that. But since starting high school, she had really started to get a handle on her quirk. She was 90, 80, 75% sure that her quirk wasn't going to activate when she had sex. That was a C on the grading scale, which was a passing grade, right? Just to be safe though, she wanted to at least try and see if there were condoms that were resistant against her quirk. I don't want to hurt my boyfriend, Mina stated with an awkward look behind her, as her items in her basket were rung up. Thankfully, nobody behind her seemed to care about what she was saying, mostly because the guys were wincing in pain and covering their crotches, no longer imaging themselves in her boyfriend's position anymore. Girls who spewed acid were not in demand for sex. Acid? Maybe, I don't know. I've never met a person with that quirk who found anyone willing to be with them. Wow, you're super helpful, Mina sighed to herself. With all of the measures she was taking to make this work, Naruto better be willing to work with her. As in, he better put aside his possible fear of penile harm and stick it in her. With Naruto? Been a while since we trained like this. You're sure pumped up? Kirishima shouted as he trained with Naruto in his room at the dorms. Kirishima was already done moving in, so they had decided to get in some practice for the sports festival coming up. That meant that Kirishima was getting hard, and Naruto was punching the shit out of him until he couldn't stay hard anymore. It was a good training method, but it seemed that Naruto had really stopped getting anything out of it. What are those, by the way? Kirishima asked as he looked at the bands on Naruto's arms. Naruto punched him in the face. A girl in the support class made them for me. These sense how much my body weighs, and becomes half my body weight, Naruto explained as he socked Kirishima in the forehead. Naruto had 10 of them on each of his arms, and 10 of them on each leg. The amount of weight that Naruto was adding to his body was no small amount, and the layer of sweat Naruto had produced was more than Kirishima had ever seen of Naruto. Naruto kicked Kirishima in the ribs, and broke him from his hardened state with ease, the powerful kick destroying his hardness. Kirishima collapsed and held his side. That hurt. Going to feel that tomorrow? Kirishima grunted out loudly, pushing himself back to his feet to start again. Naruto was his most regular sparring body, and ever since they started this, Kirishima had learned a good deal of martial arts from watching Naruto and learning from him. Naruto was increasing the strength of the bones in his fists and legs by attacking him, thus raising the amount of power he could attack people with, without worrying about hurting himself. That was, until Naruto's bones had become even harder than his own hardness, making what Naruto gained from this training practically worthless to him. You're already super strong, shouldn't you be training in your fox dash? I'm not going to use my quirk in the sports festival. I've been relying too much on my quirk lately. Kirishima. I rampaged. I lost control. I can't let that happen again. I locked away my Hoshi no Tama in its safe again. Until I'm stronger. I'm going to try and use my quirk only when I absolutely need it. The sports festival is going to be the perfect place to test myself. Naruto denied him easily. Kirishima didn't know what it was like to have a quirk that could make you become a murderous monster at the drop of a hat. He had only really used his quirk so much against the supervillain because he could not afford to hold back his quirk, so many lives were on the line at that point. Kirishima tried to punch Naruto, but Naruto caught it and flung him to the ground, before he kicked him in the side, rolling him onto his stomach with a loud gasp. Kirishima got on his hands and knees. You rampaged? I thought you just used all of your power against that super strong dash. Luck, it was sheer luck I only killed that Nomu. If Aizawa wasn't there to stop me, I wouldn't have stopped there. I'm scared. I'm really scared of what I could have done. Naruto knew he was safe to talk about this. Kirishima wasn't going to judge him, and it felt good to have somebody to rely on for this. Getting this off of his chest felt good, and his friend seemed pretty happy to be trusted with it. Nomu beat me, my quirk activated on its own. It's scary, knowing that every time you use your quirk, something could push you over the edge. Naruto stopped punching Kirishima, and kicking him, in favor of sitting down on his bed and speaking. He didn't want to kill anyone, even villains, if he could help it. Yet, his quirk thirsted for blood, and the more power he used of his quirk, the higher the risk he could fall into another rampage. Even using Four Tails form was pushing what he was capable of handling. Any further and he would usually stop being able to see friend from enemy, so he could only use that number when the only people he could see are all enemies. Kirishima sat next to him. Like your mom? Kirishima knew he was stepping on a landmine. Like my mom. My father is the Thunder God, the legendary number 2 hero, famous for his teleport quirk. He had once saved over 1,000 people in under a second, from a gasoline explosion and a collapsing building, but when people see me, they remember my mom. She lost control, and all my life, people who knew my mom, looked at me with eyes that told me they were afraid of me. You and Mina were my first friends for a lot of reasons. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy I met you, but ever since I've met all of you and learned how to be happier, the bloodlust has gotten stronger. Naruto laid back and looked at the ceiling. Making friends had made it even easier for him to fall into the bloodlust. Imagining them getting hurt, or seeing them hurt, the thought alone could make him so angry. They were precious to him at this point, and losing them? He didn't want to go back to having no friends. Kirishima laid down next to Naruto, both of them looking at the ceiling. You need therapy, you've got a lot of emotional baggage. Kirishima gave his professional advice for this. Not to mention you're constantly being attacked by real freaks, and can't go into the city without a villain popping up, and in the last 2 weeks, you've nearly died 3 times. 4? When was the 4th time? Kirishima didn't remember Naruto almost dying. He was pretty sure he would have noticed it in the news if Naruto had fought a villain and nearly died from it. Last night I had a nightmare so bad, I actually woke up and had an anxiety attack, felt like I was going to die. Naruto didn't want to mention that. Naruto didn't like that he had been having nightmares every once in a while, but they had been happening. Kirishima sat up and looked down at him in concern. Dude, we should take you to a hospital or something. That is really serious, do you know what is causing it? Himiko Toga? I dreamed that you guys had never came to save me. I honestly though I was over what happened, but a couple of times a week, she appears in my worst nightmares, and next to her are a group of villains, being led by that bastard covered in hands. The dreams feel so real too, sometimes. I see the face of a man with no nose, dripping with the blood of heroes, and then there are times I dream of something worse. Naruto sat up with Kirishima. The dreams had always felt so real to him, to the point when he had those dreams he would wake up in a cold sweat. I'm having dreams of a little girl, with a horn on her head, and she's being hurt really bad. Naruto didn't know what his dreams were trying to tell him, but it was pretty fucked up. The girl was small, she couldn't be older than 6, and her arms were covered in scars. Her clothes were little more than rags, and her red eyes called for him without saying it. Dude, dark. Monster Fox. It was formed when the person with the Ninetales quirk and the Gigantification quirk had a child, and that child gained a composite quirk. The Ninetales quirk gave the person with it the power to transform into a Ninetales, and manifest all of the abilities of the legendary creature. With my Monster Fox quirk, I think I've been awakening the hidden powers of the Ninetales quirk. I'm afraid these dreams, that they aren't dreams. Naruto hated that thought so much. If so, then his visions were visions of the future. They were visions of people suffering, and there was a little girl who needed his help. His contact with his Tama had been when he started to get these dreams, and now, they wouldn't stop even now that he had locked it away again. Kirishima didn't know what to say, so he just placed his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked at him, and he stopped with that. Sorry. It's fine. If these dreams are true though, then there is a little girl out there, scared and abused, and I have the power to save her. My dream last night was when I saw the little girl. Eri, Naruto spoke in a practical whisper. He had just heard her name briefly in the dream, and he didn't know what her last name was. She's just a kid, no kid should be treated like a menace by adults because of a power they didn't choose. Like you? Kirishima asked with a look at Naruto. Naruto looked at him, shocked. What? You're seeing yourself in this girl, right? I mean, the government told the top 10 to kill you if it came down to it. You didn't have any friends growing up, and you grew up with the knowledge that your parents killed each other, and everyone is always putting a ton of pressure on you. This girl in your dreams, you're relating to her situation, because you can understand her, not to mention you've been tortured and abused by that blood freak, and you've nearly died several times. Kirishima wasn't smart by any stretch of the word, but even he could see that Naruto was seeing himself in this girl. Their situations were mirrors of each other. Where Naruto had his uncle, it was only later in his life that he got the support of others. Everything this little girl was going through, Naruto had experienced at some point in his life, so it was easy to see himself in this girl's shoes, and it just made everything they were doing to her in the dream that much more horrible to him. That makes me feel worse, Naruto pointed out. His friend sucked in his breath. Whoops. Have you talked about any of this to your uncle? Of course not, he's got so much on his plate. I don't want him to have to deal with my problems, you know? Naruto turned bright red when he realized what he had just said. You know. Don't repeat it. Naruto tackled Kirishima and covered his mouth to prevent him from saying those words again. He had a verbal tic, and he didn't like it when people knew about it. He had spent so long trying to get rid of it, but it would seem that in his moment of weakness, his verbal tic had decided to make a reappearance. The two of them wrestled on the bed for a moment, before Naruto got him in a rough headlock. Don't you dare tell anyone, got it? Naruto threatened in a low growl. Got it, you know. Kirishima went flying out the window. Chapter 37 Mina's Bad Week. Naruto, let's take our relationship to the next level. Kirishima blinked and looked towards Mina as she burst through the door to Naruto's room. He had no clue what to make of what she had just screamed into his ear. She had actually surprised him to the point that he had jumped out of Naruto's bed, dropping the martial arts magazine that he was reading. Mina had closed her eyes when she entered the room, so she didn't know it, but it was just him, Kirishima, in the room at the moment. There was a heavy silence. Naruto isn't here, he's out training right now. He asked me to watch his new pet. Kirishima pointed to the tank in the room, that had a toad sitting in the middle of it, the toad croaking as it made itself comfortable in its new home. Also, weren't you two already screwing? Kirishima was always under the impression that Naruto and Mina had been screwing already, and just didn't make a big deal out of it since they never really made a big deal out of their relationship. Until Mina had confessed her love for Naruto, most people in the class hadn't really known about their relationship, those that didn't pay close attention. They kept their affection for each other pretty tame in public, it was in private that they really showed their feelings. He had just assumed Mina had already put the moves on Naruto before now. Damn it. With Naruto? Yes. Now this is the perfect way to get ready. Naruto blocked a bear claw, not using his quirk, before he grabbed a firm hold on it, and he threw the shark over his shoulder that had thrown the punch, pulling it off of its spider legs, and slamming it onto the ground. There was no mistake in that sentence. The shark with the quirk, that Naruto had originally believed he killed until it saved his life, had made itself known to him again. So, since the shark could fly, Naruto had taken it hunting in the forest to find it the best animal stuff to work with. The shark seemed to have eaten some kind of intelligent animal, maybe a dog, and had gained the mental abilities of such an animal. When Naruto had beaten the shark, he had set himself firmly as its master, and it had actually been showing him some affection. Now, the shark had evolved even further with its quirk, and had become able to manifest more animal parts out of its body. It had 8 large spider legs coming from its body, complemented by the large bird wings coming from its back. Its left arm was a large bear arm, while it had a massive crab claw for a right arm. It seemed his shark could only manifest a max of 5 different animal traits at the same time. This shark would make an amazing sparring partner. Mina, Day 2. She was going to do it, only a few days until the sports festival, and she was going to get this done before then. She knocked on Kirishima's door, and when he opened it up, she sighed in relief at the fact he was in there, and Naruto was not. You, stay here, no matter what you hear come from Naruto's room, you stay here. Mina threatened him as she let a small amount of acid pool into the palm of her hand. His hardness would offer him no protection from her acid, and he nodded his head very quickly. Nodding her head, she went over towards Naruto's room, and she didn't even knock as she went right in. She was about to open her mouth, before she closed it when she saw that Naruto had company. She was very surprised when she saw Momo was sitting with Naruto by his desk, a book in her hands, while Naruto was doing some kind of work with her watching him. You got this wrong? Damn it. Thanks. Naruto erased and corrected the mistake. Since he was lousy at studying, and he had lousy teachers growing up, and most of his time at UA was spent severely injured, he was way far behind in his studies. Academics-wise, he was at the bottom of the class, even though he was at the top of the class in the physical and battle aspect. Momo had noticed his low scores in class, and had actually offered to come to his room and tutor him in the subjects that he was behind in. Basically, everything except English, which he was at the surprisingly top of the class in, mostly because his uncle loved all things American, so he had been to the country quite a few times himself, and had been forced by his uncle to learn the language. Sorry Mina, can you leave? Naruto can't have any distractions from his studies. Momo looked towards Mina, and she placed her hand on the back of Naruto's head, forcing him to keep looking at his work. Mina pouted. Damn it. Mina, day 3. Thankfully, Momo and Naruto were just going to study together once a week, which meant today was the day, for sure. She had checked up on Momo, who was training for the sports festival. She had locked Kirishima in his room. Those two, the ones closest to Naruto, were out of her way, so with that in mind, she was free to seduce Naruto. She opened the door. Ribbit, I didn't know you knew so much about toads. There was Tsuyu, with Naruto as she helped him feed his new pet toad. They were placing crickets in the cage, and watching as the toad ate them quickly, once he actually noticed that they were around him. She shouldn't be surprised to see Tsuyu in Naruto's room one day since he got a new pet, considering that toads and frogs were a part of the same animal family. This is Gamakichi, I named him after my last one, Gamabunta. I'm going to get him a brother, since he seems a little lonely. I know a ton about toads and frogs, and I even developed my own martial arts style based around them. I call it frog kata. Naruto explained to Tsuyu as he took his toad out of its tank, and passed it to Tsuyu gently. She took it and looked at it, before she looked up at Naruto. Frog kata? That sounds interesting. I've never seen you use it. Tsuyu pointed out, since whenever he used his quirk, he used a strange form of boxing that she didn't recognize. She had no clue what it was called, but it seemed like a strange mix of several different styles of combat, with Naruto's own unique flair to it. Never mind. I've seen it, can you teach me? I want to be even more froggy. Tsuyu poked a finger to her chin and thought. Naruto leaned down at Gamakiki at her chest level, and grinned at the toad, not noticing Mina behind him. Sure thing, let's start after the sports festival. You can ask Kirishima and Deku, my training will leave you hurting. Naruto let his toad jump back into his hands, and placed it back into his tank. Mina pouted. Damn it. Mina, day 4. Momo was training, Kirishima was training, and Tsuyu was spending her afternoon studying on her own. Those three, the only ones that made sense to visit Naruto and get in her way, were out of the way. She had threatened Kirishima, checked up on Momo, watched as Tsuyu rejected a person's offer to hang out. Those were the only 3 people who would interrupt her, to her knowledge. Naruto was in his room, seeing as she could hear the music coming from his room at the moment. Female scream, rushing into Naruto's room, her jaw dropped as she dropped to her knees. There was Kyoka, laying on her chest, with Naruto sitting on her back. Naruto was sitting cross-legged, and holding Kyoka's arms behind her back. The girl was covered in sweat to the point that it was showing through her clothes, of which she was thankfully wearing her gym clothes. She was using her quirk, not her hands, to push herself off the ground with Naruto's added weight. The girl was also training to keep her back as straight as possible while carrying a larger man on her, in the situation that she would ever have to lift a man's weight. What the hell? Why is SHE asking for? She went on to the fortress with him, she must have wanted his help. Mina hated that her boyfriend was strong and kind right now, since if somebody wanted training from him, he would give it to them if he didn't have a reason to say no. That was 47? Just 203 more to go. You're a demon. Kyoka shouted, actually regretting the fact that she had asked for Naruto's help to grow stronger. Don't worry, after this you can sit on my back as I do 2,500 push-ups with one arm, if it makes you feel better, Naruto told her with a shrug of his shoulders. She wouldn't weight a ton, but she would add to his workout. Mina dropped to her side with a twitching eye. Damn it. Mina, day 5. Kirishima was in detention with Bakugo, Momo was training alone, Tsuyu was training for the sports festival, Kyoka was in her bed asleep after the nightmare Naruto put her through yesterday. She could do this. Looking at Naruto's door, she twitched. Do not disturb. Putting her ear up to the door, she could hear him asleep, more than likely on the floor or something. She sighed to herself, and rubbed the back of her head. She wanted to wake Naruto up, but she wouldn't do that to him. Not when he wanted to sleep. She wouldn't deprive him of his sleep, since he seemed to be having trouble sleeping lately, and he sounded pretty sound asleep. She needed to be supportive. Damn it. Mina, day 6, day before sports festival. Yeah. Mina let loose a scream of fear when she opened Naruto's door, and what greeted her was the teeth of a shark. She nearly got her head bitten off, before Naruto pulled the shark back into the room and looked at her. No, bad, no eating people. Naruto punched his shark on the nose. Mina's jaw just dropped, sitting on her ass in the hallway, hand over her heart as she looked at the shark that was trying to escape Naruto. No, bad, down, sit. Naruto shouted at the shark, and the spider legs it was using started to take a sitting position, and it glared towards Mina with its shark tail showing aggression. I peed a little. Sup Mina, need something? Sorry about this guy, I brought him here to see about training this guy to be more obedient. He hasn't been handling the forest really well, poor guy. Naruto rubbed the shark under the jaw, and it was soothed by this action. What the fuck? Mina stood up, and she looked down at her legs. Thankfully, it wasn't visible that she wet herself from that surprise. Bad news, now that she had wet herself, she was not really in the mood to have sex herself. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and her pink skin had gone paler, not to mention there was a quirk-wielding shark in Naruto's room right now. It was kind of a mood killer to be honest. Nothing, just wanted to say hi. Naruto looked at her in confusion as she spoke, but she continued as she turned around and started to walk away, the door starting to close behind her as she used her foot to close it. I'm going to go take a shower, and then go to bed, good luck tomorrow. Mina finished off as she leaned forward, depressed. Naruto stopped the door from closing. You know, we've been dating for almost a year now, and you've gotten a real handle on your quirk. With everything going on, I never got to suggest this to you, but want to have sex? I mean, not right now, but next chance we get, maybe on your birthday? We can make a date out of it? Naruto asked her as he held his shark back from trying to escape. I seriously love you. I'll be looking forward to it. Mina smiled again when she heard that. Wait, she hadn't trained even a little for the sports festival. Damn it. Chapter 38 Family Issues. General Studies, Business Studies, Support Studies, and Hero Studies. The 4 types of classes at UA, and the 4 types that would be allowed to partake in the yearly sports festival, for UA, an event that was broadcasted across the entire nation, and watched by many civilians and pro-hero agencies in the nation. It was the biggest place to make a statement, show off your ability, start gathering up a fan base, and begin making the connections that you would take with you to the top. Not only was it broadcasted nationwide, but the event itself took place in a massive stadium, where thousands were watching in person as well. For many, it would be a nerve-destroying time. For those wanting to get into the hero course, it was even more so. Usually, the only class with nothing on the line were the business courses, and they were usually only there to make connections in the business world. Naruto. Sup? Naruto looked as who was speaking to him as Class A walked into the stadium, and the audience roared their approval towards the class. The honest favorites to win overall, and make the best showing. Oh, you. Naruto saw it was Todoroki that was getting his attention. I'm going for you, and I want to beat you at your best. You better give it dash. Sorry, but I'm not going to use my quirk, so better aim for me another day. This is just going to be a chance to train for me. Naruto didn't care about the results of this dumb festival. He just wanted to grow stronger, so he was challenging himself by not using his quirk. He was going to try to win of course, but this was more about taking himself to a new level than it was about caring for these games. Honestly, go after somebody else, I'm not going to be the outlet for your daddy issues. Naruto could see that look in Todoroki's eyes pretty easily, and he could tell that either Todoroki was doing this for his father, or he was doing this to spite his father. Either way, Naruto didn't want any part of it. Todoroki went silent. Oh thank God. By the way Naruto, if there is any fighting, and we have to fight, can you take it easy dash Mina started, before Naruto placed his hand on her head. Mina, you're my girlfriend, and I love you, but if we have to fight, I'm kicking the shit out of you. This and that are 2 different things. Naruto wasn't going to go easy on anyone, he wasn't going to use his quirk, but he wasn't going to go easy. He hoped he didn't have to fight Mina, but if he did have to, he was going to punch her for sure. You want to become a hero too, so don't hold back on me either. Naruto told her with a grin. She held her horns. Just don't break them, I don't know if they grow back. She prayed that he didn't bust her horns if they fought. She had never broken them before, other than the occasional crack on them. The cracks would heal, but she had never broken one off, and she didn't want her head to look weirder with one broken horn. They all walked to their spots as Class A, and stood with the other classes as they walked in. Naruto looked at the other hero course, Class B, the only real threats he could see among any of the other students showing up. Those who were also trained in combat by pro-heroes as well. At least, none of them seemed like they were any real threat towards him personally, quirk or no quirk. With the pro-heroes? So, who is your favorite to win this? Either Endeavor's son, or Thunder God's son. I feel sorry for the rest, but I don't think it's going to be a competition," Death Arms stated as he looked at the TV screen with MT Lady and Kemui Woods. He had been lucky, and had not been one of the heroes who had been targeted by the freak of a villain not long ago. It hurt his pride a little, but he had been able to help control the flow of crime outbreaks as one of the few untargeted pros. Monster Fox and Half Hot Half Cold, those two quirks won't lose to a lot in combat, and I heard rumor that this year, there will be a tournament at the end. Death Arms walked towards the betting booth. This one of the very few forms of legal gambling that was allowed at the moment. He was going to make some money on this. "I think that kid with the shadow has a good chance." MT Lady figured she would bet as well. She didn't know who she was going to bet on though. She got in line with Death Arms. "Who are you betting on?" MT Lady asked with a raised eyebrow. "Todoroki? I think I'll bet on that Tokoyama boy." MT Lady had seen his power up close, so she might as well place her vote for him then. "Wow, both of you are so stupid then." "I'm going to bet on Naruto Uzumaki." They both looked and saw a girl standing in front of them in line, as the line got shorter and shorter. The girl was a tall one, standing around 180 centimeters tall. She had long blonde hair that was tied up in side ponytails, and she wore an orange hoodie, with black pants. Her blue eyes shined with malice, and she had a wicked grin on her face as she looked at the television screens showing all around. "He's dangerous, a real monster. I wonder if he's going to rampage? I wonder what he looks like when he does." The girl's cheeks spread out into a wide smile, showing off the 3 whisker marks she had on each cheek. "Rude," MT Lady stated, before she saw the girl get hit on the head. "Quiet, we're not here to start a fight, we're here to watch this." A boy spoke this time, standing at also 180 centimeters in height. His hair was blonde, extremely spiky, and long enough to cover his eyes, and go to his shoulders. He wore pure black, a black tuxedo with a red tie. His cheeks were decorated with 3 whisker marks as well. On his right hand, he had a X mark, with the same thing being reflected on his other hand. "I'm betting 30,000 yen on Naruto Uzumaki to win, without his quirk." The boy placed his bet, and put down the money in cash and passed it to the betting manager. He was given his paper slip to keep, and he walked out of the line. "I'm betting 25,000 yen on Naruto Uzumaki to win, all 3 events, without his quirk." She upped the stakes of her bet. "I'd bet 30,000 too, but I want to enjoy eating all the delicious food here." She spoke with a more cheery tone. She followed after him moments later. "Weird kids. 1,510 on Todoroki to win at least one event." Death Arms wasn't a big spender for betting. He wasn't going to lower his odds of winning anything, but he wasn't going to win a lot either with the way he bet. The less likely the odds, the higher the earnings. With the weird kids? Come on brother, you're just as interested in watching our elder brother win as I am. Considering he killed Nomu, cousin Tamura has been itching to add elder brother to our ranks. To think, we can have 2 monster foxes on our side if he joins us. Me and elder brother, and you with your teleport, we'll cause so much chaos. The girl spoke with a wide smile, her sharp canines showing as she whispered her menacing words. "Naruto, we're here to spy on hero candidates, and earn money. Oh come on Menma, don't tell me you're not the least bit interested in how Naruto has grown after being raised by father's mortal enemy. Come on, you know you're curious." Naruto pushed her forehead against him. He pushed her off, and he scowled at the TV screen, seeing the members of Class A and Class B, the hero courses. After experiencing his first rampage, the darkness inside of Naruto has started growing, and his quirk will get stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed loudly as she ignored all of the odd looks that she was getting. This was an amazing day. Menma was more wary of who was paying attention to them, though most people seemed to be willing to assume they were just kids who were in their own little world of delusions. "Can you beat him?" Menma asked quietly. "Don't know, doesn't that make it fun though?" Naruto just grinned wider, her eyes turning blood red as her teeth started to sharpen. She was so excited, that she actually started to transform. She calmed herself down though. Soon enough, she would unleash chaos. Chapter 39 The First Event. Obstacle Course. The more traditional first event of any sports festival, though for most high schools it was considerably far less important. For UA, only the 42 people who finished most quickly would be allowed to even try and take part in the events that came after the first event. It was a tournament of elimination, where one's running speed, balance abilities, and their abilities to analyze and take care of threats were all compared to one another. All of the classes started together, and their purpose was to run all around the stadium, starting inside of it in front of the small gates, before they ran around it and came back through the gates. The first obstacle is the gates. With so many people running through them at the same time, there will be crowding. I just have to be faster than everyone else. Naruto leaned down and placed his hands on the ground. No, even as he said that, Naruto wasn't starting at the front of the pack. He was starting near the back, so even with his speed, it would be hard for him to cover so much extra ground without hurting the other students. "Hey, Uzumaki." Naruto ignored the male student voice that called out to him, since he didn't recognize who the voice belonged to. Cracking his neck by tilting his head, Naruto looked around for any advantage. He could use his quirk, and running all the way around the stadium would be easy. It would barely take more than a minute, if even that. That wouldn't be a challenge though, and right now, he wanted to challenge himself to see how far he could get without his quirk. To push himself to his limits, and go beyond them once more. If he allowed himself to take the easy way out in the competition, then that would just show how weak his resolve was. "Good luck, Naruto." Kirishima started. "Go." The crowd rushed towards the gates instantly, and Naruto trailed behind them as everyone got stuck. Jumping over the heads of the crowd, Naruto's feet touched the wall, before he jumped off the wall and landed on the other side of the crowd. Completely avoiding the crowd, after looking at the surrounding area, almost instantly placed Naruto in first as he cleared a considerable distance between himself as the competition. His longer, stronger, legs made his strides longer, and his bursts of speed more intense. And we already have our first two breakaway. Todoroki was following a distance behind him, freezing the ground around him and sticking a good number of students in place. Almost the entire business, support, and general studies were all frozen in place, with only Class A and Class B using their quirks and other abilities to get away from the ice and make any progress. "He's fast? His quirk is strong, so I forget that even without using it, he's strong too." Todoroki looked at Naruto's back as the distance between them grew and grew. His quirk didn't make him faster or stronger, despite him having a stronger body than average thanks to his own father's training. Of course, even if Naruto didn't care about his declaration, he was still going to try his hardest to beat Naruto. What does he even know about father issues? He doesn't have. Todoroki stopped that line of thought, before he thought something he would feel shame for thinking. It wasn't Naruto's fault he had no parents, and holding that against Naruto was wrong, period. Still, Naruto's comment pissed him off. "Tenya isn't caught up with me. I'm surprised. I expected more competition from him than anyone else here." Naruto was a little surprised he was in first place so far, and that Tenya, who had engines for legs, wasn't. Actually, Naruto was more surprised when he saw Izuku covering the distance by glancing back. The boy was actually using his quirk well, and increasing his speed to be able to cover a lot of distance in a short amount of time. Izuku felt his body creaking. "Using 9% is killing me, it hurts, but I'm not breaking. I can maybe keep this up for 4 or 5 minutes before I hurt myself." Izuku looked at Naruto's back as he started to close the distance between them. He passed Todoroki, who looked at him with surprise for passing him, before he focused on Naruto. Naruto blinked to himself. With how much Izuku could use of One for All, it didn't make sense for him to be catching up, which could only mean he was going slower than he should be. "Oh, I forgot to remove these, they must have been weighing me down." Naruto spoke out loud as he looked at the dense weights hanging from his arms, adding a lot of extra weight to his body. Running with them, just as Izuku got within 15 feet of him, Naruto took them off and tossed them to the ground. Better. Naruto started to up his speed far more than before, going almost twice as fast as before. Naruto sighed in relief at the loss of the extra weight, and when he glanced behind him, he saw Izuku looking surprised. The boy smiled though, weird. "If I can catch up to Naruto, then I'll be worthy of this quirk. I'm sure of it. Ever since I started school, I've barely grown at all, but he hasn't stopped getting stronger. I can take more pain." Izuku pushed his quirk even further than before, going from 9% all the way to 11%, and suddenly, the pain increased even more than before. He felt the creaking get worse, and it felt like his bones could break at any moment. Izuku grinned as wide as he could though, and even as Naruto continued to still get further away from him, though not as quickly as before, he saw Naruto glance back at him. Naruto grinned at him, a twinkle in his eye almost. "Well damn. Here I thought my only competition was Tenya, but look at you Deku. Where was this you during training?" Naruto asked loudly as he waved back at the younger teen. If he had seen this side of the boy when he was training, then he would have stuck around a lot longer than he did. He was curious about what changed, but that could wait. Naruto saw as giant robots blocked their path towards the next part of the race, and Naruto looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Not only them, but also the smaller robots on the ground as well. Giant, slow-moving robots? Easy. He ran right around them, and going between their legs, as he cleared the robot portion of the race with incredible ease. When a robot stood in his way, he punched it and knocked it out of his way, denting the hard steel. His training with Kirishima paying off, giving his fists enough power to easily smash the robots, without hurting his fists in the process. One of the giant robots was frozen solid, no doubt Todoroki, but Naruto paid it no mind as he looked towards the giant pits with pieces of land sticking out of them. Ropes running from land to land, which would force people to slow down and crawl along the ropes or use their quirks in creative ways. Was this supposed to be a challenge? Didn't seem like it. Come on, teachers. Is this all you got for me? Naruto jumped onto a rope and started to run across it. It was easy for him to run across the ropes without losing any of his speed. It looks like Class A's Naruto Uzumaki is once more undaunted by the challenges before him. Is there any stopping this unstoppable force? That's stupid. Naruto jumped from one rope to the next as he crossed land after land with little to no challenge. Now here, many students were actually fearful of passing over the ropes and ended up dropping out. For the most part, only the hero course were able to pass this part of the race. Still, for most of them, it was extremely difficult to do without losing a good amount of their speed. Seriously, unstoppable force? Maelstrom of strength sounds a lot cooler, way to make me sound so uncool present mic. Naruto idly spoke to himself as he thought about the commentary. With the ropes, the distance between him and the rest of the class was something that would make it hard for any of them to really hope to catch up. Physical exams, they were where he shined his brightest, where he could use his body to its utmost best. Let's just hope he finds this next part as, boom. The second Naruto's foot touched the ground after the rope portion, the ground exploded in a pink cloud of pain. The commentary paused for a moment, before Naruto ran out of the cloud of smoke without any fear of damage. Naruto ran into explosion after explosion, none of them were lethal anyway, so he just ignored them and went full speed through them. Stopping and slowing down for nothing as his body was assaulted after boom, after boom, after boom. Explosive as we do. It seems like nothing will stop this. Maelstrom of strength. Maelstrom, not Maelstrom. Seriously, did you bite your tongue? Even when they get it right they somehow get it wrong. I should have left the weights on, then maybe this could have been a better workout. My morning run is harder than this. Naruto complained to himself as he crossed the finish line and entered the stadium again. Taking first place with relative ease. With Toshinori? That's my boy. Did you see him? That was Dash? Toshinori, surrounded by other teachers, quickly toned himself down. When he realized they were all sending him strange looks, he rubbed the back of his head with a small smile. He knew he was supposed to remain impartial because everyone were students, but seeing his nephew take first place, and seeing Izuku about to take second place, just made him really happy. He had trouble containing his enthusiasm for their success, even more so when he saw that Izuku seemed to have found something very important. His competitive spirit, on that screen, he had seen something in the boy's eyes when he looked at Naruto, a desire to improve himself further, to push his body to the limits to catch up with somebody. He hadn't seen that look in the boy's eyes since he had been cleaning up the beach. It was like Izuku had lost some of his motivation, but now, he was seeing that twinkle in those eyes again. He wondered what inspired this change? With Naruto? Ha ha ha, you did pretty good there Deku, happy to see you pushing yourself so hard. Here, have a drink, you worked up a sweat? Naruto passed Izuku a water bottle, grin on his face, when the boy passed the finish line a little bit after him. Todoroki passed by a little bit after Izuku, with a pissed-off Bakugo passing after him as well. In fact, Bakugo was glaring absolute death at Izuku even more than usual. He's beaten me, again, and again, how does that runt keep doing it? Izuku smiled wide when he saw Naruto grin down at him. I'm going to beat you Naruto. I'm aiming for the top, thanks for showing me your back. Izuku extended his hand to Naruto. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, considering he had made a similar declaration to Naruto, and had been ignored and insulted for it. He watched as Naruto looked at Izuku in some surprise, before he grinned wider. Well, look at you. Looks like you've finally started walking the path of a top hero. Fine, I'm accepting your challenge then. Naruto grabbed Izuku's hand and shook it with a softer smile. He was happy that Izuku was finally trying to grow stronger for the right reasons again, and he was fine with competing with the boy whenever he wanted so long as he was using it as a way to better himself as a person. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock. He ignored me, what makes Midoriya's declaration different than mine? Todoroki looked at Izuku with a narrowed gaze. What made him so special? Chapter 40 The second event. This, not good for me. The cavalry battle, the second event of the sports festival. The 42 students who had made it through the first event would be paired into multiple groups of 4, with 2 groups of 3 students, or 1 group of 2, based on their own decisions. The students could team up with anyone that they wanted to, and they form horses, for one person to ride on them and wear a headband. The headband would have a point total on it, and considering the places you placed in the first event, those totals would be added up, and the rider would wear that total. The goal was to take the headbands of other students, and add their totals to your own. Naruto's point value was 10 million. Basically, nobody wanted to team up with him, purely because they wanted to target him and take his points. Hey Naruto, want to team up? Hey Toru, sure. You want to be the rider? Naruto didn't think the girl would be able to support his body weight easily, unless the other person or people that joined them was pretty strong. Not to mention, if she stripped naked, then that put them at a pretty good advantage if she was the rider. Stealing others' headbands, and making it harder for somebody to steal their own. He wasn't sure how to ask her, naturally, but it wasn't like anyone would see her naked. I'm surprised you haven't teamed up with Kirishima or Mina, but sure, I'll ride you. Toru exclaimed brightly. Naruto hummed. Mina and Kirishima had been taken by somebody else before they could join up with him. Izuku wanted to face off against him, the same with most of the others he believed he could count on. Shoji had teamed up with Tsuyu and a boy from Class B, Mineta or something, which didn't leave him with a bunch of people to go with. He was not about to team up with Class B, which didn't leave him a lot to work with. Not to mention he had seen Mei around, and he didn't want to team with her. Is there room open for one more? The classy voice called to them. Yamamo. Toru welcomed Momo to their group with her nickname. Didn't Todoroki try and recruit you? Naruto asked as he looked over at Todoroki, and saw that he had switched out Momo for another person. He looked over at Naruto, and the two of them locked eyes. Naruto ignored him though and looked over at Izuku, and then at Bakugo who had Mina and Kirishima. Momo smiled. We're forbidden from being on a team together in class because it's unfair, so being with you right now gives me the best chance of winning. Momo stated, since all she would have to do is make sure the points Naruto added to the team were safe. They didn't even need to go after other teams, they just needed to keep a firm hold on their own points for everything to work out well. Hagakure, are you okay with being naked as the rider? Momo asked it for Naruto, since she had her own ideas on what she wanted to do to make sure they won. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious. -10 minutes later. This looks stupid, and it's kind of embarrassing too. This is the best possible formation. Momo stated as she placed her hands at Naruto's waist, standing behind him as she did. Toru was sitting but naked on Naruto's shoulders, so all of the strain of holding her would fall to him, since he was more than capable of handling it. If she just held on to Naruto in same way, their horse formation was considered complete, and she could have full access to her quirk as well. She had unzipped her gym uniform so that her bra was visible, not really caring about such a minor level of exposure. With all of her stomach exposed, she would be able to use her quirk a lot better than before. The only thing that even made Toru visible was the fact she had 15 headbands wrapped around her forehead and neck, 14 of which were fake, and had the word fake hidden on the inside of them. Momo had created a lot of copies of their group headband, so that they could drastically lower the chances of anyone being comfortable stealing it from them. Since nobody would know when Toru was reaching for their headband, and they had no clue of when they were reaching for the correct headband as well. Just approaching them alone was highly dangerous, with their Naruto tank being they could ram into other horses with no fear, and their Momo support allowing them to create items that could counteract almost any other quirk. Why am I not wearing a shirt? Naruto asked, since he too wasn't wearing a shirt. His quirk wasn't helped by him being nude like Momo and Toru, who could only really use their quirks to their best ability while nearly nude or naked. Fan service, I'm naked, and Yamamo's boobs cute bra is visible, so we have to balance it out for the girls in the audience. It's only fair. Toru shouted out as she beat him over the head playfully. Intimidation, you're not a small person, so showing your muscles can be a form of intimidation. Momo reasoned it a little better. Go. You're ours. Momo and Naruto jumped backwards as Toru stole the headband from one of the teams from Class B, and Momo put her right hand on her stomach, and she hid what she created. Tossed it to the ground in between them, Toru covered Naruto's heads as he closed his eyes. A blinding light and resounding sound filled the immediate area around them, and Momo and Naruto escaped in the confusion. Opening his eyes, Naruto started to run towards one of the other teams that was nearby. They then ran by two more teams and did the same time, blinding and deafening them, before stealing their headbands in the blink of an eye and escaping. They didn't stop running around either, as Naruto and Momo were athletic, and had the stamina to always stay moving around without fear of exhaustion. I'm coming for you Naruto. Momo, anti-Deku formation. Toru shouted out her command when she saw Izuku on his 3 horse members running towards them. She was surprised Bakugo wasn't after them right away, but then again, she looked where he was and saw that he was busy with another team. Momo on the other hand, got to work right away. She saw that Tokoyami, Achiko, the support class girl, were the horse. He teamed up with Achiko and Tokoyami like you thought. Momo was their brains. Forming high-density weights, she based them to Naruto, who tossed them in the direction of Izuku and his team. She formed several more flash grenades and tossed them after Naruto did. The second Tokoyami brought out Dark Shadow, the being was forced to retreat right back into Tokoyami. The weights started to attach themselves to Izuku, Tokoyami, and Mei when they hit, fastening much harder, severely slowing them down to the point they were having trouble staying in formation, and they just kept adding more and more weight to the opposing team. Sorry Deku, no hard feelings. I've got the weights everyone, I'll make you weightless. Achiko shouted as she touched each of the members of her team. Instantly, the second she used her quirk she came to regret it. Her face grew more and more pale, since she wasn't wearing her suit to help deal with the nasty side effects of her quirk, her limits were much lower, and the dense weights increasing everyone's weights just made everything worse for them. A small green glass ball broke in front of her, thrown by Momo, and suddenly a very foul smell made itself known to them. Don't smell it dash. Barfing sounds. The horse formation was broken, and Izuku went falling with his team. Knocked out of the competition completely, with Toru stealing their headband on the way down. Passing by them, Naruto shared a glance with Izuku and nodded his head. Izuku frowned and looked down in shame, being knocked out of the competition completely, when he had declared to Naruto that he would face him head-on. Good plan Yamamo, and good muscle Naruto? Toru shouted, since these plans were only able to work because of Momo's brain being capable of such plans, and Naruto's brawn being able to follow through on them. With her stealth ability making her able to steal headbands with ease, and all of their fake headbands, they were almost the perfect formation. Momo smiled, and Naruto smirked. We're Momo started. Team Naruto continued. Fanservice. Toru shouted out as she tried to complete the team name. Naruto and Momo looked at her like she was an idiot, since that was not the team name they had agreed on. In the stands, what a frightening combination. Toshinori shivered when he thought about how terrible it would be in Momo and Naruto ever turned villain together. Thankfully, there were no chances of that ever happening. Momo's ability to plan for most things, and Naruto's ability to take control over nearly any situation, combined with their excellent teamwork and the way they covered each other's weaknesses was just terrifying to think of going against. This was exactly the reason why they weren't allowed to fight against the other students on a team. They wouldn't grow as students if they just defeated their fellow students with ease, and the other students would grow after being easily defeated, but in this official competition, there was nothing stopping Naruto and Momo from teaming up. He's yet to reveal his quirk, but the efficiency those three are showing makes me wonder how they could be marketed. Surely, their stock will rise as heroes. Some things never chance, the business course dropped out, and now they're running simulations over how to market the other students. Toshinori knew that the business course was vital to the growth of heroes in the business sense. Back with Naruto, Momo, Tor. Bwahahaha. She's getting way too into this. Momo looked up at Toru as she stole yet another headband and added it to their vastly growing collection of them. They, as a team, were able to make almost every horse formation fall to the ground after grabbing their headbands, and had taken out most of the other teams. As it stood, only 5 teams including themselves, were still standing on the field. Team Naruto, Team Bakugo, Team Todoroki, Team Monoma, and Team Tsuyu. Team Bakugo were still, fighting against Team Monoma, so they weren't a threat. Team Tsuyu were using Shoji's tentacles to hide the small people inside from being visible, so they were safe from most people at the moment. Team Todoroki were standing by, watching everything happen, with a few extra headbands of their own. If we approach them, we might be eliminated, damn it. Todoroki thought as he looked at Naruto and Momo, the 2 key parts of the team. I think we're done collecting headbands right now, let's retreat back. Only a few minutes left. Momo pointed out to Naruto, whispering it into his ear. Naruto frowned and looked at the rest of the competition, before he nodded his head. Creating a smoke bomb, Momo let it fall to the ground and explode, cover them in a large amount of smoke. Several flash grenades were thrown out of the smoke, blinding anyone who was looking in their direction, and the smoke started to spread as Momo created more smoke bombs. They had secured themselves in first place, so now it was best to retreat in a way nobody could come after them, with blinding lights and massive amounts of smoke. Huh. Got it back you bastards. Now, I'm taking out Foxface. Bakugo got his headband, and Team Monoma's headband, and secured it around his neck. He looked across the field, and saw a massive amount of smoke filling half of the field itself. Fine, then that icy hot bastard. Bakugo got ready to run towards Todoroki's team. The buzzer sounded. The second event was over. Chapter 41 A different style. Cheerleaders? Americans too. Naruto noticed out of the side of his eye, while he was eating his lunch, they were being given a break, that cheerleaders from the American UA branch were going to go and get their own lunches. It would be about an hour or two until the next big event would start, so all of the students were being given a break to chow down on something, and maintain their energy for their fights. Since the last big event was going to be a massive tournament, a tournament that would include all of those who had won the second event. For once, Naruto was actually enjoying his lunch alone, seeing as his closest friends were all in the tournament with him, and they thinking on their own strategies to use against each other. Uzumaki Naruto, may I eat with you? Sure, take a seat, doesn't bother me. Naruto glanced up and saw a shorter, red-haired boy sit down across from him with a far more modest lunch than Naruto himself was eating. He had a somewhat similar haircut to him, but his body was far less toned, showing he wasn't part of the hero course. With how he was smartly dressed, even in his gym uniform, Naruto would guess he was part of the business course. What ya want? Naruto asked as he, for the most part, actually ignored the boy and continued to enjoy his own meal. He could eat with him, but Naruto wasn't interested in talking business. I'm Sabakugara, a pleasure to meet you. Your performance in the first two events was a marvel to behold. I'll start with. Get to the point. Naruto wasn't going to be having any of that. Gaara nodded his head, before he passed Naruto a card with his name and contact information on it. Naruto looked at it, and saw that it was pretty nice. Gaara dropped any pretense he had before, and put on a far less emotional face. When it is time to graduate, I believe that we could do business together. You seem like the type to start up your own agency, instead of being a sidekick, so I believe it would be best to give this to you now. Have a good meal? With that, the boy was gone, leaving Naruto to think about what he had said. Naruto waited until he was out of sight, before he put the card in his pocket, and stopped thinking about the boy. Hey Naruto I can, and will, stab you if this isn't good Denki. Naruto lifted his fork up, and showed it to Denki with a threatening glance. This was twice now that he was going to be interrupted while eating, and he didn't like to be interrupted from his meals. Denki raised his hands up, before he sat down next to Naruto wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Those cheerleaders passed by here just now, right? You know, the American-looking girls. Don't you think that Class A would really experience a raise in morale if our girls were to don those attractive outfits themselves? Denki tried to sound smart. Naruto looked at him with a deadpan. Toru might agree to it, but I doubt the others would. Mina and Achiko would have fun, after you got them to agree, but there is no way that Kyoka would enjoy it. Not sure about Momo or Tsuyu, but good luck getting them all to agree. Naruto stated to the boy as he went back to eating, deciding to ignore this stupid conversation. His mind drifted for a moment, and he imagined all of the girls in cheerleading outfits. Though they would look nice? Naruto admitted after a moment, and Denki grinned a little and nodded his head. His plan could work. Naruto, just the man I wanted to see. Mina, I'm not going to not beat you up if we fight each other. Naruto reminded her when she came to sit down. She gulped at the reminder that there was a chance that they would have to fight, before she sighed, and nodded her head. Denki suddenly paled a little, since there was a girl there, and that wouldn't bode well for his plan. It would seriously ruin his cool guy reputation to be heard saying perverted stuff. After lunch, it looks like there are going to be cheerleaders doing a show to keep spirits up. Think you can convince the other girls to join in on that? Naruto asked her nonchalantly, since once more, he wasn't really in a position to be asking any of the other girls to do that. Mina thought on it. Those uniforms are cute, and if I'm a cheerleader, I get to dance on national TV. Why the other girls though? Mina actually kind of liked Naruto bringing up the idea in such a calm way. Now that she looked at the cheerleaders that were eating, she was seeing how cute the uniform was, and thinking on how great it would be in Naruto saw her dancing in the uniform. Not to mention, she always kind of wanted to try cheerleading too, since it looked like it was really fun. You're not allowed to perv on other girls, only me. You're already on thin ice for having Toru naked on you. Mina poked Naruto's cheek. Denki registered those words, and remembered how seeing that. Toru was on Naruto's shoulders, but naked, their bodies touching skin to skin. I wish I was you. Denki spoke with a self-loathing frown, since his body wasn't strong enough to support a naked girl, hide his boner, and fight all at the same time. Otherwise he would have wished to be in Naruto's position. Denki brought it up, and I thought the girls might have fun if they gave it a chance. Some of them lost pretty badly in the second event, and this could be fun for them. Achiko threw up on national television. She kind of needs this to get her image back as a cute girl. Naruto spoke his thoughts a little, and both Mina and Denki winced when they realized that she did do that. The girl had been really depressed since lunch started, 1 for losing in such a way, and 2 for throwing up on TV. She needed something to help her relax, since she was out of the third event. Ahahaha. I am here, to ask you to eat lunch with me. Sure thing, All Might, see you guys later. Naruto stood up and walked after his uncle. Minus 30 minutes later. Toshinori couldn't help but look at Naruto in pride as they ate a rather silent lunch together in private. All he wanted to do was talk with Naruto, and eat lunch with him, nothing more really. Since they had sort of gotten a little out of touch, since Naruto moved into the dorms and gotten himself a girlfriend and other friends. So, you're not using your quirk for this? Nope, I'm going to see how far I can go without it. Anyway, the other schools are watching right now, aren't they? Naruto asked with a knowing look on his face. He knew this wasn't just for show, and that others were going to see how this tournament went. At first, he really did just want to do this for training. All my classmates might know what my quirk is, but for the rest of the world, they don't know my quirk is Monster Fox. When the time comes, I can use that to my advantage, Naruto said with a grin on his face. When it was time to test to see if he could get a provisional license, and competed against other schools, it would be best if those other schools didn't know what his quirk was, so he wasn't going to use his quirk for this sports festival. Your parents would be happy to see you doing this well, Toshinori spoke with a bright smile. They would have loved to see Naruto doing so well, and having fun, during these events. Naruto smiled and looked out the window, seeing some of the other classes doing more traditional events in the stadium. None of the events were really that important, or noteworthy, but they were being active and healthy. You're growing stronger and stronger, and you'll keep getting stronger. Right now, you're stronger than the average pro hero, but don't let your strength go to your head. I just want to make sure you remember that. I thought I was invisible, and it cost me. Toshinori started to lecture Naruto. Naruto glanced at him, before he sighed, and nodded his head. He had something he wanted to say, but he didn't want to hurt his uncle's feelings with it. After this, the internships are coming up. I think you should send Deku to Super Gramps for training. Right now Deku can handle 9% of one for all, a little more if he goes above his limits without breaking, but he is trying to copy you still. He needs to find his own fighting style, or he won't be able to ever truly gain a mastery over one for all. Naruto gave his uncle a little advice as well. He had noticed a lot of things about Deku, but the biggest thing that was holding the boy back from ever realizing his potential was the fact that he idolized All Might so much. Said person shivered in fear. Is it because I'm not a good dash? Of course it's because you're a shitty teacher. You damn genius types suck at teaching, because everything came naturally to you, so you bastards don't know what it means to struggle to get stronger. Naruto pointed at his uncle and started to shout. Naruto took a calming breath, before sitting back down and looking a little more serious. It's not your fault though. You and Deku are two very different people. Before your injury, your true form was just a little smaller than your muscle form, your fighting style always relied on those big muscles to deliver punches. Deku is different, he comes from a smaller family, he isn't going to be all big and muscly. He needs to find his own fighting style, and he can't do that learning from you. He needs to experience other teachers, with different styles, and find the one that fits him best, or make his own like I did. Naruto knew from experience what it was like trying to find your own style that fit. Naruto had trained in over a dozen different forms of martial arts over his lifetime, trying to find the type that fit him, and in the end, he didn't like any of them because none of them were something he could have used in both his human and fox forms. In the end, he had to take apart all of those fighting styles, and combine them into his own original style of fighting. He can learn that from you though, Toshinori pointed out, and Naruto frowned. He's different than me too, and I want him to get stronger, because he is the one you chose to inherit your title. Naruto glanced at Toshinori with a smile. He will be a great hero, but he is still lacking in a lot of areas. Right now, he isn't ready to compete with me. Now, I'm going to go and see how things are going down there. They should be showing the tournament lineup any minute now. Naruto got up and looked down into the arena. In the arena, minutes later. Oh thank God, I'm not fighting first round, Mina said with a sigh of relief. Her opponent was the only person from Class B to pass, that Mineta boy, so she wasn't worried about it in the slightest. It was only if she won her match, that she was going to have to fight Naruto, provided that Naruto won his match as well. Considering that Naruto was going to be going up against Tsuyu as his first opponent. Be gentle with the girl, Naruto. Actually, I would appreciate it if you didn't. If you can you show me some of your frog kata when we fight? So I can get hands-on experience facing it? Before Naruto could even respond, Tsuyu walked up behind him and added her 2 cents in. She didn't want Naruto holding back anything against her, she knew she might not win or anything like that, but she wanted to use this as a learning experience. That way she could adjust, and do better next year, and prepare herself for her future even more. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was cool with that. Chapter 42 Froggy Gets Frogged. Healthy body, nice boobs, big butt and hips, small waist, this girl is thick? For some reason, I'm going to enjoy punching you a little, might be the look you have on your face, kind of pervy, Mina stated as she loosened up her arms. She was up first and foremost, against Class B's only student who was making it to the final rounds. A student who had no pride apparently, and had teamed up with both Shoji and Tsuyu or Class A. Looking into the closest audience stands, she could see how disappointed Class B was with who they had that had made it to this round, so it would seem that Mineta wasn't a very popular guy. Seems like it was Naruto who eliminated his entire class, other than that copycat guy. Kind of feel sorry for them. Mina's private thoughts apparently didn't translate so well on her face. Fight! Take this! Mineta shouted as he plucked one of his balls from his head off, and threw it towards her. Blinking, she caught it with both of her hands, since the boy didn't have a very fast throw. She was about to throw it back, but she found that she couldn't remove it from her hands. Wait, what? Mina couldn't take her hands off of the ball, even though she wanted to. So when the boy threw another at her, she started to dodge out of the way of them. His balls would stick on the ground wherever they landed, reducing the amount of free space she had. Several ways to win. Knock the opponent out, injure them enough to be unable to continue, render them unable to move, or toss them out of the ring. If this boy got her with those balls on her legs, and made her unable to run around or use her hands, then she would lose by default. If I accidentally grab her boob or butt in a fight, that's okay, right? Mineta thought as he started to run towards Mina. Oh right, my quirk is acid. Mina realized as she stopped moving, and made acid come out of her palms. She melted the part of the ball that she was sticking against, before she shook the acid from her hands, balled them up into a fist. Unable to stop himself from moving forward in time, Mineta took both of her fists like a hammer, right into his face when he jumped towards her. His extremely small body went flying out of the stage, after he bounced off of the balls that he touched when he landed on the ground. Wow, seems like he doesn't stick to those balls. My win I guess, are you okay little guy? Mina called out to the hurt boy, she had knocked him one pretty good after all. She might not have strength like Naruto or some of the other strong guys in her class, but her physical strength was second only to Momo among the girls in her class. She was even above a lot of the boys in her class, again not counting those with really trained bodies, when it came to her raw strength. The little guy never stood a chance after getting hit directly. The winner of the first round by knockout and ring out is Mina Ashido, next up is Naruto Uzumaki and Tsuyu Azui, both of Class A. Naruto vs Tsui. How will this mistress of slime take on this titan of fur dash? Oh my god, these introductions are horrible, Naruto stated with a roll of his eyes. He had his hands in his pockets, while Tsuyu was hunched over, mouth slightly open so that she could start this on her terms, as soon as the match started. Fight! Her tongue shot out of her mouth and went right towards Naruto, and like lightning, his hand came out of his pocket and caught her tongue. Forming an extremely tight grip on her tongue, enough so that she had no chance to pull it back into her mouth, Naruto pushed his foot firmly into the ground. He grinned though, she hadn't even hesitated for a moment in launching that attack at him. Even now, her tongue was struggling to lift him up into the air, but he was standing firmly in place, pushing his entire weight into the ground. His reflexes are really good, I knew that much, but I didn't expect him to be this strong without his quirk. Tsuyu jumped up into the air and grabbed her tongue. She pulled on it, winced when she did too, and went flying towards Naruto. She positioned herself, and he sidestepped out of the way when she kicked the ground he had been standing on with both of her feet. The cement actually cracked a little, both of her legs enhanced to stronger than normal levels, thanks to her frog quirk. Now in close range, she turned around and placed her hands on the ground, before she kicked at him once more. She needed to make him let go of her tongue. Naruto dodged out of the way and gripped his fist tightly. He had the perfect shot, right at the side of her head, and he was pretty good at guessing how much force it would take to knock a person out without causing serious damage. He unclenched his fist though when Tsuyu pulled her legs back and punched, so Naruto let go of her tongue. Opening his palm up, he remembered what he had told her he was going to do. He swung his leg in low, using his shin to smash her forearm, and sent her tumbling across the ground. He was going to show her the frog kata. Rib bit, ow. Tsuyu landed on her side, her arm had not taken that hit well. She was going to have a very large bruise once the match was over with, and more so than that, she was afraid her arm might be a little broken from that. You really don't hold back, do you? Tsuyu got back on all fours as quickly as she could, and she saw Naruto take up a stance she had never once seen before in her life. Then again, she wasn't a martial artist, so she didn't know what to think of this. In the stands, she's dead. Naruto's about to really go to town on her. Kirishima saw Naruto switch stances into the frog kata, recognizing it from his sparring matches with Naruto. He's a good guy though, he won't hurt a girl, right? Achiko asked with a small, hopeful smile. She's dead. Naruto vs. Tsuyu. You want to be a hero? Well, villains won't hold back because you're a girl, so I'm not going to either. Anything I do to you can be fixed by Recovery Girl, and if a little pain stops you from becoming a hero, then you can't be trusted with the lives of those who depend on you. Now, I'm going to come at you, don't die. That was his only warning to her, and the next thing Tsuyu knew, she was dodging a kick aimed at her face. She watched, ducked down, as the kick soared over her head, and she could feel the wind touch her face as it passed. Her eyes tracked the kick as it moved, but then, Tsuyu felt a horrible pain in her cheek as she was sent flying by something she didn't see. She landed in a standing position, before Naruto was already on her, and he swung his right arm at her. She leaned back to dodge it, and she even opened her mouth to counter with her tongue. Then, once more, she was punched by an attack that she wasn't able to see until it had hit her like a truck. Naruto's punch got her right in the chest, between her boobs, and she folded over his fist. She was lifted into the air, and Naruto jumped, pulling his fist out of her sternum and replacing it with a knee to her chin. She landed on her back, rolling around as she tried to find a way to breath, the wind knocked out of her lungs. How? Naruto got back into stance, and waited for her to get up. It was a literal few minutes before she caught her breath, and stood back up, blood dripping from her split lip. One of his punches from earlier had broken the skin, or was it a kick? She didn't know, to be honest. I need to see how he does that. It is like each of his attacks is backed up by some kind of invisible attack. Tsuyu jumped towards Naruto full speed, and lashed her tongue out at him. He gripped his right fist, and she watched as he leaned towards his right side. Keeping her eyes completely focused on his right hand, the gripped fist, and even twisting her tongue to wrap around him, she was hit by a powerful force that struck her from Naruto's left side. Her eyes darted to the direction of the pain, and she saw Naruto's left hand with an open palm, right against her cheek just before she was sent flying. It hurt, a lot. His attack had thrown her for a complete loop. Naruto grabbed her tongue before she could pull it back into her mouth, and he yanked her back towards him. Frog strike. She felt an ungodly force hit her, right her in left breast, right above her heart. Everything went black. In the stands, she's out. That was his frog strike. I know firsthand how much that sucks. I've never taken one of those and stayed awake before. Kirishima rubbed his chest as he remembered the times he had been hit by that one himself. Tsuyu, on stage, was instantly out like a light. Several students were leaning over the edge of the railings, many with worried looks. She'll be fine. Naruto's frog strike takes Naruto's physical strength, and then he attacks in a way that sends a shock of force through the entire body. By hitting the heart, the attack does damage to everything except the point Naruto hits. Meaning since he hits the heart, this attack will never damage the heart. Kirishima explained the technique to his classmates. It was a technique that if Naruto ever messed up, had the chance to cause a person's heart to stop or worse, rupture. Naruto could only ever use it when he was completely sure that he was going to hit a person's heart with it. She's going to be okay, like really okay? Denki showed some real worry as Naruto picked Tsuyu up off of the ground, and gave her to the medics to take away. The girl wasn't showing any signs of waking up, and while Naruto was declared the winner, the audience was a little stunned. To them, Tsuyu looked dead. She's alive, just knocked out. Oh thank God. Achiko collapsed in her seat, and she wasn't the only one. Most of the class had been really worried about their frog girl. Watching her just up and look like she died had nearly given them a heart attack. She's lucky. This could have been a lot more embarrassing. Kirishima blushed when he remembered the first time he got hit by that attack. Tsuyu must have used the bathroom before she got on the stage, because if you got hit by that and knocked out with a full bladder, then the attack could cause a person to piss their pants. Kirishima had learned, from experience, that he needed to always use the bathroom before training with Naruto. She's going to be hurting for a couple of days though. Even after getting a recovery girl healing, I'm still usually left sore after that. He still hasn't used his quirk, he's just fucking with us. Are we not even on his fucking radar? Bakugo shouted as he looked down towards Naruto walking off of the stage. This bastard was toying with them. Chapter 43 Surprising Outcomes. Hurt. Tsuyu's entire body hurt when she started to open her eyes a little. She didn't have a blurry memory or anything like that, she could clearly remember exactly what happened to her. She had lost to Naruto in their match, and had been put through the ringer. Tsuyu tried to sit up, but her body wasn't responding to her commands. The most she was able to move was her head, and a little of her upper body. The blanket that was covering her shifted a small amount, until a hand grabbed it and pulled it back up on her, covering her up again. It will take another hour or two before you can move normally. Recovery girl took your clothes off to wrap up your chest. See? Naruto lifted up the sheets in a way that Tsuyu would be able to see, but he wouldn't. She tilted her head a little and glanced down, and while she was wearing pants thankfully, her shirt had been taken off in favor of bandages being put on her chest. The arm Naruto kicked had a giant, nasty bruise on it, the bandages on her arm only partially covering it up. I'm sorry, I should have held back a little. Naruto dropped the sheet on her body. He bowed to her, his forehead against the bed she was on. In the match between the Creation Queen and the powerhouse of sugar, Yororozu takes the win. You didn't hold back, did you? Thank you. Of course I didn't hold back, you're tough. I promised to show you the frog kata. Do you still want to learn? Naruto asked her, partially the reason why he stayed with her while she was taken to Recovery Girl. If she wanted to learn his froggy way of combat, then he would teach her how to do it. Tsuyu turned her head to look at him, before she nodded her head. Yes, when you threw those attacks, you were able to hit me with invisible attacks, how? Tsuyu really wanted to ask him that. She hadn't been able to truly dodge any of his attacks that entire fight thanks to the way he had moved. I never saw those second attacks coming. Tsuyu commented with a blank face, though her face was always mostly blank to be honest. She was curious how he did it anyway though. She saw Naruto clench his fist, his right one, and the second her eyes were drawn to it, Naruto's left hand covered her eyes before she was able to see it coming. When frogs hunt, they don't always use their tongues. I noticed that a frog always jumps on its prey the second it looks away from it, distracted by something else. The way a frog moves their body also makes it harder for people to notice them. Naruto spoke as he pulled his hand back from her. The frog kata was just a style that focused on diversions and strong, hard-to-track, attacks that followed them if a person was being simple about it. Tsuyu looked up at the ceiling and thought on Naruto's words, trying to put them together. It takes being still, and being active, and combines them to form rough, rugged movements with calm and smooth transitioning attacks. Naruto explained it as he did it again. Tsuyu saw Naruto jerk his left arm, and the second her eyes looked at it, for even a second, Naruto's right forearm was against her neck. Her eyes naturally jerked back to where his other arm was, after the fact. She understood it better now, but understanding it and doing it, or even avoiding it, were a lot harder. Now, watch as the redundant hero himself goes against the face of tape. Seriously, Present Mike should not be the announcer. He keeps giving people dumb titles. Naruto complained with a grin. Redundant, that was kind of funny. Naruto dash. The match only lasted for a second, before Zero threw Kirishima out of the ring with a surprise tape attack. The quickest match yet? Wow, Kirishima lost to Zero. Pretty sure Todoroki is going to finish Toru in a second too, no offense to her, but the gap in their abilities is too big for her to cross right now. Naruto hated to admit it, but either Todoroki or Bakugo were the most likely people for him to fight in the final rounds. He was surprised that Zero was making it past round 1, considering Kirishima was strong. He had never really paid much attention to Zero though. He must have been more skilled than he was given credit for, but a surprise tape attack wouldn't work against whoever his next opponent was. Todoroki versus Tor? Where did she go? Todoroki froze a small amount of random stage as he looked around for Toru. He couldn't afford to use any big attacks, since he could accidentally kill her, or freeze her completely solid. The second the match had started, the girl had pulled her clothes off and went completely silent. It was just like during the USJ attack, when she had apparently been in the same area as he had been, and he never even noticed her. The girl, when not running her mouth, was extremely adept at stealth when naked, thanks to her quirk. He froze another small part of the stage in front of him, and quickly turned to do it again, trying to find the girl as quickly as he could. His ice wasn't great at finding her though, because of how much of a risk it would be to accidentally kill or seriously injure her. She was taking advantage of how easily his quirk could kill. That, or she was just lucky, and she had just planned to stealth him off of the stage. I've almost got him. Toru's shirt on the ground moved a little bit to the right, and Todoroki used this as his chance. Instantly, his ice crossed the stage, and froze the jacket and everything to the fight of the jacket, up to a height of 2 feet. With her speed, there would have been no way for her to avoid that. Todoroki wins, after a surprisingly long match for him. If I used my other side, finding her would have been, no, never in a fight? Todoroki thought as he got off of the stage. Hey Todoroki, I'm not frozen. Hello. The entire crowd was silent. Their cheers for him ended as Toru's pants, floating in the air as she waved them above herself, showed that she was several feet to the left of his ice. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise, shock, at the fact that the girl had been able to fool him into thinking she had just been clumsy and tripped over her shirt. Toru started to put her pants and shoes back on. After new information, it seems like the verdict will be redone. Toru wins due to Todoroki leaving the ring. Midnight, just as shocked as anyone else in the stadium, shouted into a mic. She had put him as a favorite to win the entire thing, with a quirk as strong as his was. It was hard to believe that he had lost to such a simple strategy, against a girl whose quirk wasn't exactly built for straight-on combat. Change of announcement, Toru wins. What, but? I was confident I froze her legs in place. Damn it. I need to take some time to cool my head. Todoroki growled in self-anger. He had allowed his annoyance with Naruto ignoring him, to cloud his judgment against Toru. When Present Mike had announced his victory, he had just taken it at face value, and neglected to check to make sure he had actually frozen her. I won, really. I won. Toru started to jump for joy, her visible pants showing her actions. The crowd didn't cheer, they were just mostly still in shock. With Naruto? Ribbit. I know, I'm surprised too. I guess luck is pretty important to being a hero. I guess. Naruto didn't know a lot of what happened, but he was pretty sure that Toru got super lucky there. He hadn't expected her to pull a win out of her ass though, no matter how lucky she was. Anyway, I'm going to go and watch them. I was just here to make sure you were okay. Take it easy, Tsuyu. Naruto rubbed the top of her head, and grinned down at her. You're like a dad ribbit. Pfft. Naruto spewed the air he was breathing when she said that. He hadn't been expecting her to saw something so off the wall like that. It was literally out of nowhere, but the girl just spoke her mind. I'm sorry, what? Naruto asked as he quickly tried to regain his composure. She looked up. Or a brother. I thought you were really scary when I saw you. I was wrong though, you're really nice. Whenever anyone asks for help, you always try to help them. You're very dependable. You would make a very good big brother. Tsuyu just spoke as she looked at him. Over the course of their time together in school, she had lost her opinion on him as this man who was unapproachable and scary. Now, it was hard to even relate her first impression of him as a big grumpy guy, to the kind and caring figure that took great care of others. So adorable. Tsuyu thought as she watched Naruto's cheeks turn red. He forced himself to look away from her, but his eyes kept glancing back. So this was his embarrassed face. Shut up, your head must be injured more than I thought. I better get Recovery Girl back in here. Naruto quickly got up and started to leave the room, as quickly as possible. Really adorable. Tsuyu couldn't help the thought. She didn't know that Naruto was this bad at accepting such genuine compliments from others that he wasn't expecting. She could consider this her little revenge for him beating her up, she could, but she wasn't going to consider it that. She was a little surprised when Recovery Girl actually came back into the room. In the stands, Kaminari is surprisingly strong, Kyoka pointed out as they watched Denki take Shoji down with a massive burst of electricity. Shoji had been knocked out almost as soon as the round had started, the round taking about 2 seconds from start to finish. It had taken them a while to clear the ice off of the stage, but when the next round started, it had started off with a very bright flash. Shoji is unable to continue, but neither is Denki, ref? Idiot. Kyoka palmed her forehead, and she wasn't the only one. Denki had short-circuited his own brain, so he was just walking around with his thumbs sticking up. With a dumb-looking face, while Shoji was face down on the stage. He's so powerful, but he is such a glass cannon. Kyoka was embarrassed for him. His own power was his weakness, and overusing it caused him to become helpless. Got word from Midnight, it seems Denki will be announced the winner. Feel sorry for the guy, he got the short end of the electric quirk stick there. Kirishima spoke, having returned to the stands after his own humiliating defeat. The second his match had started, Zero got him with a surprise attack by wrapping him with tape. Being a close-range fighter, he had been taken by surprise and thrown out of the ring. Tenya versus Bakugo, think Tenya stands a chance? Kirishima asked around. Mina was just pale and sweating. I don't care about that. I fight Naruto in my next fight. I'm so going to get my face punches. Mina was shivering in fear. If you want, I've been watching Naruto fight, and might be able to help you with a strategy, Izuku said as he held his notebook up. He didn't know if it would help any, but since he met Naruto, the guy had been really cool. He had taken tons of notes about how Naruto fought, his quirk, and the way he fought without his quirk. He had originally thought of strategies to fight Naruto himself, not that they ever worked in the past. Mina gave him a big hug, before she took the notebook. Thank you. With this, I might only suffer small injuries. Mina had never been so happy to be in the same classroom as Deku the nerd before. I'm going to go use the bathroom, just in case. Mina stood up with a shiver. Never hurt to be safe. Chapter 44 Friend? Yugo Yamamo. You can win. Mina, you're supposed to cheer for me. Naruto shouted towards the stands. The match wasn't even started yet, and his own girlfriend was cheering for Momo instead of him. It was betrayal in the greatest sense of the word. Kind of, but not really. He knew she just didn't want to fight him, which she would have to do if he won the fight against Momo. Momo was calmly watching Naruto, a very tense, serious look splayed on her face. His fight with Tsuyu hasn't drained him. I'm going to have to go full on from the beginning. His body is tough, so I'll hit him hard. I should stay far back though, flash grenades, and I should mix in some real grenades. With his tough he is, they shouldn't do a ton of damage. Momo thought as she started to go over all of the information in her head that related to flash and real grenades. Using her mind, she started to mentally prep what she was going to need for her quirk to work. Cannon. I'll make a cannon too, just in case he powers through the grenades. Momo thought as she unzipped her shirt, she was going to need a lot of skin revealed, so she unzipped and rolled up her sleeves so that all of her arms were revealed. Naruto glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. You know, we make a super team, kind of makes me wonder which of us is going to win. I want to use my quirk against you, since you're really strong, but this wouldn't be a test of my current level if I did that. Naruto was honest with her. He wasn't 100% on his chances to win with her, not like he was with Tsuyu or would be with Mina. He put his odds, without his quirk, closer towards 70% or so when it came to Momo. She smiled. Thank you for the compliment dash. Fight. But I don't plan on losing, even to you. Momo created grenades from her arms. As they fell out of the air, she started to throw them towards Naruto. I have faith in you to weather this. Momo shouted as she pulled pins and threw. The first was the flash. Then came the boom. Well damn, that hurt. Naruto shouted as he ran towards her with his eyes closed. His shirt was now in tatters, a bloody gash on his chest from the explosion, sharp metal chunks in his skin. Naruto rushed towards the grenades, and he weathered the storm of explosions, but was pushed by a little. He protected his face from the bright lights and the explosions, the ground around him blowing up and taking serious damage. A large chunk of rock hitting him in the head as she continued to lob grenades at him, and he opened one of his eyes with a growing grin. The cannon formed out of her stomach and hit the ground in front of her, already aimed at Naruto as she yanked on the rope in it. There was a loud explosion, as the cannonball went flying towards Naruto. She was obsessed with making him stay as far away from her as possible. You'll beat me in close range, no doubt, but if I can dash. Naruto caught the cannonball as he dodged it, before he spun around and added more momentum to it. With added power, Naruto flung the ball back at her with more speed and power. It landed right back in the hole it back from, and the cannon exploded. Momo jumped away from her creation as it went off, blasting itself to metal chunks. Forming a shield out of her arm, she knocked away any stray metal chunks that would have hit her. She rolled to her feet, and saw Naruto standing in front of her with a fist pulled back. Texas Smash. Naruto called out as his fist rammed into her shield, with enough force to dent the metal. She took a knee. Ah! Momo's pain shout spoke volumes. She glanced at her shoulder, which had been dislocated by the blow. She formed a smoke bomb and let it hit the ground between them, letting it explode and cover them in smoke. She quickly created a fireproof blanket, and ducked down and covered herself with it. Forming a lighter in her hand, she stuck her dislocated arm out of the blanket. This smoke is laced with isobutane, this is going to be very destructive. Click. Shit! Naruto managed to say, before the gas all around them exploded with enough force to shoot him straight up into the air. The tattered remains of his shirt was gone at this point, and his pants were turned into shorts as he curled up into a ball to protect himself from most of the powerful explosion. Spinning in the air, Naruto landed on the ground on his feet as the fire and flames started to vanish. There was Momo, hiding underneath a blanket, all around her was scorched stage ground, before she uncovered herself and stood back up. She wasn't smiling. I hoped that would have ended it. Momo had wanted to send Naruto to Recovery Girl as soon as possible, since she had actually inflicted some serious wounds on him. His chest had pretty deep gashes, his right arm was completely covered in blood and hanging limply at his side, before he flexed said arm and jerked it back into place. She grabbed her own arm, and snapped her shoulder back into its proper place. Not without a short shout of pain though. How did he do that without shouting in pain? Naruto just smiled. Grenades use not only flames, but sharp metal chunks to hurt people, and the gas explosion would have killed most people. Naruto pointed out with a growing grin. This girl. Anything less than lethal force will be wasted on you. I have too much respect for your strength and durability, to not attack you with enough power to seriously harm a person. If you were using your quirk, you could have attacked me before I even had the time to use my quirk. Momo pointed out as she formed a long rod of metal, and took it into her hands. She wasn't without her close combat ability, though it wasn't her forte. If she used a weapon, she might be able to cover for her weakness while she thought of something else to use against Naruto. She had originally hoped that the cannonball would have knocked him out of the ring, but it would seem that type of weapon could be used against her too easily. You're taking advantage of how strong my body is, you're using my strength as a weapon against me. I like it. Naruto thought it was a little poetic. The only reason she was able to do this was because he was her opponent. She could use lethal weapons that she would never dream of using against another human, because they were being used against him. The second I hit you though, it's over for me. Momo knew, after taking that shielded punch, that if he scored a direct hit, she would be too stunned to be able to block a second or third hit. She would have to play some serious defense until she could come up with another counter against him. Naruto grabbed a rock from the ground, which had been knocked loose from her explosions, and he threw it at her full speed. The second he threw it, he rushed towards her with both of his arms low to the ground. She didn't block the rock, instead, she wisely chose to run towards Naruto and duck underneath. Shoving her rod into the ground, she jumped into the air high above him as he came in under her. In the stands, wow! Yororozu is really strong. She did some real damage to Naruto of all people. Izuku was just shocked when he saw that Naruto had been hurt by one of their classmates. He had thought that it wasn't possible, not once had somebody in their class really held a candle to Naruto yet. Kirishima frowned, and Mina was a little pale. Those wounds, they looked really bad. Huh! Take that you bastard! Bakugo shouted as he pointed down at Naruto. He was the only one cheering against Naruto though, most of them weren't taking any sides. Naruto's heavy wounds weren't something they could cheer to continue. You heard them, it's because she is fighting Naruto, that she is able to use her quirk like this. I can't imagine how much this is hurting both of them. Naruto's being hurt physically, while it must be killing Yororozu to inflict those injuries on him, Tenya added with a critical eye. He didn't like how far she was willing to do with this, but because it was Naruto she was fighting, this must was needed, it was required that she do this much to hope to win. Naruto hadn't expected his friend, Momo, to throw live grenades at him, or use highly explosive gas against him, so she had been able to get in a few free hits on him, surprise attacks to say. On the stage, gotta keep up the defense. Momo thought as her rod was snapped in half when she tried to block a punch from Naruto. She tossed her broken weapon aside, and she formed a shorter version of it for one hand. In her other hand was a shield, but this time, the shield was made out of a stronger metal. She was forced on the defensive completely, with Naruto not allowing her to get any more range on him. Her advantage, long range, was now useless against him as he pushed close to her. She didn't take any blows full force, she used her shield whenever possible to divert the damage as much as she could. Naruto grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up into the air, before he threw her behind him, away from the edge of the ring. You almost walked out of the ring, you need to pay attention. This is a pretty good match, and I don't want you to ring out. Come on, let's see what else that pretty head of yours can come up with. Naruto turned around and rushed towards her. Momo's eyes widened. I almost walked off the edge. Momo would have lost, right then and there if Naruto hadn't rescued her from her own mistake. She looked back to where she was standing, and saw that she really had almost walked off the edge. She raised her weapon and swung it at Naruto, hitting him in the ribs. Naruto lowered his arm and trapped her weapon though, before he grabbed her by the arm. Raising her shield up, Naruto twisted her wrist and flung her entire body to the side without letting go of her arm. Guh. Like that, her arm was jerked out of its socket again, and she dropped her weapon and shield. She had to think of something, quickly, but she had to keep a watch on the ring edge again, and she had to make sure that she kept an eye on Naruto. There was so much to do, and if she made even one more mistake, it could be her own fault for losing. Naruto grabbed the back of her open shirt, before he pulled it over her head and covered her eyes with it. Grabbing her head with both of his hands, he pulled her down and kneed her in the stomach. When she was lifted off of her feet, he wrapped his arms around her torso, tossed her up into the air. He grabbed onto her feet, and swung her down. Instead of hitting the cement, Momo created a cushion for herself to land on, which only softened the rough landing a little. She's not fighting as hard, it's like the confidence she had at the beginning of the match is fading. Naruto frowned as he flipped her over and grabbed onto her face. The look on her face was a lot different than before. He's got a hold on me, what do I make to? Momo started to think of anything that could get her out of this. Naruto straddled her, sitting on her thighs as he took firm grip on her. She wasn't able to move her legs, and Naruto grabbed her arms and pushed them above her head with his other hand. I'm going to lose. Are you okay? Naruto asked her, surprising her, despite how he was holding her down. Despite how bloody and injured he was looking down at her with such care. Her eyes widened in shock for a second. They were fighting, he wasn't supposed to show concern for her right now. He should be taking his fist, and using it to pound her face in, not that she wanted that to be honest. Even in their fight, he was taking her mental health into consideration. Tears started to form at the edges of her eyes, and she looked at the wounds that she had put on his body. He had large gashes on his chest, his right arm was in horrible condition, his shins had massive burns on them, and he was bleeding from the forehead. All she had wrong with her was maybe some small bruises, and a dislocated arm. I took advantage of how tough you are. Momo whispered to him. The audience didn't hear her, she was so quiet. Yeah, it was a super smart strategy, you really fucked me up with that first attack, and that gas explosion was genius dash. I took advantage of how tough you are, so that I could hurt you this much. You're my friend, even if you would survive. I shouldn't have done this much to you. I went too far against you, fight or no fight. I inflicted these horrible wounds on you, and here you are, taking care of me even in our fight. Momo couldn't stop the shame she was feeling. She had used her brain to come up with the best strategy to try and beat Naruto, but it didn't beat him. All she did was seriously injure him, and instead of becoming worried about him like a good friend, she thought about ways she could win the match. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean. The tears started to flow more freely when she saw chunks of metal sticking out of his chest. Naruto sighed, before he smiled down at her. He softly bopped her on the head, much to her shock. Don't be a dummy, this hurts like a bastard, but I'll be fine. Now, let's finish this match, K. Naruto stood up off of her, and helped her to her feet. She rubbed her eyes, before she blushed. This was all on national TV, and as the two of them started to walk away from each other, she glanced back at him. She smiled as the two of them turned to face off again. Time to finish this, and I have just the perfect thing. Momo declared as she formed a cannon again, only this time, it had a surprise. Naruto took up a stance she recognized as what he used against Tsuyu earlier. That will really hurt if it hits? She spoke under her breath. Naruto grinned. The next thing Momo knew, was what Naruto's fist looked like up close. 5 minutes later. Aya. My head hurts. Momo moaned as her eyes started to open. What happened, did she win? Don't move enough too much, Naruto really gave you a good lick to the cheek there. Recovery Girl stated as she finished wrapping up Naruto's arm, his chest already wrapped up. He didn't accept her healing, he just wanted her to take the metal fragments out, and that was it. Momo sat up and looked in the mirror, and she saw her right cheek was swollen up. Her arm was in a sling, and she had a large square bandage on her head. Naruto stood up and pat the top of Momo's head. You did really awesome out there. You're not great at close combat, but if you ever want some tips, feel free to come to me for help. That was a really fun match, I'm looking forward to doing this against with you. Naruto smiled at her. She blinked in surprise, before she nodded her head with a slowly growing smile of her own. She was half accepting her to hold a grudge for what she did to his body. Nope, it seemed that he wasn't that type of guy. Next time, I'll make a strategy that can beat you. I might have lost this time, but next time, I'll win for sure. Momo gave him her more dead serious look she could manage with a swollen cheek. He just grinned and leaned down so that their faces were inches apart. I'm looking forward to dash. The unspeakable happened. Chapter 45 Luck and Mistakes. Yeah, I win again. It seems Zero exhausted himself, and passed out. The winner by knockout is Toru. Not even present Mike as the announcer knew what to say to that, because the match that everyone was watching had been going on for upwards to 30 minutes. 30 minutes of watching Zero shoot his tape all around the stage, looking for a naked Toru with all of his might. The boy had stayed in the center of the stage the entire time, laid his tape across the ground to make Toru force herself to be careful where she was stepping. He played his part well, and used his quirk extremely well too. He had put up a super good fight the entire time, even as his quirk exhausted him and dried him up. The boy had tried his hardest to capture Toru, and it had taken 30 of him using up everything he had physically, before Toru made a mistake and landed on his tape. Which left the medics in an awkward situation. A knocked out Zero was laying underneath a giant ball of tape, with what might be Toru's head sticking out. Zero had managed to wrap her up using all of the tape he had shot out, but with the last push of his strength, he had tried to push her out of the stage. Sadly, he used up so much of his strength, the amount of force he used to push her even a little, had been what it took to knock him out. Then, knocked out, the giant ball of tape rolled on his back and got stuck there. That girl is the luckiest girl here, she should have lost in her first round. Midnight whispered, hand over mouth, unsure of what she had just seen herself. Clearly, Toru was the technical winner since Zero was knocked out. A knockout was considered to be more of a win than being unable to move. Since Toru was unable to move, naturally she would have been considered the loser, and then Zero decided to continue to match before it could be called in his favor. He had the win in the bag, but he tried to roll her out and passed out doing it. Since she was still awake, the win that should have been his, went to Toru instead. In the Class A audience, wow, Toru is so lucky. Izuku started to write down notes on the fight with a smile on his face. Zero's performance had been great, and the fight had shown the weaknesses behind his quirk, which he needed to write down as soon as possible. While Todoroki had lost to Toru because of his own self-confidence in his win, and because he had been distracted by something on his mind. Zero had lost to Toru, because after watching Todoroki, Zero had chosen to make sure that Toru lost by going with overkill. Thanks to his own actions, he exhausted himself to the point of passing out, and handed his well-earned win to Toru. The girl should have lost both fights, but thanks to her opponents being distracted, and overcompensating, she was once more continuing in the tournament. Think she can luck her way to the top? Izuku asked Tenya. The boy had a large bandage over his head, the last part of his injuries that needed to be healed, from his fight with Bakugo. I don't see her getting past Bakugo. His match is next. Tenya spoke as Denki and Bakugo came out of different ends of the stadium, and started to walk towards the stage. This could get messy. Kaminari might not look it, but his quirk is really strong. If he can shoot off everything he has before Bakugo can use his quirk, this could be a quick match in Kaminari's favor. Kyoka interjected her opinion on the coming fight. Bakugo was one of the strongest in class, but Denki also had an elemental-based, long-range quirk that was great for one-on-one fighting. Against Bakugo, it was simply a matter of who could shoot off their quirk faster than the other. She glanced at the person who knew Bakugo best. Go Kaminari. You can do it. Mina called out from the stands herself, cheering on the much more cheerful of the two blondes on stage. Because if somehow, you manage to win, and Naruto collapses on stage, I have a much better chance against you than Bakugo, Mina whispered under her breath. So transparent. The entire class that heard her words thought. She just wanted an easier fight. On the stage, man, that is a really unpleasant face you have, Bakugo. Don't worry, I'm going to end this fight as soon as I can. If Naruto's not going to use his quirk, then I'll use this as my chance to become super popular by beating him. I'll finish you off in a second, don't worry, it won't hurt much. Denki gave some warning sparks off of his body. He had a plan, he was going to release all of his power as far around him as he could. The second the fight started, he wasn't going to make everything go up in lightning. Bakugo would get knocked out before he could release an explosion, and everything would go smoothly. Denki didn't see the murder on Bakugo's face the second he spoke the words. They're going to be peeling you off the walls, dunce face. Once I'm done with you, I'm going to beat the shit out of that nudist freak. I'll be the one to beat Foxface, after he beats Raccoon Eyes. Bakugo shouted as small explosions came off of his hands. Midnight stood back with a nervous sweat, and she got her cell phone out and started to type a text. Can we have the medics on standby? Present Mike spoke what she texted him, and she gave the announcer box a thumbs up. She had been too nervous to say it herself, since she didn't want to get caught up in a dangerous explosion. She was right next to the stage, any big attacks were really capable of hitting her too. She was ready to use her quirk if it looked like Bakugo was going to go too far with it. Don't worry, I won't hurt him much. Denki shouted over to Midnight with a grin. Bakugo looked like a bomb about to explode. Midnight waited until she saw the medics near the edge of the arena, staying away from the stage, but being there in case things got out of hand. In the stands, I'm sad I have to watch a man die today. Kakin is going to kill him. Izuku was sweating nervously even as he said that. Bakugo was not going to take that one lying down, meaning Denki was going to be in for some serious pain in the next few seconds. Everyone offered their prayers. Back on stage. Fight! Midnight shouted, before she jumped for cover away from the mic, and behind a cement wall. This will be over in a flash. Die! Bakugo raised his arms, both of them, up the same second Denki prepared to shoot his lightning everywhere. The second any electricity started to charge up for Denki though, a massive explosion went shooting straight at Denki. Denki was covered by the explosion, before he went flying off of the stage and slammed into the wall with enough force to sink his body into it. His body was smoking, and covered in ashes, his gym clothes completely burned away, leaving him mostly naked, except for his underwear. Even then, his ass was exposed as the back part of his underwear was destroyed. Nobody cheered for Bakugo, not even a single person. He's alive, right? Midnight asked into the mic, hiding behind the wall as she looked towards the medics. Don't worry, I made sure to attack him the second he released that damn quirk of his. The lightning shielded his body from the worst of my explosion. Remember this, dunce face, next time you talk shit, you better be better to back it up? Bakugo growled and glared. He looked down at his own palms, and frowned when he saw that he had slightly injured his own hands. He had used an explosion that was too powerful for his own body to handle without some help from his gear. He shoved his hands in his pockets and started to walk towards the edge of the stage. What was left of the stage? In the audience? Damn it. Now I have to fight Naruto, and even if I win, I have to fight Bakugo. No matter what, I'm in for a world of hurt. I'm gonna cry, you see this, I'm crying. Mina had literal dramatic tears rolling down her cheeks. No matter what, she was going to be unable to avoid the pain that was going to ruin her day. Her only hope was that Naruto wasn't going to be capable of going all out on her. Deku, what are your tips on fighting Naruto? Mina had looked through the notebook, and she didn't see anything she would be able to use. Why did her quirk had to be acid? Izuka thought about it. Run away? Naruto might be suffering from blood loss right now, so if you make him use up his stamina, that might exhaust him. I mean, you could abuse Naruto's. Kirishima covered his mouth with his hands, to stop himself from talking any further. He almost revealed something that Naruto told him not long ago in private, when Naruto opened up to him. I said nothing. I'm going to go get something to eat. Kirishima got up robotically and walked off before anyone could stop him. He almost revealed that Naruto was still suffering some mental trauma. Screw it, I'm going to do my best. What is the worst that could happen? Mina shouted with a giant smile on her face. Time to show the world her stuff. Chapter 46 Finals. Deep, calming breaths. As injured as he is right now, I have a chance. I can do this, Mina thought to herself as she stood across from Naruto. She wasn't a part girl, in or out of battle, and mostly relied on her intuition for combat. If she thought something would work, she went with it, and didn't usually have to think twice. In normal situations, it didn't matter if Naruto was injured or not, her victory chances weren't great. Naruto was injured, he had refused to be healed from his last fight, and he had been through more fights than she had. He had to be low on blood, and slower than he usually would be too. Right now, I can win. Mina lowered herself and moved her arms back and forth. She could do this, she could do it. Naruto groaned and held the side of his head. I can't believe I passed out in Recovery Girl's office. Thank God Momo was there, but I can't believe I had another dream about that little girl. Naruto frowned to himself. According to a blushing Momo, he didn't know why she was blushing, he had passed out for close to 45 minutes in the medical wing. Mina gulped. Fight. Sorry Mina, but I just want to get this tournament over with. Mina felt pain in her gut as she was bent over almost instantly, the distance between herself and Naruto gone. She had started to run at him when the match started, but she hadn't even noticed him move until she felt an ungodly amount of pain. Her lunch wasn't in her stomach anymore as she was lifted off of her feet, hanging in the air by Naruto's fist holding her up. She threw up, the force behind the punch getting her far more hard than she thought Naruto would be able to manage in his injured state. Her legs dangled helplessly, before she was tossed to the ground outside of the ring. Mina finished puking up what was left in her stomach, thankfully she puked no blood so nothing vital was injured. It would seem that despite Naruto wanting to finish her up as quickly as possible, he was still taking her health into account by only hitting her hard enough to stun her, so he could toss her out of the ring. Should have known, I didn't have a chance. Mina wasn't able to properly stand by herself, so the medical men came and got her, picking her up and carrying her off to the medical area just like the rest of Naruto's opponents. Naruto was a nice guy, but people didn't usually fight him without paying a visit to the hospital after. I surrender from my match with Bakugo. Toru shouted towards midnight from the stands. She knew she had no chance of using her luck to try and make a win against the explosive wonder himself. She was more than likely going to be blasted off of the stage like Denki had been before she could even get her shirt off. A guy like Bakugo wouldn't hesitate to blast her to pieces either, so this was as far as she was going to for in the tournament. The fact she took down 2 opponents alone was enough to get her some good notice, and giving up against an opponent vastly stronger than he could be seen as a good judge of strength. Not to mention, even if she lucked her way through Bakugo, she wasn't going to be taking down Naruto, whose bad luck would somehow counteract her good luck, and possibly make the entire stadium collapse as a supervillain attacked it with a giant rampaging fish or something. There was silence. Can she do that? I'll allow it. Midnight shouted after a moment's thought. It was up to her if she was going to allow such a thing, but it didn't really violate any rules. Boom. Bakugo, in the stands, propelled himself down towards the stadium with an explosion, using a smaller explosion to guide himself to the opposite end of the ring to Naruto. He had a wide, wicked grin with red angry eyes as he looked towards Naruto. Walking through the hallways wasn't fast enough of a method, not when he was going to be getting to fight the one person, well the second person he wanted to fight the most. Since the person he wanted to beat the most wasn't in the tournament, he would settle for this, and earn himself the number 1 spot that he craved, that he deserved. I've been waiting for this chance since I saw you. I'm going to turn you into a bloody stain. Bakugo shouted out his usual pre-fight banter. Naruto wasn't fazed. In the stands, Momo limped into the stands, still somewhat hurt from her fight with Naruto, but she had a more concerned look on her face when she saw that the fight was about to start, before she could put a stop to it. On her way to the stands, she had passed by a defeated Mina, and she had heard Toru forfeit smartly. This isn't good. Naruto doesn't look like he's going to hold back. If he uses his quirk right now, he might actually kill Bakugo. Momo thought to herself as she took her seat. She would try and stop the fight, but honestly, she didn't think she could even if she tried. Naruto wasn't a person to back down from a fight, and Bakugo was sure as hell not going to do that. Are you okay? A fully healed Tsuyu asked as she looked at her fellow victim of a Naruto fight. I'll be fine, she wants to heal me little by little to conserve stamina. I'm more worried about this fight. Momo furrowed her brow. This wasn't going to be pretty. Fight. Naruto versus Bakugo. Boom. Bakugo propelled himself into the air above Naruto, over his head and behind him. Pointing both of his hands at Naruto's back the second he was behind him, he gave a great grin when he looked at how close Naruto was. His face became shocked when he saw that Naruto had his head turned to look at him, and not like he had turned his head to track him. Like he had predicted this would have been his first move, and turned his head to see where Bakugo would land ahead of time. Don't fucking mock me. Screaming, Bakugo unleashed his greatest explosion to date. Half of the stage was completely covered by explosions and flames, the audience getting a taste of hot air as many of them were pushed back by the shockwaves of his boom. Bakugo was launched backwards by his own explosion, out of the ring, but before he could land on the outside, he used his explosions to propel himself back into the smoke-covered ring. Is that all you have? The smoke started to clear once Bakugo landed, and as the smoke cleared, Naruto became visible in the same spot he had been standing in. Both of his arms were burnt from the explosion, his sleeves destroyed as well. Naruto's position had changed, and his arms were extended at his sides. The stage behind Naruto, in a triangle, was left unharmed by the explosion. It looked like Naruto had changed the direction the explosion was flying at the cost of his arms, blood dripping from his fists as he dropped them to his side. Bakugo took a step backwards and looked around. How did he do that? Do that again, I dare you bastard. Bakugo shouted as he pointed his arms at Naruto. His words were challenge to Naruto, who turned to face Bakugo fully. I just want this tournament over with, whatever is eating your ass, isn't my problem. Naruto spoke seriously, frown on his face instead of the usual grin when challenged by a strong opponent. Fine, I'll take on whatever it is you have. Naruto took up a stance. He was going to finish this as fast as he could, though it would be harder since Bakugo was a range fighter. Naruto pointed 2 fingers on his hands, 2 each hand, towards Bakugo, and he nodded towards him. Fuck you. Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion, equal to one earlier in size, and aimed it right at Naruto. This time, the audience was looking at Naruto instead of Bakugo, and saw Naruto point his fingers towards the center of the explosion as it rocketed at him. The second the flames touched his fingertips, Naruto jerked his arms forward into the explosion itself, and most of the explosion started to get sucked into where Naruto's arms were. The rest of the explosion was safely diverted to the sides, away from Naruto himself. Using one hand, Bakugo launched himself up with a small explosion, using the smoke around Naruto to hide his spots, before he floated above where Naruto would be in the dust cloud. Aiming down, he fired another explosion with both hands this time, right into the heart of the smoke. Landing on the other side of the smoke, Bakugo started to run towards the smoke as it faded away. The more he sweat, the more powerful his quirk was, so he needed to stay as active as he could, moving around as much as physically possible for the fight in order to fight at his strongest. When the smoke faded, Naruto wasn't standing in the smoke. He wasn't anywhere. He killed him. Who the hell are you all calling dead? Naruto asked as he stood behind Bakugo, crouched down in his shadow, using Bakugo's own body to hide himself from immediate notice. Bakugo faced his palms at Naruto, and unleashed a small barrage of explosions as he put some distance between himself as Naruto. Naruto grabbed him by the wrist though and slammed him into the ground. He used the smoke to hide his escape, and while I was in the air, he used my shadow to hide himself from me noticing him. I hate this, but this bastard is even craftier than that worthless Deku. Bakugo pushed his palms into the ground. Naruto stepped on his hand, smothering it into the now revealed dirt. Naruto kicked Bakugo in the face, knocking him into the air with a bloodied nose. When Bakugo aimed an explosion at Naruto, Naruto swung his arm right next to the explosion and created a small air current. The explosion itself was diverted away from Naruto's body very slightly, and changed the direction Bakugo planned to propel himself in. I don't get why you have a beef with me, but you're not my rival. I noticed you were looking at me like a rival, but with your mentality, I'll never accept somebody like you as a rival, much less a hero. You and Torodoki both are strong, have good battle prowess, and amazing quirks. Neither of you are even close to being worthy of ever becoming a hero though. In his eyes, I see his motivation being spite for his bastard of a father. In your eyes. Naruto grabbed Bakugo by the face, and slammed him head first into the broken concrete. I see selfishness. A hero is a person who saves people. A hero doesn't want to become number one, just because they want to be number one. A hero is a person with ideals, convictions, strength of heart, to save the lives of others, even at the cost of their own if required. I see a desire to be the best in your eyes. Deku, Izuku Midoriya, that guy you seem to hate, now he is worthy of being called a hero one day. He has what it takes to be somebody I can proudly call my rival. Naruto raised his fist, and as Bakugo raised his palms to blast Naruto, he slammed his fist into Bakugo's face, slamming him into the ground a little deeper. He just wanted this tournament to be over. He needed to talk with his uncle about something more important than this, and he needed to do it as soon as possible. Deku, it's always Deku, it's that damn fucking nerd. What does he have that I don't? Why does that little weakling get your attention, while I don't even register on your radar? I'm stronger than him. Bakugo shouted out, his face a little beaten, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Naruto didn't need even a second to think it over. Being a hero isn't about being the strongest, it's about protecting people, that's it. Deku is a weak little nerd, like you said, but even if you're weak, you can get stronger. Having the strength of heart to put your life on the line for somebody in need, that is the trait I look for when I think of a hero. As you are now, until you grow as a person, you're not ever going to be on my radar. We were born with these powers to help others. Naruto slammed his open palm into Bakugo's chest. He's Frog Strike. Using the same move he used on Tsuyu, since he just wanted the fight over with, Naruto knocked Bakugo out the second he was able to get the blow right to where he needed it to be. Naruto frowned as he stood up over the knocked-out Bakugo. Winner by knockout, Naruto. People can change Bakugo, for better or for worse. I hope one day you'll grow up, and become worthy of the title hero. This world needs as many heroes as it can get. With those final words, Naruto started to walk away. As soon as the winner's ceremony was over, he needed to speak with his uncle. Chapter 47 Confession Time. You didn't attend the award ceremony to get your medal? Toshinori wanted to lecture Naruto about making more public appearances, as he passed Naruto his first place medal. The second the tournament had ended, Naruto had went to him, and told him that he wanted to talk with him as soon as possible. With that, Naruto had left the stadium and went told Midnight that something important came up. First place still went to Naruto, he just needed a proxy to take his medal for him until he could collect it. They were in Naruto's dorm room, and Toshinori blinked in surprise when he saw that Naruto's bed had been thrown out, and replaced by a large sleeping shark. The shark with multiple body parts that belonged to other animals, with its back covered in bear fur to make a new form-off bed for Naruto. This is Shark, I took him as a pet, and he's going to stay here to keep guard over my Hoshi no Tama for me. I've been in the process of training him not to attack people. Anyway, I wanted to talk with you about something important. Naruto brushed off the comment about him not attending the ceremony. Naruto sat down on the floor and tossed his medal onto his desk, before he crossed his arms and leaned up against Shark. Did my mother ever have visions of the future, in dreams? Naruto asked his uncle right away. There was no need for him to beat around the bush. To my knowledge, only visions about things that concerned her. Nobody ever believed her though, since her quirk was a transformation type. Are you telling me you've been seeing visions? Toshinori asked in concern. If that was so, then that would not only validate what Kushina used to say when she had weird dreams, but it would also mean that there was more to Naruto's quirk than either of them knew about. The original Ninetales quirk had always been a mystery, and when it transformed into the Monster Fox quirk, it was never known just how much of the Ninetales quirk's power transferred into the new quirk. Naruto getting visions as dreams was a big deal if it was true, since it meant he could also manifest other abilities of the Ninetales quirk in the future. Naruto nodded. At least, I think. I've been seeing dreams of villains, and there is this little girl I keep seeing in my visions. Her name is Eri. I need help, she needs to be saved. I really need your help. This is what she looks like. Naruto had drawn several pictures of her. He had taken his time, to make sure and get all of her features down as exactly as he could. He included the scars on her arms, because it was important to show just how much abuse she was going through. And there are almost no records of her, anywhere I looked. When I checked her family registry, it says she is living with a blood relative, but her father was a Yakuza boss. I think she's being used for her quirk, but I don't have proof. Naruto had already made time to do as much research on her as he could. Her parents were gone, and she had no other real relatives. She was living, with what Naruto assumed, to be her father's minions. If she was being this abused, then she must have a quirk that they wanted to use her for. You really don't do anything halfway, do you? Toshinori glanced at Naruto's desk, and he saw a multitude of documents there. Documents about Himiko Toga, who recently escaped from jail. Documents about the girl Eri, and even files on multiple other criminals who seemed to be unrelated to each other. He could tell that Naruto's dreams were really bothering him. Is there something else about your dream? You wouldn't be this worried if it was just that. Criminals can be taken down by heroes? What has you so worked up? Toshinori asked with a frown. It wasn't like Naruto to ever become worried about villains, unless the situation was truly horrifying. This girl, in my dream, that part isn't important. She needs to be saved. She's suffering, and nobody is helping her. Naruto shook his head. Toshinori looked at Naruto and nodded. Well, the tournament just ended, but pro heroes are already putting in applications to take you in for the internships. You winning the tournament and getting first place, without your quirk, really impressed a lot of people, myself included. I'm proud of what you did today. Toshinori took up his muscle form and gave Naruto a signature thumbs up. Naruto grinned. That made him happy. With Momo? She was unhappy with what she had to do. I have to tell her the truth, she has the right to know. Momo thought as she covered herself with a towel. She had been following after Mina, since the tournament ended and everyone started to go back to their dorm rooms. Mina had started to head towards the female baths though instead of her dorm room, like she had originally thought the girl would do. The girl had been given third place in the tournament, even though she only ever really fought once, and didn't get a chance to show off through any of the other events. Her fight against Naruto had been utterly one-sided, so it didn't really count as much of a fight. Ashido, Mina, do you want me to wash your back for you? Momo spoke up as she followed after Mina. She recoiled a little when she saw Mina's absolute lack of shame or modesty, as she had her towel draped over her shoulder, instead of covering her body. In the girls' changing room or not, one didn't just strip down and not cover themselves. She understood Mina was comfortable with nudity, and didn't need the reason to hide her body around other girls, but not all other girls wanted to see her body. Oh, Yamamoto, sure, I guess. After throwing up, I just sort of felt like a bath, but you must have really worked up a sweat yourself, Mina exclaimed as she put her arms back behind her head. Momo looked at her body. She's got a really nice figure, not extra fat on her. All muscle, Momo thought, obviously not counting the fat on Mina's breasts. Mina was just a couple of cup sizes smaller than she was, and that was saying something. She noticed that Mina's purplish-pink body really made it kind of hard to see any real flaws in her body. Since her skin color was dyed its color by the acid running through her veins, her body didn't really scar or gain blemishes. Not to mention when she used her acid, the first thing to go would be the dead skin cells on her body. Meaning her skin was absolutely flawless, and remained tight. With your quirk, your skin must be thicker, so you'll look younger longer. Momo spoke out loud without meaning to. Men had thicker skin, but thanks to Mina's quirk, part of her quirk factor would be thicker skin, meaning that like a man, her skin would naturally stay wrinkle-free longer provided that she took care of herself. With her acid quirk, she was always giving herself better skin as well, by flushing all the bad stuff out. Basically, Mina would never have to worry about acne or blemishes. Really? Never thought about that. Cool. You're not very shy about your body, are you? Momo asked as they entered the showers to give their bodies a pre-wash before entering the bath. She got behind Mina and started to wash her back for her. She was right, Mina had extremely soft skin. Mina snorted. My quirk is acid, you have no idea how many times I melted my own clothes growing up. I'm fine with a little skin showing, I just don't like it when pervs peep on me without my consent. Mina wasn't a shy girl, by nature or by the way she was raised. Which is good, since I've been trying to seduce Naruto, that idiot just doesn't get it. Mina sighed and shook her head. Momo froze at the mention of Naruto. She needed to say something to Mina. About Naruto, when we were in the medical office, we kissed? Momo came out and said it. Now she just needed to wait for Mina to explode, and slap her or something. There was no way that a girl like Mina was going to stand by and let another girl kiss her boyfriend, or boyfriend kiss another person in general. She looked in the mirror, and saw that Mina didn't really have any reaction positive or negative towards the comment. She just looked at Momo in the reflection, and started to wash her hair. So, I kissed your boyfriend, you should be screaming at me. Momo was shocked by that complete lack of reaction. Mina just snorted. Naruto would never cheat on me, I have faith in him. Also, you're my friend Yamamoto, and you're a good person too. Knowing Naruto and you must have kissed by accident or something, and you're overthinking things and feel guilty. I'm not going to be mad because of an accident. Accidents happen, anyway, it was just a kiss. Mina didn't blow up, get angry or jealous, or have any reaction that Momo was expecting of her. She just smiled and sent her a thumbs up, showing that they were still cool. She was forgiven for the accident. Mina was surprisingly mature about this. I expected you to. Momo didn't know how to put it. Get angry or start crying? Nah. Anyway, the fact you feel bad about this makes me feel a lot better. I'm really jealous of how you and Naruto just seem to click together so naturally. I was worried you and he might fall for each other and leave me forgotten, ha ha ha. Then I remembered, you're not interested in love like most girls. Mina laughed, before she yelped when she got soap in her eyes. Momo frowned. Naruto and I to click? Momo asked with a tilted head. You and Naruto are, like, perfect together. You're both powerful, have awesome quirks, are really heroic, and super hot, your teamwork is amazing, you rely on each other a lot, and seem to just have personalities that go really well together. You two are like yin and yang, different, but balance each other. Heck, if I hadn't met Naruto first, he might have fallen for you for real. Mina laughed off her own jealousy. Was she still jealous? Yes, and as she spoke she actually felt a little fear in the pit of her stomach. The nervousness that she always felt when she saw those two together, the fear Naruto might fall for Momo and forget about his love for her, well, it was hard to get rid of fears, even if they were irrational. Momo just seemed a little shocked, her mind had trouble accepting what Mina said, but she started to imagine it a little. Momo's daydream. Naruto and Momo, both in full hero costume, both sat across from each other, with slices of cake in front of each other. The two of them were a little older than they were now, with Naruto's hair having been cut a little shorter, and her figure a little different as well. Her mature body just a little more mature, the two of them just enjoying their idle hours of hero work while on patrol, eating together at a small cafe at an outdoor table. They were eating with one hand, and their other hands were together, on top of the table, a small display of affection. You have some cake on your lips. Naruto reached up and wiped the cake off with a thumb, before he licked it, and grinned at her. She blushed. Back to reality? Thankfully, you met him first, ahahaha. Momo hid her face behind Mina's hair and head, so Mina wouldn't see her absolutely burning red cheeks. I never even thought about that until you mentioned it. Darn, why did you have to bring that up, Mina? Momo hated what she just imagined. Showing affection like that in public, she never imagined her own imagination would be that daring and lewd. Yep. I want to be a hero and all, but honestly, I'm fine if I become a sidekick too. I'm just doing this, because it's kind of expected of me. You are really focused on becoming a pro hero, not just a sidekick. There is no way you would ever fall in love when it could get in the way of your career. Well, I wouldn't say that. Yep, so I have nothing to worry about. You're different than girls like me and Toru. So, let's keep chasing our goals together, as friends? Mina spoke, her smile blinding as she interrupted Momo without meaning to. Momo sighed and nodded her head. This was honestly the best outcome in the end. Chapter 48. A nice suit. How is this going to help me learn frog kata? Tsuyu wasn't questioning Naruto's training methods, she was more than happy to do what was asked of her, but she was a little surprised when instead of focusing on her upper body like she first thought, she was working on her legs. All she was doing was running behind Naruto, basic training, with a tire tied to her with a rope. It was just leg strength training, mixed with stamina training. Well, there was a little bit of an added challenge, since Naruto drew a line around the track with chalk, and she was only allowed to let her feet run while touching the line. Your quirk makes your legs really strong and you're flexible, sure, but you need a really high control over your body. Not to mention, the stronger your body, the better this style is, and if you lack stamina, this style will destroy you too. While fighting, you're moving your body about 4 times as much as normal. When you're moving, you'll be losing stamina about 4 to 40 times faster. Naruto explained with a grin. He was taking this as his chance to train as well, since this was their last day off from school after the sports festival, and tomorrow they would be back to normal. So, he was using his quirk at the two-tail form, and running while pulling a truck behind him with a rope. He had seen where he needed to improve without the use of his quirk at the sports festival, and saw where he stood against his classmates. Now he needed to test the limits of each of the tailed forms he was able to enter while in control. Once he knew all of his limits, then he would see about finally pushing one more step further with them. Wouldn't I lose stamina 4 times quicker, since I'm moving 4 times as much? Tsuyu questioned his math on that. If your body was in peak condition maybe, but fighting with the frog kata is like a contradiction in the form of fighting. You have to be fast and slow, aggressive and passive, strong and weak, moving and still. Not only does this force your body to constantly try to force itself to pick one or the other, but your mind always has to be completely empty, but focused as well. This fighting style is both mentally and physically draining. Naruto was happy to explain it to the first person who ever wanted to really know the mechanics. Kirishima knew a little from their spars, but Tsuyu was the first person who ever wanted to learn the fighting style. Tsuyu saw Naruto's smile. He was really proud of this style. Why such a large gap in stamina loss? She questioned why his guess was between 4 and 40. For an untrained body, you lose more stamina. For an untrained mind, you lose more stamina. There are a lot of conditions. You need to be able to control and relax your body, focus and empty your mind, become still and moving at the same time. If you master each of these, and become used to it, this style will take less of your stamina. The frog kata isn't just a set of motions to attack, it uses every part of the body, and you can use it in any way. With your build, you would be best using the frog kata with your legs. Naruto glanced back and looked her up and down. Her arms weren't super strong, maybe a little stronger than a normal girl's arms, but her legs beat her arms by a huge margin. Even if she trained her arms to the limit, she would more than likely never be able to use them to use the frog kata to any real effect. Thinking on what he was saying, Tsuyu couldn't help but think of an important question. How long will this take to learn? Tsuyu asked him with a finger to her lips, all while running behind him. At this point, she was even starting to sweat and pant. She was about to reach the point where her body was going to hurt to tell her to give up. I would say about 6 months before your body is good enough to start, and after that point. I would guess about 1 or 2 years total. That is a long time, but the ability to knock out villains easily, without killing them, makes that amount of time worth it. Learning the frog strike will help me become the best hero I can be. Tsuyu nodded her head simply. She had a goal ahead of her, and it was one that would require a lot of her time and patience. Though, Naruto's freakish stamina made a little sense now, if he was always training his stamina to make use of this type of fighting style. Actually, the way he was so strong without his quirk made sense too, if he put this much effort into training all of his life like he seemed to do. My siblings want to see you again, by the way, and my parents want to thank you. They've been asking me to invite you to dinner when I go home on the weekend. Tsuyu remembered that when she thought about how strong Naruto was. Her brother was really impressed with Naruto, and the way her classmate had been a key component to saving the world, and freeing her from enslavement, and everyone from destruction. Sure, sounds fun. Wow, it was that easy to get Naruto to do stuff? I've said this before, but you're really nice. I'm sorry for thinking you were scary when we first met. Tsuyu really was sorry for her first impression of him. A tall, strong guy who seemed to always have something on his mind, that could turn into a large dangerous fox, spew flames, and apparently enough punishment to kill a regular person, was just a terrifying person. Not to mention, even now, almost every time he used his quirk, she always felt the sensation that she was around a large, dangerous predator that could go on a rampage at any given moment. It was strange that she had that feeling, when Naruto had never given her a reason to suspect he would do anything to hurt his friends, other than beat them up in tournament fights, which didn't count. Naruto looked back at her with confusion. You don't need to apologize. We're friends now, so what you thought of me before won't change how I think of you now. I'm just happy to have friends like you in my life at all. So adorable. Tsuyu had never thought she would see such a big guy talking about friendship in such a genuine, honest way. It was absolutely adorable to see this big scary guy act like the total softie that he really was. Not to mention, in his fox form, his fur looked really soft literally. She kind of wanted to see if his fur was as soft as it looked, but she was a little too embarrassed to ask if she could ride on his shoulders. A girl her age shouldn't be asking boys that, not to mention she didn't want to come across as too, I want to ride on your shoulders. Tsuyu accidentally spoke her mind, without thinking about it. Her cheeks turned pink. That was a really embarrassing thing to ask in general. Naruto shrugged. Sure, don't see why not. Another location? You're late. Menma frowned deeply, dusting off his nice suit as he sat on the desk of an elementary schooler. With the time of day it was, there was nobody that was around to see him. It was after school, and this would serve as the best place to send a message. He hated being kept waiting, and sadly, his younger sister had no concept of what it meant to be on time. Her blood-ravaged mind only ever thought of when the next time she could go wild would be, and while her amazing power and combat potential could never be ignored, any attribute she held outside of fighting was annoying to even him. The girl was constantly late for everything, didn't care if she was making a scene or not, didn't ever give two shits about if their plans failed or succeeded. All she ever wanted was what she wanted, or whatever caught her interest. She was an animal, through and through. It's not often I get to possess people, brother, allow me to enjoy myself some. Kamui Wood spoke as the pro-hero walked into the room with a skip in his step. His voice sounded normal, but it was far more peppy than the usual Kamui Woods. Their mother had the Ninetales power of illusion, their elder brother had the Ninetales power of foxfire, and Naruto had the Ninetales power of possession. While she used her quirk, she was capable of possessing the bodies of others. Transforming her body and going inside of them, completely taking over their minds and bodies, with very few having ever been able to force her out of their bodies. Those with a blood relation to her were usually the ones that had a form of resistance to her power. The key to being successful in the business world is proper advertisement. Our cousin, he wants the League of Villains to be successful. He's a child though, our elder he might be. The way he thinks is too small-minded, allowing Stain to simply kill heroes in alleys. There are better ways. Release him, he needs to struggle. Menma ordered his sister with a deep frown. Straightening his tie, he stood up and placed a smile on his face. Kamui Wood's body jerked, before a black shadow started to exit his body, and it reformed into a Naruto, taking her own one-tail fox form, a near-exact copy of Naruto's own, only with a slightly more feminine build to it. She quickly powered down and started to skip around the room, kicking over desks that got in her way. Destruction. Where, who are? Calm down, Kamui Woods, it won't do for a hero to spend their last moments on their world questioning the pointless. You're here to serve as a sacrificial offering to a purpose greater than you. Be pleased, your death will be used to further the goals of the League of Villains. Menma spoke in a too friendly voice. That was all Kamui Woods needed to hear. I'll not go down easily. If you have information on the League of Villains, then I'll capture you. Kamui Woods shouted out as he pointed his arm at Menma. Menma clapped, while standing behind Kamui Woods as the wood that shot out of his arm, destroyed the wall that was behind where Menma had been standing. Menma took a small marble out of his pocket with AX on it and flicked it in the air. Kamui Woods' reflexes were on the good side, because he turned around in an instant and using more binding wood to try and capture Menma. Menma was in the air, with the marble he flicked in his hand. He had teleported upside down so that his feet were on the ceiling, and he took a bag of marbles out of his pocket and let them all start to fall out of the bag. Looking towards Naruto, who had AX on the back of her neck, he teleported to it while the marbles were still falling out of the air. I've allowed you to struggle enough, time to finish this. Menma opened his jacket and showed that the inside of his suit was lined completely with knives. When the marbles in the air had Kamui Woods completely surrounded, he ran his hand over the knives in his jacket quickly. Instantly, every knife he touched vanished, and they appeared at the marbles. With how close the marbles were to Kamui Woods, each and every knife ended up stabbing the man in a different location. The head, the heart, the liver, and over 24 other knives were all stabbing the man. His death was instant. Naruto pouted. I blinked and missed the fight, brother. You killed him too fast. That fight took like a second. You should have let me kill him. Naruto complained when she saw Kamui Woods' corpse start to fall to the ground. Menma held up his bag, and while the marbles were still falling out of the air, he started to catch them in the bag. The fight had been finished before the marbles even hit the ground, and since Menma caught them all, they didn't touch the ground after the fight either. Menma stopped smiling. This is a nice suit, I didn't want to needlessly prolong this fight and risk allowing him to touch me. Now, do the dirty work, and use his blood to paint a message on the walls. Dealing with a hero leaves a bad taste in my mouth. This kind of work is more suited for savages like you, Menma pointed out. Naruto hugged him, and he rolled his eyes at her. What was I supposed to write? Naruto whispered, since she didn't remember anything about the plan, other than she was supposed to possess the first hero she saw, and bring them to this building. She almost never listened to people when they talked. Menma sighed. The League of Villains is gaining power, heroes beware. Chapter 49 A rivalry that surpasses time. All Might, thanks for talking with me. Toshinori was a little confused when he got a call from Izuku of all people, asking to meet up with him first thing in the morning before school. The boy had been showing vast improvements in the one-for-all quirk, and with Naruto's tutoring there had not been much for him to do with the training. He was a little surprised that Izuku wanted to meet with him for some reason. Sure my boy, anything. You should feel safe asking me anything dash. Why didn't you choose Naruto? Izuku asked with a serious look. It had taken him a while, but he had finally worked up the courage to ask this one question that had been haunting him. Naruto winning the sports festival without his quirk, and seeing his classmate in action so many times just cemented this question. Naruto was clearly the better suited person to inherit One for All. With his body he would be able to easily master the power, and with his own extremely powerful quirk, he would easily surpass All Might himself as a hero. His undying willpower, courage, and his strong morals and values of a hero were just something that stood out head above the rest of their class. Izuku looked up, and saw Toshinori was visibly surprised, and even a little saddened by the question. I knew this question might come one day, when Midoriya started to grow stronger. Toshinori knew, he knew this would come. As a weakling, Izuku had never had a reason to compare himself to others in a positive way. The gap between himself and others was just always so great, that he could never see the tips of their power. He was stronger now, and it was natural he would compare himself to others. With his growth in strength, he was finally able to see where others' powers lay in comparison to his own power. The gap wasn't as great as it was before, and Izuku would just keep closing that gap, before he surpassed those who had been ahead of him. No doubt, he had compared himself to Naruto, and upon seeing the gap in power, Izuku had once more been placed back into the position where couldn't see where a person's power was in comparison to himself. I asked I heard you. Why? Toshinori wanted to know if he was right. Izuku became serious. Because, if he had this power, he would be a better hero than I would with it. Even now, after months. I still can't see how strong he is. I was able to compare myself to Kaken, one of the strongest guys I know. No matter how strong I get, how much of this power I use, it is like Naruto is always ahead of me, and he's getting farther away. Izuku looked down at his hands, which had been broken so many times when he trained with his power. At his strongest, he could use at most 11% of his power without completely breaking himself. Even with that power though, he knew he wouldn't win a fight with Naruto, while Naruto wasn't using his quirk. Toshinori nodded when he heard the explanation. He sighed. When I got this power from my master, I wasn't her first choice, the one she wanted to inherit the power, he refused to accept one for all. His name was Minato Namikaze Thunder God. The previous number 2 hero before his untimely demise years ago, famed as a hero who nearly as powerful as you, and having attained the moniker of the fastest hero alive. Izuku started to nerd out then and there as he went over everything he knew about the man. It was well known that All Might and Thunder God were both a famed duo at one point, but they went their separate ways very quickly after realizing they could save more lives when working separate. Wait, you weren't the first one picked? Izuku realized what had been said. Toshinori smiled. Yes, Minato was one of the few people I call a brother to me. My dear friend. He was powerful, kind, strong-hearted, and when I was quirkless, I never even thought of comparing myself to him. While I was training to get this quirk with him, we shared the same master. Minato was always ahead of me. No matter what I did, it was like the gap never closed. Even after getting this power, I never actually beat him in any of our sparring matches. Hold your horses. Toshinori saw Izuku about to nerd out again. He was explaining something important, and he didn't need word vomit being spewed out. That could wait for later on. Anyway, he helped me hone this power. When my master chose him as the next one for all inheritor, I felt it was natural, and he refused. Even today, I imagine what it would have been like if he took the power. Toshinori could imagine Minato being alive, Kushina being alive too, and him being a regular person as he served as an uncle to the family. He couldn't help himself but smile, since that simple life sounded nice too. Why did he refuse this power? 2 heroes can save more people than 1 hero. He had his own quirk, and me without a quirk wouldn't be able to become a hero. He could become a hero with his own power, and allow me to become a great hero with this power. The only reason Minato never become the number 1 hero instead of me, was simply because Minato wasn't as popular as I was. That man wanted the world to have more heroes, instead of wanting to take more power for himself. Toshinori smiled as he thought about one of the few personality traits that Minato had passed down to his son. Wait, isn't Thunder God Naruto's dad? Izuku suddenly realized something else very important. Yes, and like his father, when I tried to pass the quirk on to him, Naruto chose to refuse. He wanted somebody else to become a hero with that power, and when you came along, he promised to help groom you into the role of my successor. Toshinori couldn't hide it in good faith. Izuku deserved to know now that he had asked. He was never going to bring it up to the boy on his own, because there was no reason to tell him he was the second choice. Lying to him though, that was out of the question. They were master and pupil, they couldn't build their foundation of trust on lies. Izuku looked down, unsure, and because of that Toshinori sighed. It was never easy learning you were only picked because somebody else didn't want it. Izuku looked out the window, and saw a massive fox coming from the dorms to the main school building. The only thing that is keeping Naruto from becoming the strongest hero, is his own fear. His worst enemy is himself, and the day he masters his emotions, is the day the next number 1 hero is born. He's your rival? Toshinori spoke with a grand smile on his face. Just like his father. Years ago. Smash! Toshinori shouted as his fist made contact with his opponent, just at the same time as his opponent touched his hand. Both Toshinori and himself Minato, in full hero costume, and Toshinori in costume as well. Toshinori's fist was in Minato's stomach before Toshinori and Minato switched places instantly. The entire shockwave of the attack, and all of the damage of it, suddenly transferred into Toshinori's own body as the shock from his punch hit himself. He was blasted away, while Minato landed on the ground with his back to Toshinori. Flying Thunder God Mutually Instantaneous Revolving Teleport, that sounds like a great super move name. Minato explained to himself as he made a mental note to write that down later. By touching himself and his opponent, he could teleport them both at the same time, to where each other were standing. That way, just as an attack would hit him, the aftermath of the attack would be transferred into the opponent's body and not his own. He just had to make sure to only teleport his own body, and not the vibrations of the attack that were hitting his body. That way when he switched places with his opponent, all of the force of the attack would transfer to them, even though they weren't being hit by the attack. Are you okay too, All Might? Minato asked as he took his helmet off his head, a wide smile on his face. Toshinori was grinning as he jumped back to where Minato was. No longer using his quirk, his massive muscles shrank a small amount, to slightly less massive muscles, for each one for all user. The way they used their quirk was different. His master used the quirk without gaining any muscle mass, while his increased when he used the quirk. Your extremely long super move names are the reason you're not more popular. Nobody knows how to advertise you when you're always making such goofy names. Would you like to continue? Toshinori asked as he raised his hands up. Minato waved him off. Sure, let's see that new smash. I have a couple more teleports in me today. Minato put his helmet back on. We can't keep this going long though. I need to get back to Kushina soon. Today is the special day she will be. Minato stopped when the sky turned white. Pink orbs appeared in the air, and an extremely loud roar could be heard. A massive red moon appeared in the sky, all of the clouds turned just as red. Toshinori was confused. It's the middle of the night? This is an illusion. I'll be right back. I'm going to check on Kushina. Minato spoke as he touched himself, and like that, he was gone. Toshinori was confused. Illusions? Present. To think, that would be the last time Minato and I were able to spar. If I had known, I would have gone with him. I could have helped. Toshinori felt a regret that had never gone away, even after all of the years that had passed by. There was so much he was never able to talk with Minato about, share with him, and Minato would never be able to watch his son grow up. Your son is going to surpass you one day, to think. I never won against you, did I? Toshinori smiled to himself with an air of regret. Minato was the one person who he had never been able to really beat in a fight. The bastard was too damn slippery with that quirk of his, and his highly advanced strategic mind. You weren't the first choice, and neither was I. Izuku whispered to himself. In that aspect, he was just like All Might, and his rival, Naruto, was the son of All Might's rival. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the mirror between his relationship with Naruto, and All Might's relationship with Thunder God. If he could close some of the gap between himself and Naruto, then he would be a step closer to becoming the symbol of peace that All Might wanted him to be. Just as he will surpass his father, you must surpass me, your master. Toshinori placed high expectations on Izuku, but he knew it was possible for the boy. He just needed to work more, try harder, and push himself beyond his limits. Izuku gulped, before he nodded. Watch me become a hero that surpasses you then. Tell him. Toshinori thought to himself, knowing full well that it was more than likely not going to happen. He had resolved himself to be completely honest with Izuku, but this was something that was a lot harder to talk about. He gave Izuku a thumbs up. He felt like a coward. Chapter 50 My Hero Name. Happy day. I'm so happy with this, I'm sure he'll accept. Ryuko spoke as she looked at a glass case that was showing off a manly, orange version of her own uniform, with black accents to it and a fur color to it. She had already submitted to UA her own personal request to allow her to take Naruto as her intern for the intern week. She was sure that Naruto had gotten a ton of other requests from other pro heroes, but she was like his elder sister. She had babysat him so much as a child, to the point he was bound to pick her. She was one of the first people of the top 10 to suggest that instead of preventing Naruto from becoming a hero, that they train him to control his quirk better than his mother. She had been just a child herself when Kushina lost control, so for her, the experience wasn't something she even remembered. Naruto was destined to pick her. After all, unlike other heroes who would just have Naruto watch them or lecture them for a week, she knew what he was capable of. She knew very well Naruto was more prepared for hero work than the majority of pro heroes. He was already ready, school was just a formality for him. He already did hero work when events happened around him, so she knew that she could trust him out in the field. She was going to put him to work, right beside her, so that he could use this week to gain all of the experience he needed for the future. You're super happy, Ryukyu? Am I? Ryuko schooled her features, calming herself. She had waited for this day for a long time, the day that Naruto would be able to legally do hero work at her side. She had offered him a position as her sidekick when he graduated, so that he could build a reputation outside of being Foxman. Sure, he wasn't going to be her sidekick right now of course, but it was just a few short years away. I'm rather excited, I believe that I got the student I requested as an intern. Don't you have paperwork to file? Ryuko pointed out to one of her employees for her own office. Seeing as she was a pro-hero who was pretty famous, she had long since had her own office, and plenty of employees who filled out all of the legal stuff for her. One of her more important people, the man who was the head of her advertisement team, had approached her without her paying much attention to it. I was just wanting your permission for something. You see, my son Gaara is in UA's business course. I wanted to know if he would be allowed to work here as an intern, and learn from me. His business course are having their own internships to learn about the business end of things in person. Rasa Sabaku bowed to her lowly. He wanted to be able to show his son the ropes in real life, instead of just telling him stories. Introduce him to important people, and start helping to build his son's future before he left UA's hallways. Ryuko raised an eyebrow. As a hero herself, she actually never had any idea that the other courses did internships. It kind of made sense for the business course to do them. But she didn't see the general studies doing them, it also made sense for the support course to do them. I'll allow it, but we can't let our personal attachments affect our work. I expect you to continue to put 100% into your work while you teach him. Ryuko stated that not only to Rasa, but also herself. She was doing this not for just herself, but Naruto too. This was her chance to finally allow Naruto to do some real hero work, legally, and help him gain the experience that she was never able to give him before now. She couldn't allow her relationship with him to affect her own hero work either, meaning she had to act as a mentor, and continue to be a pro about it. The costume she had made for Naruto, it was something she wanted him to wear at least once. It was her gift to him, and her apology to him. She had been easily captured during the entire supervillain issue, and had required help to become free. She had fought against Naruto against her will, and tried to kill him while under that man's control. Even if it wasn't her fault, she shouldn't have allowed herself to be captured in the first place. Then Naruto wouldn't have needed to save her, so this was her way to say thank you and that she was sorry. Yes ma'am. Good, anything else? Ryuko asked with a glance at the man. We're receiving a 23% increase in profits. More than expected from your scale care products? Good, 23%, speak with accounting and tell them I want to increase the pay of the employees to fit the increase in profits? Ryuko spoke kindly as she turned away from the man. The profits from that line of sales was higher than expected, then she could afford to give everyone who worked under her a small increase in their wages. She was already making a lot of money from her hero work itself, her side products just added to that, and making more than what was expected just meant she would have more money than she really needed. Her staff worked very hard for her, to make sure that she could comfortably work as a hero, and they deserved to be rewarded for their efforts. It had been a couple of years since she had given them wage increases as well, so it was about time for her to do that anyway. Also, I'm going out on patrol now. Let the others know. Time to do hero work. At U.A. Hero names, we're deciding them today? Naruto thought as he leaned against his hand. He already knew what his was going to be, so it wasn't like he was going to be putting much thought into it like everyone else. They had Midnight joining Shota in his class, since he wasn't a good judge of what everyone could use for a name or not. Everyone was extremely excited for this, a class where they got to do something as important as begin the process of choosing a hero name. The name the world would come to know them by. As long as somebody doesn't chose anything Alien Queen. Mina, your hero name is Pinky. Naruto corrected the girl instantly when she shouted that. It was one of the first things he ever called her, and what most people would remember her by anyway, her body being like 95% pink. Okokea? Mina pouted and started to walk back to her desk. She had really wanted to go with the name she chose. She placed her head on the desk, suddenly a little uninterested in everything. Alien Queen sounded so much cooler. Since you're so eager, why don't you go next? Midnight pointed out to Naruto, and she started to pass out more dry erase boards to the class to write their names down on. Naruto stood up and started to write his name down on the way to the front of the class. Everyone was kind of excited, not just for his name of course, to see what their classmates were picking for hero names. Don't worry about me, I'm here, everything is all right. I'm all right, being a hero is dangerous, this is just part of the job. Naruto stood in front of the class boldly, and then, he flipped his board around. Rather instantly, there was audible gasps when Naruto's hero name was revealed to all of them. Even Midnight was a little shocked. Are you sure? A name like that has a lot of weight behind it? Midnight pointed out, her tone unsure. When I show up, I want these words to be the first thing people think. I want my name to reflect how I want people to feel. No matter how hurt I am, this name will tell people everything is okay, that they can believe that everything will be all right. Naruto spoke with a wide grin. He had another reason, a reason nobody in the class other than possibly Midnight would understand. She might be aware that he and All Might shared a relation, but that was only because she was UA teaching staff. The Kitsune hero, all right. Those words, he wanted people to think of those words when he arrived. That way, they would feel safe, because when he arrived, everything would be all right. No matter how hurt he was all right, and he would keep them safe. His name would put their hearts at ease, and allow them to think they would be safe. Are you sure you don't want to go with something Fox-related? Midnight asked him. All Right would be a name that would carry the weight of the name All Might with it, being a hero name for a legendary hero. The name was something of a homage to the #1 hero, and Naruto might get a lot of crap for his chosen name from those who didn't know how he was related. That's pretty arrogant, naming himself after All Might like that. That was the common thought of a portion of the class. That was saying a lot, to name yourself after the #1 hero. Naruto could see it in their eyes, that they were shocked and disbelieving of his hero name. Naruto didn't frown, he took it with a smile on his face. Outside the classroom, Toshinori, listening in on the class, put his hand over his heart and had tears in his eyes. His smile was stretching as far as it could go when he heard and looked through the crack in the door to see what Naruto picked for himself. He had assumed Naruto would pay homage to his mother or father, or make a Fox-related name. He had never thought Naruto would do something like that, and carry on the legacy of his name. Naruto chose not to inherit One for All, so he had also never even considered the possibility that Naruto might inherit something else from him. He had never felt so touched as a hero before, than somebody choosing to carry on his legacy in this way. I never knew he looked up to me like this. Minato, I'm sorry, but I can't stop myself from feeling happy. He chose to carry my name over yours. He couldn't help it, even as he felt guilty, he even more so felt happiness. He needed to support Naruto in this.